And hello, everybody. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I'm late. I know it's been daylight savings since like 2 weeks ago, but yeah, I needed more time for this week to get everything ready because Phil isn't here again for today because he has a wedding to attend to. So I think it's his cousin's wedding, according to his last stream. So it's me again. And last week we didn't go on because Phil couldn't make it again because he's moving. He's moving to a new house. You guys know. He's moving to Nevada, so he's prepping for that. So expect a lot of more solo streams from me. So yeah, and I wanted to on my end, I wanted to what do you call this? I wanted to focus on Monster Hunter Stories 3, which I finished yesterday, so I can go live again today, even it's just on my own. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, so it'll be just me again today. So yeah, I don't know, there's some stuff that came up this week, but I don't know if I'll be able to stretch it through 4 hours. Maybe I can because, like, I do react videos on I do react on other people's videos. But anyway, yeah. Hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing okay. And okay, let me look at the chat. 8 o'clock. What are we? A bunch of night owls. Yeah, yeah, I'm late. That's my bad. I needed to consolidate everything because I wanted the most up to date stuff. So I didn't want to prepare stuff way too in advance because, like, very likely they'll get outdated. I think we can forgive you. After all, we know that you have a job these days. Yeah, Mr. Milktoast, I definitely do. Like I like to say almost every week. Yeah, I read this before I went on. So before the discussion, Ernest, go on record saying that I'm not as antagonist about Colbert writing a Tolkien movie as he is a genuine super nerd regarding the okay. I didn't want to bring it up at first for today because, like, I'm not really that big of a Lord of the Rings fan, but I did read it even before you mentioned it, so I might as well make that the first story for today. Uh, okay, sure, the movie may be bad or good, but I am not up in arms over it. The concept of not bad, and at least he knows his stuff. Yeah, I mean the 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 bar is really low, especially with what do you call this, Rings of Power. So if we're setting it at that standard, I think it'll be better. But I'll go through it and see. I'll say what I feel. Project Eggroll on the computer. Murder she wrote on the TV in the background. Writing an essay on another computer. Good times, good times. Yeah, it's. I also do that a lot recently. It's like I tend to, either when I'm working or I'm playing games, I usually leave YouTube as a secondary background because for me to listen to. So, yeah, I think it's a habit for most people nowadays in 2026. I think it's fine. What pearl of wisdom will grade bestow upon us this week? His public awaits. I don't know. I wouldn't call my cult wisdom or anything like that. I just like to share my thoughts too whenever I go live this week. There's a hot date with Blair. I think it's his wedding with Harambe. I think he just pretends to say that it's his cousin. But yeah. Uh he should be back next week unless he has an emergency or he has to do stuff with regards to moving his house. So yeah, I think there'll be a lot of weeks that it'll just be me doing solo live streams because it's gonna take a long time for Phil to transfer everything from his house in California to Nevada. A change of state, that's a big thing. Yeah. A Grae only stream. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Yeah. There's a lot of things. I know that's a lot of like American politics, a lot of like stuff like that I cannot cover because first of all, I'm not really aware. And I really cover more of the video game space. So whatever stuff going on, like maybe even stuff in Iran, like I'm not really following up on that stuff. So I'm really more of like the gaming content kind of guy. So there's that. Wedding, is that a code for? I think it's a wedding with Harambe. He's just pretending it's his cousin's wedding. Yeah, this is also another reason, Super Legend, why I wasn't comfortable going live on my own last week. Because anyway, I have to share my thoughts on this for sure on Crimson Desert, absolutely. So anyway, yeah, I think let's get started. So okay, yeah, like I said, Mr. Milktoast brought it up. Since I might as well, since you brought it up, I didn't want to at first because, like, it's not my I feel like I don't have enough say in regards to this because, like, I'm not deeply invested in Lord of the Rings. So yeah, so apparently it's been revealed that Stephen Colbert, or Colbert, I think I'm reading it correctly. Colbert is the um, one of the lead writers for the new Lord of the Rings movie. And yeah, I get the outrage, especially given he has his own talk show that it's gonna get shut down quite soon or already did. I'm not sure. But yeah, a lot of people are not happy about this. And according to what I've read, there's some Valiant Renegade was kind of chiming in. Paramount needs to step in immediately. And then I think Chris Gore also left a comment on this. So at the in summary, they're not they feel like they could have someone sorry here. Hollywood finally found the bottom of the barrel. So there a lot of bigger YouTubers are not happy about this. So I kind of see where they're coming from, and part of me generally agrees. Like there could have been a more dedicated, hardcore, proven track record of a person to lead the helm in writing this apparently new movie, but uh apparently he's been chosen by Peter Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not sure how much Peter Jackson is involved with Rings of Power, if he had a hand in that, but I don't think so. So given his it's Peter Jackson who chose him, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But again, this is someone who's not what do you call this? Who is not very deep into the Lord of the Rings meta or the lore. So you're talking, another casual Andy on my end when it comes to TV shows. But yeah, it is a little bit concerning, especially the plot is about Sam's daughter, Eleanor, here, discovered a long buried secret in War of the Ring. But again, like I said earlier, how I don't think it's gonna get even lower than Rings of Power. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as Rings of Power, personally. And if Colbert says he's a fan, then I think I think you might as well give him the benefit of the doubt. Like at the end of the day, if he chose to go the super woke route in Rings of Power, then it's his name he's gonna run his name to the mud willingly. So I think he has that awareness that don't do the Rings of Power route. Be faithful to the source material, and just do your best to how would you lead this huge IP forward, the Tolkien lore forward, and do justice by it. So I think he's very well aware of the gargantuan task that he has to uphold to pay tribute to Tolkien's work. At least that's how I see it. That's how I perceive this piece of news. But yeah, again, this is someone who only watched the trilogy, who only watched The Hobbit, and who only watched Rings of Power. I have no experience with the books. Okay, so there's that. But I did play the video games, The Battle for Middle Earth, The Return of the King, and stuff like that. So, I like to consider myself a fan of Lord of the Rings. Not a deeply hardcore one, but a fan. So yeah, I think you might as well give the guy the benefit of the doubt. You know, um, especially DEI. It's still there. Wokeness is still there, but it's kind of slowly fading away. So that's how I kind of feel about it. All in all, yeah. Okay, let me see the comments. Uh, None of that means that it will be good, but it doesn't automatically scream horrible. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that take, Mr. Milk Toast. Uh, oh wait, it's over here. Start here. I think that Colbert show has a couple of more. Yeah, that's what I think too. But again, I'm not in the know when it comes to showbiz at all. So I think it's about to end in a couple of months. For what it's worth, Colbert can quote Tolkien by heart. Okay, that says a lot if he can. I mean, I can't. I definitely can't. So if he can, then that says a lot, like how much he knows about Tolkien's work. So I think that's a good sign. Colbert had a cameo role in one of the live action Hobbit movies. Oh, okay. Uh, I don't remember. But then again, yeah, it's been such a long time since I last watched The Hobbit. So yeah, so if he was there, then I think that says that how much of a fan he is, even back in the day. So this is not like a move to ruin the IP. None of that. Okay, I read that already. Apparently, the Lord of the Rings helped Colbert through a hard time in his life when he was a kid. Yeah, so if that's true, then I think he's not going to go in there and send the message to everyone, kind of like what Amazon did with Rings of Power. So yeah, let's wait and see. I think he'll do right by it. We can only hope. Hey, Kevin the Tech. Yeah, hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. Hi, Big Z Video Games. After being super disappointed with the Hobbit live action, I wouldn't. I think it was okay. Like, especially if you look at it now compared to what the garbage we get nowadays in Hollywood, like the movies and TV shows. Like I think even back then, I think of course, like I think even back then when I was watching The Hobbit, I think like I don't think this should be compared to the caliber or the standard of Lord of the Rings. I think that's what happened with The Hobbit generally. You know, Lord of the Rings sets such a high bar. Then when they released a spin-off, since suddenly it's just like this, people were so disappointed. I think that's what happened. But generally speaking, I think that trilogy was okay. I think that's what I think. Nothing wrong being with casual fan. Yeah, I just say that caveat because I get a lot of hardcore people leaving comments in some of my videos. So it's like, you gotta chill. This is coming from someone who doesn't have that deep of a take, especially with my personal channel with my JRPG videos. Some people write essays in the comment section. Some people are typing in dissertation papers there. That's why I give that caveat nowadays. I would be impressed with Colbert and Tolkien if he complained about what they did. If he complained about what they did with The Hobbit. Uh, if he complained about what they did, I, I don't know. Maybe he was fine with it. I don't know if he Colbert said something along those lines. If he mentioned anything negative about the past Lord of the Rings projects outside of Rings of Power. I think deep down, I would like to think Colbert doesn't think too highly of Rings of Power. It's just that he can't say anything given his public status, because he might lose some contracts or some jobs because he said something bad about Amazon's project. So I can see that happening. The live action Hobbit movies are better than some fans cuts that make it into one or two flicks. Yeah, for me, I kind of liked it. But I'm not hard to please when it comes to movies. Just don't put any woke shit in it and make sure that the writing is not sloppy. Then chances are I will like your movie. I don't hold the same standard with movies compared to video games because yeah, again, I'm not deep when it comes to entertainment medias, I'm more into video games. So I'm more harsh and critical about video games compared to movies. I'm not difficult to appease or for me to be happy with what I've watched. Because like again, at the end of the day, a movie is like a 2-hour entertainment medium. Video games are much longer, so it's like for me, I have a higher expectations for those compared to movies. Anyway, yeah. So pretty pretty basic take. So yeah. So what I planned for today is like I'm gonna put all the movies and Hollywood stuff out first, and then I'm gonna talk about the video game stuff. And yeah, it's like it's news that I generally there's some good news for Hollywood this week. So yeah, so that's it for Stephen Colbert. And yeah, honestly, not a lot to say about. For me, wait and see. Give the guy a chance, in my opinion. You might as well give the guy a chance and completely be cynical. But I understand also, like, if you keep your expectations extremely low, you won't be disappointed. So I think that's fine also. Anyway, yeah. So next up is this one I wanted to avoid talking about, but given how much in the news this is, I think I can't ignore it completely. I plan to, but I don't think I should. So next up, we have the prominent casting for Snape in the Harry Potter TV show. So yeah, I watched the trailer yesterday, and yeah, it's all in all, I feel like it's such an inferior version from what we got with with the Harry Potter films. It's been such a long time since I last watched Harry Potter, and I'm gonna need to watch the entire thing again before this comes out in December. Before the Harry Potter TV show comes out in December, because like I forgot way too many things for me to connect the dots and make that appropriate comparison with regards to the TV show. But anyway, with regards to this, me and Phil talked about this so many times already with Papa S Isidro, I don't know how to read his name, as Snape. Yeah, he looks. It doesn't look good. It really doesn't. It's pretty much I agree with the majority that this is a bad call, bad casting, and I know people are saying that Papa Isidro has a good track record when it comes to when it comes to his acting, but you're really setting the odds against him by assigning him in this role, and yeah, it's like especially given the source material, the books say that Snape was according as per Ryan Kinnell, if I remember, like he's a big fan of the books. Like his skin is pale white or marble white, and then you decide to blatantly break the rules. But then again, I think J.K. Rowling kind of like got approved of this. Maybe I'm not that sure, but yeah, I'm not gonna read this article. It's like it's every you guys know what the content of this is. It's like everyone shitting on it. I've seen a lot of AI videos about this. They're really funny. They are. So I think I'm just gonna watch again the one made by Perry Chan. That was really funny. So I'll give that one a watch again because like I've seen there's so many AI movies regarding this, but yeah, it's not looking good for the TV show. And I believe how much money did they spend? Uh they spent a lot of money on this. Where was it? I think it's in another article, but hundreds. I'm not sure if it reached a billion. No, I don't think it reached a billion, but very hundreds of millions on the production of the show, and like you're setting it up for failure just because of this casting alone. But anyway, yeah, that's all I kind of had to say. But I will be like react. Okay, I want to talk about. I want to watch this one first. So shout out to Gary from Neurotic. Yeah, I believe this is the 4K version of Perry Chan's AI video. And I just want to watch it again because like it's really funny. Anyway, let's go. I believe the volume's let me know if the volume's not on, but I believe it is. So let's see. And they're using the theme song too. Crazy. Hmm. No sound. No sound. Okay. No sound. No sound. Did I? Okay. Let me. Okay. Wait. I got it. I got it. I got it. Mm, I did not turn this on. So there should be sound right now. Let me know. Yeah. Thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Black cloak, black skin.
It should be fine now.
Walk the hall, they whispering. Cauldron bubble, I'm different. Dark eyes don't flinch, just glimmering. House points, man, miss me. Came from pain, they history. Same blood, they fear, they diss
me. It's crazy how much.
Side out from the portrait, Cold stone, my soul scorched. They teach where I'm from, had to learn from the alleys and the torch. Half prince in the world, there.
The PS5 is getting more expensive, PC is getting more expensive, but in this case, I think we can make the argument that it's worth it.
Half rage in the narrow gate, half hood in the castle gate. Homie never run from flag state. Walking through the dark, one day my hand in a XMR.
Yeah, there's so many of these on X, I know, but this is probably the best version.
I've been cursed from the start. Black snake, they talk war on the streets. I see more than they see in the tower. Drive by, man, I glide by stealth.
Crazy.
Brimstone, cold shower. I ain't glorified shots, that's great. That's moms in black, that's waves. Of boys that ain't make old age. So I ain't my rage at the cage. Walking through the dark, one day my hand in a XMR. Turn that fear to a spell, then I spark. Yeah. I've been cursed from the start. Black snake.
Erotic.com.
Shout out to Gary. I haven't seen Gary's video about this, so I do want to react to it too. But yeah, AI is crazy. This is one of the good things about it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of it on X. I didn't watch them one by one, but there's so many of these now. It's crazy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, AI is wild, and it's only gonna get better. That's the thing. It's like, if Hollywood doesn't want to make the entertainment that we want, then you might as well make your own. At this point, you just need to know how to properly prompt the thing. And yeah, it's already happening at this early. I feel like it's still super early in the development of AI. It's only gonna get much, much better at this point. Yeah, it's a banger heard soon. It really is. It- I want to make fun of Phil for saying he only seen Frogan from the neck down. I know Frogan does show her face a lot when she live streams, and I know her face is kind of prominent. I don't know if she's still streaming, but she probably is. Yeah, it's like I I kind of tuned out with the shitting on like the commentators criticizing Hassan and all this all the people under him, because I kind of got burnt out with that the same way I feel burnt out a bit with the woke stuff. So that's why I'm kind of more focused on the video game aspect quite recently. I don't remember the coins being described the way in the books. It's in terms of the music though, it's kind of on point with regards to the song. Yeah, it's crazy how much this video Gary got traction on X. I saw like holy shit, so many views on X, 7 million, I believe. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's like sure, it's like it feels like an inferior version of like the movies, but I think it would have still done better if they appropriately casted Snake despite despite the seemingly weaker impression. Like the odds are really against them. They set it's the same thing as the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. The Lord of the Rings has set such a high standards. Like it's next to impossible, or pretty much impossible to match it, to put it on equal footing. It's the same thing. I've seen some impressive seed dance stuff. Yeah, it's pretty nutty nowadays for what do you call this, for for video AI generation. Like it's just only gonna get better. And like I also like in my work right now, it's like it's increasingly hard not to use AI to help you out with regards to when it comes to editing, when it comes to video image design. Like AI is increasingly becoming playing more of a role, especially like when I need a clip generated. You just tell the AI, please generate a video of this guy doing this, and then that's it. The AI does it for you. It's becoming if you have a strong stance against AI, it's like you're only gonna set yourself back, or you're gonna only give yourself a harder time, because it's here to stay, and it's so deeply integrated in my work right now, and it's only gonna get better, and it's not going away. Yeah. Anyway, so I do wanna this is Gary's commentary with regards to the subject matter. So like I know my take is like the extremely bare bones, because like I feel like I've said so. Me and Phil talked about this like the nth time why this casting is wrong, and I believe we repeated the talking points again and again already. So I might as well see if Gary. I'm sure Gary has more things to say about it, especially when he's more in tune with the source material. So oh shoot, I should have shared the Nerdrotic. Wait. Okay, let me share this video of Gary before I forget to share the videos. So the other one was from Nerdrotic Daily, and this one is from Gary. So shout out to Gary. So I'll be commentating on this video. Let's see what he has to say about the reveal.
I'm Livestream.
Oh wait. Oh, okay, he played it again. I was like, what is this? Is this the incorrect video? So he played it again.
Yeah. I'm Livestream. Black Clover.
I already seen this. Oh, he played it again. Okay. Let's start here.
Greetings, you over 1 million filthy muggles and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. We're back with Harry Potter sooner than I thought, because HBO released their first Harry Potter trailer, and as predicted, it broke the internet, just not in all the ways that HBO hoped for. But you can't say HBO's parent company, Warner Brothers, America's dumbest entertainment company, wasn't expecting a little heat, and they deserve it with the bad decision they made. Warner Brothers' ambitious attempt to once again adapt one of the most popular fantasy book series of all time, Harry Potter, and remake one of the most popular film series of a generation. Of course, the Harry Potter show is going
It
to
just looks, it's like you can't really compare. You can't help but compare. Yeah, this Hagrid is, not. It's just not there. It's not compared to the originals. That's kind of like they're setting themselves up for defeat at this point. But can't blame them for trying. I suppose I'd rather like these Hollywood, Western entertainment in general just make new stories, just try new things. So, like, it's just that the budget is just so bloated nowadays. Like, they don't want to take risks anymore. So, in my perspective, why not make smaller projects, less riskier projects, but something fresh, something new? For all you know, it might be a home run. So you have a new Harry Potter, a new Lord of the Rings type of IP. That's that's something that you can scale and expand rather than regurgitating old stuff that you absolutely cannot top or make better.
be one of the most anticipated series of the last decade. And it could have been an absolute slam dunk if it was adapted properly, something HBO had promised to do when they said this would be a faithful adaptation, a promise that was broken almost immediately with the casting of Papa Essiedu's Black Snape, both a forced and unforced error that will go down as some of the worst casting in Hollywood history. And now that the trailer's been released, showing a lot more than I thought it would, giving us our first look at Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, Hagrid, Miss McGonagall, and Dumbledore. You think that would be enough to dominate the conversation, but unfortunately for HBO, the thing that broke the internet was Black Snape, because we got our first look at Black Snape yesterday with the trailer and a promotional image.
If someone's not in tune in the internet, so he's not as like terminally online like me or the other YouTubers, or people who like YouTube, to consume YouTube for most of their day in general, like, you wouldn't know this is like, if you don't know the news that Snape was casted as a black person, like, you wouldn't know that this is a Harry Potter film. You wouldn't know this is Snape. Like, it's not like when you see, the moment you see Alan, oh yeah, that's Snape. That's definitely Snape. But when you see this, like, I could mistake this like as Game of Thrones. Like, is this a new guy from The Watch? That's what I feel. It's like you can this like people can make 1,000 assumptions for this, given people can like assume it can be from anything, but definitely people won't think that it's Snape unless you're well aware online with what's going on with the Harry Potter TV show and that this guy was casted as the new Snape. Yeah, that's that's a terrible precedent in my books.
And I will say again, the resemblance is uncanny.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Look at this dude. Wait till you see the... No. Look at the top of his head.
Yeah, the hair too, man.
Look at his lips.
I don't think I'm going out on a limb here by saying our expectations were low, but holy fuck. I mean, they're not even trying on this one because they gave Snape dreads. And if you said Severus Snape looks like a younger Whoopi Goldberg, you wouldn't be that far off. If you said Snape looks like Tracy Chapman, you're getting a little closer. If you think Snape looks like the dude from Good Burger, you're spot on. And all this went down within 24 hours of Warner Brothers announcing Stephen Colbert is going to be writing a Lord of the Rings movie. And it's a complete mystery why they were billions of dollars in debt and had to be sold. And it gets worse. Look at what he's wearing in this promotional image. Is that a tracksuit under his robe? Is the barrel of his gat lined with unicorn hair or dragon heartstring? Is he sipping on gin and polyjuice with his mind on his galleons and his galleons on his mind? Is the 6th series going to be called The Half-Blood Fresh Prince? I'll stop.
Yeah, I also watched Asmongold's take on this. Like, that's also going to be like they're kind of like hammering the stereotypes to like the Half-Blood Prince, and like, so the only black guy in the TV show is suspected of stealing stuff. Like, it kind of just, adding salt to the wounds. I did watch that one too yesterday. It's pretty nutty.
Right there for now. But after this reveal, as you know, the internet has a job to do, and by gum, they're going to do it. And while the trailer isn't ratioed, it hasn't been much better in the comment section. Not casting Adam Driver as Snape needs to be a crime. Your parents
Adam Driver would have been a great cast, but I don't know. I don't know why Adam Driver got 30. Was it because of his casting for Ben Solo? Because what happened with the Star Wars trilogy? But I think he's a good actor. I think he should be in more roles. But I didn't watch his other sci-fi film. I forgot what it was called. I forgot the name, but he had one sci-fi movie that I think was good, but I didn't watch it yet. I probably will sometime in the future.
were the kindest, bravest people I ever met. Harry finds out his dad had Black Snape hanging from under a tree. This looks so book accurate. Snape pops up. You got your mama's eyes for real, cuz. We got a Black Snape with dreads before GTA 6 or the win's a winner. And this is one of my favorite memes because it points out how a race swap Snape will complicate the story and the themes of Harry Potter. Just realize that when Neville faces the boggart, it's going to look like his biggest fear is a black guy hiding in a closet. But all things considered, if I do say so myself, our editor Perry Chan came up with the best one.
Okay, let's skip this one. Yeah, I think Perry Chan's is the best one because Perry Chan is legendary video editing. So I assumed that was the best one already. That's why I didn't bother watching the others. Let's skip that one.
We're not worthy! We're not worthy!
And now that we've seen that Snape is wearing a tracksuit and has dreads, to anyone for some reason still saying he wasn't specifically described as white in the books, well, Garrett, I need you to roll this one out again.
Snape's sallow skin had gone the color of sour milk.
I am, said Snape. He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely.
Snape looked paler than usual. And angrier. Snape looked around at him, his face framed.
For me, it's fine. Like if these source materials from the books didn't exist, I think for me it's like, okay, J.K. Rowling approved it, but the part that kind of baffles me is that if J.K. Rowling approved this, the casting of this, she's gonna have to backtrack on even the books. That's the part that kind of baffles me even up to now. That's the part that I don't really get.
Between curtains of greasy black hair.
He closed his eyes, and suddenly he was Voldemort, looking into Snape's pale face. And Snape's face was like a death mask. It was marble white.
And again, while the trailer isn't ratioed, the dislike count is at 98,000, which is extremely high. 99% of that ratio comes from Black Snape. And that's why the decision to race swap Snape will go down as some of the worst casting in the history of Hollywood. It was not a decision based on creativity or merit. It was a decision motivated by social and political agendas, which is a shame because if you take away Black Snape, the trailer was pretty good. Well, I still have my criticisms. I didn't like how it was shot so dark and it was devoid.
Even without Black's... Oh, there we go. Good pause. Okay. It's like, I don't know. This Malfoy looks kind of meh to me. It's like, again, it's like, you can't help it. Like, you're going to compare it to the originals, he looks kind of dorky here compared to, he had at least in the movies, he had kind of like the cool, edgy suave to it compared to this one. For me, this feels like more like the dorky version of Malfoy. At least that's what I feel whenever I see these new casts. So it's not just the casting of Snape. I think as a whole, you're really trying to fight against giants here, against titans, which is the old movies, and yeah, so. It's not helping that this Black Snape is making it a lot worse when it comes to public perception.
Of any color. I like how Nick Frost looks as Hagrid, but he just has Nick Frost's voice, which doesn't sound anything like Hagrid. But other than that, it looked like it has a lot of potential and could have been great instead of just good despite Black Snape. The key word there is potential, but again, the casting of Harry and Ron looks perfect. And with Hermione...
Yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's actually really, really good despite what I feel and what I'm seeing right now. So yeah, there's that.
Well, I was convinced they were going to cast a black actress, but they didn't. Now, the one they did cast was the voice in the early audiobooks, and she sounded just like her, so I think it's fine. I think
it's fine. I think the casting of Hermione is fine. And especially how I perceive Emma Watson right now, it's like, it's kind of like getting in that Rachel Zegler territory where it's harder to separate the actress from the character. Yeah.
Draco looks like Draco. Miss McGonagall looks like Miss McGonagall. The Dursleys definitely look different, but fine. What we could see of the inside of Hogwarts looks like Hogwarts. And John Lithgow's Dumbledore, especially in this promotional image, looks fantastic, which makes it all the more frustrating and inexplicable.
Yeah.
I would love to know the name of the person who floated this idea, and I would love to hear their bullshit explanation for it, because as many of us have said before, Harry Potter was already diverse, and the demographics of the story matched the demographics of the UK in the 90s, between the years of 1991 and 1998 to be exact. And you could have race swapped a bunch of
so many diversity already in the movie. So, you didn't have to quadruple down on it. But again, modern day Hollywood.
other characters, and while people still would have complained, it wouldn't have really affected the story and wouldn't have been as bad as, say, Black Snape. Or, hear me out, don't race swap anyone. It would have avoided a lot of headaches, a lot of fan backlash, and it would have made it easier to write your story, which is now going to make Harry Potter's father, James Potter, look like a racist. His mother, Lily, is going to look like a racist because she leads on and friend zones a black kid so she could hook up with James Potter, who picked on the black kid. As far as the rest of the Marauders are concerned, well, I'm convinced they're going to make Sirius Black black, and not just because his last name is Black, although that would be good enough for Hollywood, but it will probably make the Marauders look a little less racist if a black kid is picking on another black kid. But then you have a show made by a bunch of white people depicting black kids picking on black kids. You play identity politics games, you win identity politics prizes. This brings us to the interview with Papa Escuito from a week ago, and I should have known a trailer was coming because this is textbook getting out in front of a problem. The good old proactive fan blaming taken from the pages of Amazon and Lucasfilm. If any of this sounds familiar, it should, because it's just like with Moses Ingram and Kenobi and the Rings of Power. From The Hollywood Reporter, Harry Potter series star Papa Escuito says he's received death threats for Snape casting. I've been told.
Yeah, when it comes to these, like whenever someone got casted, and that person was race swapped, and you're getting backlash, just don't. They always do this. Like whenever they get an interview, oh, I get so many death threats. Oh, I get so many hate comments. Just you're making it worse. It comes with the territory. You accepted the paycheck, so it comes with its burdens and encumbrances when it comes to public perception. Especially when you're taking a role that you're race swapping a particular beloved character in a big IP. You're gonna get these backlash every time. So you might as well take it in the chin and never bring it up. It's like, yeah, I get the death threats. It's like, just take it quietly. You're only making it worse by, saying, oh, these bigots are, these crazy people are attacking me online with hate comments and hate speech, and you're just making it worse.
Quit or I'll end you, the actor told The Times. To state the obvious, nobody should be threatening actors for taking a role, and I have no doubt he's received these.
So not that I condone that, okay? Not that I condone that, but as someone that if you're well aware that you're taking a controversial role in a very big IP, just quietly take it. Just take the backlash, the online hate, the online criticism. Just take it. Don't complain online just to make things worse. Like that's what I noticed too about these people who get cast in these roles. They love to bring it. They love to mention like how much hate they get, and make it seem as if we should pity them and stuff like that. It's a bad idea overall. It's always going to be a net negative.
Threats, and he has my sympathy as somebody who's received a lot of threats for talking about things like Harry Potter. It's also been my experience to not bring attention to the threats because it invites more of them. So why do they do it? It's a marketing tool used regularly by corporate Hollywood to shield them from criticism for their provocative decisions. Once that hits The Hollywood Reporter, then Deadline picks it up and Variety picks it up. Then we go back to Variety. HBO boss Casey Bloys says Harry Potter set has serious security amid death threats against cast. I'd also like to point out that Deadline, The Hollywood Reporter, and Variety are all owned by the same company, Penske Media. And again, nobody should be threatening anyone over pretend, but we also have to keep in mind that this is part of the gig, but it's what he says later that actually bothers me. However, the I may destroy you star, well, you may destroy Harry Potter, added that the abuse fuels me and makes me more passionate about making this character.
Yeah, he could have easily said, I hope, well, I don't know, maybe Hollywood will silence it, but I would rather just say, I know this role kind of stirred up a few people, a couple people online, but I will do my best to portray the character. If he said it that way, it's like I would say, oh, okay, yeah, this guy's a good sport. Maybe I should just might as well give him a chance. Like, on my end, it's like I don't blame him. I don't blame Papa for taking a paycheck. At the end of the day, a paycheck's a paycheck. Given these tough economic times, you might as well you take what you can get, especially in a big IP like Harry Potter. Like you got offered this role, okay, you might as well get it. Take your bag, get your money. But there's a better way to go set that discourse online and way to respond to the criticism. And this is definitely not the way to do it. Just say, yeah, I know there's a big huge challenge ahead of me as me playing this role, but I will do my very best to portray the character with the best of my abilities. That would have done wonders. That would have set that impression to a lot of people. Oh yeah, this guy is a good sport. Okay, I'll give him a chance. That's how I would take it if he said it that way. But you get this garbage.
Character my own. What he should be doing, although he doesn't look anything like Snape, is trying to make the character as close as possible to the book, because that's what the paying customer and the fans want. Nobody is asking for Papa Essuito's version of Snape. But that's not the only red flag. The showrunners of Harry Potter, one of whom has past credits with Succession and His Dark Materials, the atheist response to C.S. Lewis's Narnia, sound like they want to make this show their own as well by adding things that weren't in the books, like going to Ron's house, the Burrow, early, or seeing Draco's home life or behind the scenes with the professors. The story is supposed to be from Harry's perspective, and now it's not going to be, which fundamentally changes it. The viewer won't be discovering the wizard world through Harry's eyes, removing that sense of wonder. And if you're adding stuff that wasn't in the books, that means you're going to be leaving out stuff that was in the books, which defeats the purpose of this entire show. But it's Warner Brothers' show to fuck up, and it's just the latest example of Hollywood's inability to get out of their own way. I really would have enjoyed watching.
I wonder if Paramount will make changes by season 2. Maybe Paramount will step in. Okay, we're gonna make changes for the second season onwards. So maybe there's that. I mean, how much money did Paramount spend to acquire this company? So it's like they're not just gonna leave them to their own devices if they see a product is faltering or could be done better. That at least that's what I feel when it comes to Paramount stepping in to improve the overall production value of this TV show.
And covering a faithful Harry Potter show, but that train has left platform 9 3/4, all because some pompous and vapid Hollywood executives and showrunners thought that they would change hearts and minds with the casting of Black Snape. We won't give the fans what they want, we'll give them what they need. And it's here we get to the most insidious part of this, which is the reason I'm talking about it, the motivation behind race swapping. While they'll be calling the fans racist over the backlash of casting Black Snape, their decision to cast a Black Snape was inherently racist, because you literally did it to make it less white. Not a single person alive would have complained if Snape was cast accurately. And as this show is getting memed to death right now and almost ratioed on YouTube, which is mind-blowing, somehow it will become the Harry Potter fandom's fault. And I can't believe we're still doing this. Can we just stop? You know, like they did with A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms season 1, where
great show. Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, really, really good. Yeah, if I had the time, I could have made a full review. But for me, best show of the year so far, best TV show of the year so far, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It's really, really good.
Everybody just enjoyed a properly adapted TV show. Is that too much to ask? Anyway, we'll close with this to the people out there who say Snape is just a fictional character and it doesn't really matter. To that I say, if it doesn't matter, then just keep Snape white.
Nerdrotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe.
Okay, shout out to Gary. Yeah, so pretty much same of what I said in Talking Points, except he has more in-depth knowledge with the IP and the changes they were going to make. Because I wasn't following, because I'm so tuned out with Hollywood stuff, because I'm so sick of talking about woke stuff. So yeah, Gary's more in the know. So shout out to Gary. I'll post the link again. So thank you, Gary, for letting me commentate on it, letting me react to it. Okay, let me read the comments. If we want new stories, then we need to lower the term of copyright. As it is, Harry Potter will be under somebody's thumb for the entirety of JK's life, plus 70 years afterwards. Yeah, I suppose, but it doesn't necessarily have to be from an existing IP. Maybe for me, it's it wouldn't hurt to try something completely new, or from a book, or from books that haven't received the media spotlight, whether video game, whether it's an animated show or a TV show or a movie. I think there's plenty of books out there that haven't gotten the chance to be put into the screens. So there's also that, in my opinion. As long as someone has exclusive control of an IP to make milk for all it's worth, someone will always choose to do so. Yeah, unfortunately, it's the same thing with video games. You see remasters, remakes, because like they want to play it safe nowadays, given how expensive it is to produce media entertainment products. But I will touch on that later when we get to the gaming side of the stream. For now, I'm clearing up the Hollywood stuff. So the dreads are killing me. Yeah, exactly. It's like they really can't help insert the stereotypes. Ironically, their goal is to do the opposite. They keep inserting all these stereotypes on it. With the zipper, yeah, Big Z video with the zipper. Something BC, yeah. And hi Makoto. 6'5". No, what else? Yeah, I that's the move. Yeah, I think it's 6'5". I never got around to watching it. I was supposed to, but I think a game came up or a TV show came up that I ended up just putting it in the sidelines. I was supposed to watch it, the sci-fi movie of Adam Driver. Black Snape is ridiculous. I agree. It's like you have all these source materials from the books. You're gonna undo all of that. J.K. Rowling's willing to undo all of that just for this TV show. It's weird. It is. Hi, Nagy. Yeah, hope you're doing okay. The show would be decent without Black Snipe. I agree. But still unnecessary remake. Yeah, it is. It's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. You didn't have to make a new one because the original was already so good. It's like there's no way you were gonna top it. Can't beat Tom Felton's Malfoy. Yeah, he had a really good Malfoy in the movie. I agree. Even though I hardly remember what happened. I do remember the Malfoy in the movies. Like, yeah, that was a really good one. Blaming the fans a good way of losing money. Absolutely. And after decades, of Hollywood making the same mistakes, they still don't get it. They still don't. They're already damage controlling by playing victim. Yep. Yeah. It's such a bad decision this early on when season 1's not even out yet. Actors have always gotten those kinds of notes, even 100 years ago. Yeah, exactly. It's like, exactly. You would think by now, like, that's something that people are used to online, especially, with the rise of the internet. And, you read so many feedback, so many horrible negative comments. You would think people are more resilient than those by now, but no, apparently not. All these access media sites are under the same. Yeah, that's true. Hollywood, and all TV shows and movies and all come from Hollywood. So they have always to parrot the same politics, or else you'll never get the opportunities. I do blame him. He could have asked for a different role. If that one, if Papa asked for another role, I don't think he would have made it to the show. Honestly, that's what I think. Like, Hollywood will say, okay, you don't want the Snape role, then we'll give it to someone else. Then, we'll put you in some other TV show. So I don't blame him. It's hard in that situation. Like, if that's the role given to you, especially if it's a major one, I don't think they'll just simply move you to a minor one. I don't think it works that way. I think it's gonna be very difficult. So if I were Papa, it's like, okay, fine, I'll accept this role, even though I'm gonna get all that criticism. The Golden Compass. So not happy to hear the people who adapted to a show are working on this. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a book, or is that a? Yeah, I think it's a book based on how you said it. So yeah, I'm not aware of that one. Paramount will probably have to wait at least until season 2 before it takes over the whole thing. Yeah, I agree. But I think they should step in to if they want good returns on the TV show. Well, it's Harry Potter. In itself, it'll do good. But yeah, I think for season 1, it's like you're gonna do wait and see. And while the acquisition is still in the phase of completion, I think it'll be next year or 2 years from now for it to be fully complete. So it'll take time. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms top tier. Maybe only 3 shows on my radar this year that even have a chance to top it. Yeah, I'm not on the. I'm not well aware when it comes to TV shows and movies. But oh yeah, House of the Dragon should be releasing later this year. And One Piece is okay. It's like I feel like it's more of the same with season 1. So if you watch the anime, you're probably not gonna like as much. But I haven't, so I kind of like I gave my score already last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? I already I gave it a 9 as someone who hasn't watched the anime. But if I watch the anime, I would probably imagine it would be a lower score. But yeah, the only one I think it's just House of the Dragon season 3 because the trailer looked pretty good compared to season 2. And The Boys, I'm not really looking forward to. For me, it's just like it's a sunk cost fallacy. I'm just gonna finish it I'm gonna finish the TV show for the sake of finishing it because like I made it to season 4 already, so I might as well finish the TV show. That's my perception of The Boys. There's a lot riding on this Harry Potter show. What with all the debt of the newly merged studio will have? Yeah, exactly. It's like that's the weird part. It's like given how much debt they have to pay back, they still chose to do something like this. It's like, yeah, it's I think just terrible management overall. Terrible, choice of people to run the projects. The Golden Compass is a series of books that got turned into a movie that was supposed to be a franchise, but the movie flopped. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's like it's very rare that Hollywood gets it right, especially in the West, for it to translate into movie form. It's very, very rare, and that's a sad part. Even up to, in fact, I think it's even worse now, given it has to be pro DEI and all that. So yeah, okay, so that's about it for Harry Potter. And okay, next up on the Hollywood pipeline is what do you call this? I'm not gonna dwell a lot on this because again, I'm also not deeply into this IP. But yeah, so it was also announced this week that it was revealed that Fox is in the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which is good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. I think that's great. So it kind of sets the precedent that there's gonna be, the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. There's gonna be a Super Smash movie in the making as they build up more they reveal more characters over time. So I think I've seen some comments on X that they should have kept this secret. I think they should have kept this they should have shocked people. They should have left people to get surprised when they see this in the movie, not reveal it. I feel like that's it's a missed opportunity that they did this. That they should have kept this secret until people saw it in the theaters. And yeah, overall, yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. So my question is like, does that mean we're gonna get also on top of the live action Zelda? Are we also going to get an animated film with Zelda, Legend of Zelda? So I think yes, because like if you're gonna build a Super Smash movie that's animated, it doesn't make sense to not put Link, because Link is already in the very first Super Smash. So it doesn't make sense for Link not to be there. And you're not gonna insert a live action Link in this animated series. So it's like yeah. So I think there's gonna be an animated Legend of Zelda and there's gonna be a live action Zelda. So I think the live action one is more experimental than it is part of this cinematic universe that Nintendo's building. But overall, this is great. I think because Fox is one of my favorite Smash characters, especially in the first one, because like the first one just like eight to 10 characters only, and one of them was Fox. So like he's been there since the very, very beginning. So it makes sense for him to be there. And yeah, Glenn Powell. I might have seen some movies or some shows of his. Maybe I just don't know it's him. But I'd like to think that this is good casting. I like to think that they cast it correctly for Fox McCloud. And yeah, so I'm not super deep in Nintendo's IPs, but yeah, I think for me, they should have revealed this. They never should have revealed this unless they should have let people to say, when they're done watching the movie for the first time, like, oh my god, guys, Fox is in there. I think that should have happened instead of Nintendo spoiling it to us. But anyway, which leads me to my next story. The reason why I think Nintendo chose to do this is because something came up later this week. Apparently there's prominent leaker Nate the Hate, when it comes to Nintendo stuff, revealed that there's gonna be an Ocarina of Time remake along with a new Star Fox game. So it makes sense for Nintendo to advertise Fox in the movie, so that when the game comes out, people would want to get it more than compared to just marketing this game, which I believe will be revealed around June, summer of 2026. Yes, it's gonna be revealed this June. According to this YouTuber Nate the Hate, there's gonna be like one of the game I've been waiting for from Nintendo: Fire Emblem, Legend of Zelda, a new Star Fox. All of them are gonna get revealed in this summer, or they're gonna get released sometime this summer. So yeah, I think this is the reason why they chose to reveal Star Fox. But overall, I think the Super Mario movie is gonna be good. And I just wanted to bring this up, and I'm pretty sure this is the reason why they decided to put Fox, so that it makes sense. Oh man, Fox is so cool in the Mario movie. What is this games like? So pretty appropriate for Nintendo. Okay, here's a game about Star Fox in the Nintendo Switch 2. For me, it's a very genius move. It's a pretty smart move. So yeah, that's about it. So for me, it's like I'm not really deep into Nintendo IP, save Fire Emblem. So I'm excited for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, which unfortunately is gonna collide so hard with my schedule. It's gonna derail my schedule so hard. Wait, I might as well segue a little bit. Give me a moment. I'll segue a little bit. I'm gonna show my timeline with regards to my personal channel. So according to Nate the Hate, because Nate the Hate has 100% track record, I believe I think people are saying he never made a mistake anymore when it comes to like the rumors and connections he's got. So let me remove this first. Yeah, so it's like there's gonna be a lot of games releasing this. What do you call this? Between June to August because of Nintendo. So this is what the video I'm working right now. Monster Hunter Stories 3. And like Fire Emblem is gonna happen somewhere in between. So here's my schedule. It's like Monster Hunter Stories 3. Then this my next game, Adventures of Elliot. It's coming out on June, I believe. Then this one, Kyoto Xanadu, in July. Then in the Burr months, Trails in the Sky, second chapter. So I'm gonna have a very tough June to August because this is coming out in June. This is coming out in July. Then Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is gonna come out somewhere in that time frame too. So it's like, yeah, my schedule is gonna get fucked in this summer because I want to cover 3 JRPGs during that time frame, and I don't know if I have enough time to cover all of them in time. But anyway, yeah, that's just what I wanted to show. Like, summer's gonna be pretty wild for me in a JRPG perspective. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, in terms of me, will I watch the Mario Galaxy movie? I wanted to, but the thing is, it comes at a very weird time in the Philippines. Because it's coming out for you guys in the US. I'm talking to people in the US. It comes out in April 1, which is like couple of days. Yeah, 2 to 3 days away. And for me, it comes out in the Philippines April 4, which is really weird because it comes out on Holy Week. And when it's on Holy Week, everything is closed. Like all the malls are closed. So it comes out at a week where the theaters are closed. So it's like, I feel like by the time I get to watch it in the theaters, I think it's a bit late already. Everyone already watched it. All the reviews have already been released. I don't know if I'll still be able to watch it. Phil will definitely, I'm pretty sure he'll be watching it, but on my end, I'm not sure if I can or be able to on time. But yeah, anyway, yeah. good on Nintendo, actually. Very strategic on Nintendo when it comes to the releases and how they go about it. Assuming Nate the Hate is, everything he said is true, which according to people, his track record is great. So I'm gonna believe what people say, that he has a good track record when it comes to Nintendo leaks. So yeah, let's see the comments. Okay. Okay, second season, how this dragon kind of bothered me with bro doing nothing all season. Yeah, I think it's because they needed season 2 to be the build up for season 3. So I think season 3 is gonna be a lot better based on the trailer. There's gonna be a lot of intense fights. So I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. House of the Dragon season 2 wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best either. But so that's why I'm kind of giving it, maybe things will ramp up in season 3, especially with Damon in Harrenhal during season 2 the entire time, which was for me kind of stupid. But yeah, they needed to put him in the sidelines. Just I think because for season 3. Okay. It would be cheaper to hire voice actors to voice these characters rather than name actors. Yeah, I agree. And I don't know. Maybe it's because it's a Hollywood thing. I think maybe it's because Nintendo perceives that if they put well-known voice actors as well-known people in Hollywood as the voice actors, people will be more drawn to it, and maybe they'll get a better return because like the general population knows Hollywood actors more than video game voice actors. But I get where you're coming from. Mr. Milktoast. For sure. I agree with that. Like, it's like I talked about it before, or B and Phil talked about it before with regards to the first film where we feel that it should have been Charles Martinet as Mario rather than Chris Pratt. But it is what it is. I hope Illumination isn't making the Smash movie. I want to be more serious than their type of movies. But the thing is though, it's hard to build a Super Smash plot given with all the characters in Super Smash nowadays. So I do think like if you want to put a movie IP to film, I think there needs to be some sort of story. At least there has to be some level of seriousness to it. Because like people are not just, I think people will get bored just with just characters fighting each other. If it's like a Smash movie, there needs to be some kind of continuity with the story. So I do think they're gonna add something because Super Smash is not really known for its story. It's more of it's multiplayer games playing all these beloved characters. I just want to know if Captain N will be in this movie. For great, that's a reference to a late 80s cartoon that featured Nintendo characters. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't know who Captain N is. So yeah. Glenn Powell was good in Twisters and that movie with Sidney speaking. Okay, that's another movie that I am not aware of. This is why I don't say I'm a movie content creator because like there's so many things about movies that I don't know. There's so many movie IPs that I don't know. A lot of remakes these days, yeah. It's like, but to give Nintendo credit, they still release a lot of like Kirby games, Mario games that still do really well, and Pokemon games, like Pokemon Pokopia. So to me, it's like love or hate Nintendo. I think Nintendo's like the one doing it right the most. At least they're making games that people actually like, and they're actually making a lot of money. At least compared to the other two, like they don't know what they're doing at all, which I'll talk about pretty soon. Looking forward to Ocarina of Time remake. Hope they fix that water temple. Yeah, me too. It's like the shocker is like I have never finished a single Zelda game. I have never finished a single Mario game, and what do you call this? And maybe this will be the game. They'll get me to finish at least one Zelda game. It's like people are telling me like you should play Ocarina of Time. You should. I feel like it's going all the way too back, but it's just I'm not really a retro gamer per se, but yeah, they're gonna do a remake for it. At least it's more palatable for me to give it another chance. Star Fox Adventure Assault. Yeah, I remember having Star Fox Assault, the platformer shooter for GameCube, but I never finished it. So yeah, it's like for the longest time we haven't gotten a new Star Fox game. So I think how Nintendo's marketing Star Fox right now, I think it's the right strategy. You know, as many eyeballs as Star Fox as possible before they release the next game for it. For me, it's a smart move. It really is. I only care about Zelda and Pokemon from Nintendo. For me, it's Fire Emblem. It's mostly Fire. Like for me, that's me being able to play Fortune's enough for me to get the Switch too. I'd like to see Chrono Trigger. Never played it, and I want to. Yeah, I played Chrono Trigger 2 years ago. I have a video on my channel. Like I've made a video talking about Chrono Trigger. It's still one of a kind. It still holds up to now. It's still really, really good. And you can get it for cheap nowadays on Steam. So for me, it's still worth playing. Like, because like we've been hearing rumors for probably decades now. Oh, they're gonna remake Chrono Trigger. They're gonna release a new Chrono Trigger. But I'll believe it when I see it. You know, my impression of that is like Half-Life 3. I'll believe it when I see it. So for me, for now at least, you might as well play Chrono Trigger on Steam. It's still really, really good and fun to play. And for me, I have not played Sea of Stars, so I don't think there's a JRPG out there that fully captures what it does, even up to now. So I think Chrono Trigger is still worth playing. My Ocarina of Time had a Gerudo Valley glitch. It locked out, so I could never beat the game. Oh, that's crazy. So it's limited to a particular copies of the game? Yeah, that's nuts. 15 years later, I bought and beat. Yeah, I should play Ocarina of Time. But if there's a remake in the works, so I guess we'll just play the remake. Grae is going to immerse himself into a lot of lore heavy games this summer. Yeah, exactly. It's like that lineup is crazy. It is. Like, you know, something came out on May and April when I make the Monster Hunter Stories video. Because like at least, you know, give me some room to play one game so that I can play the games in sequence. But by the looks of it, it's like I'm gonna have to, you know, I'm gonna have to delay some videos because like they're all too stuck together. It's the problem of making JRPG videos. I didn't even watch the last Mario movie, so I doubt I'll watch the Mario Galaxy. It's rather wait for a Zelda movie next. Oh, it's already coming out next year, but the Mario movie's okay. You know, it's like don't go in expecting, you know, a deep and heavy storyline. It's more of like it's at the end of the day, it's made for kids, which is most of Nintendo's IP. It's made for a younger audience. So if you go in watching with that in mind, it does what it does in a good. It's pretty good for me. It's worth a watch. It's for me at least. It's already on Netflix, so if you can just watch it there. So you're probably already subscribed to Netflix or a streaming service that already has it. So yeah, you can watch it there. It's good to see that kind of respect closing theaters. America used to do that. Yeah. Nowadays, like, you know, they always make it's always. I think movie theaters are hurting themselves. Movies are hurting themselves by releasing way too soon into streaming services. For me, it's like, okay, I'll just wait to release it. I'll just wait for it to release on Netflix or some other streaming service rather than going to the theaters. I'm sure that's the way of thinking of a lot of people, especially now during the hard times. I can't bring myself to watch Zelda. That would hurt if they trashed it. Yeah. So far, I think they're doing the right steps with the live action. But yeah, it's really weird that they chose to do live action. But like now that with the reveal of Star Fox, for me, they have to make an animated Link and Zelda to fit into that universe if they want a Smash movie. Because for me, you cannot make a Super Smash movie without Link and Zelda. For me, it's mandatory that they do. I suggest you don't watch a Zelda cartoon from the 1980s. Yeah, it's like Phil made me watch the Super Mario movie from 1988, and I made a cringe video that's still out in this channel. You can go watch it. Yeah, Nintendo didn't know how to make movies back then, but they definitely do now. Even games are putting actors for voice roles now. Cloud and Sephiroth are voiced by Teen Wolf actors in the remake and rebirth games. Yeah, it's like. I haven't gotten to the remakes because I'm waiting for Square to package everything. I'm not buying $70 per piece. I'm for the entire thing to be released into one. You know, I'm willing to pay $100 if you pack all of it into one. I'm not paying $70 per chapter. It's not happening. So I have plenty of games to play anyway. So I can wait, Square. I can wait. Yes, I know of that one person. I've seen a lot of the Mario show, and they always had that one on next. Well, excuse me, princess. Yeah, yeah. It's like it's yeah. Just it. Don't watch the old Nintendo stuff. Watch the recent ones. Cartoons. People don't care who is voicing the roles. It's IP that is the draw. Paying a lot of money for a name actor is a waste of money. Yeah, that's the other side of the argument. That's also the other side of the argument. Like people care about the IP and the characters done well and the story done right with the right aesthetics. And yeah, I agree with that. But it's just I get the corporate perspective. Like put all the variables possible for maximum success. I think that's the mindset of Nintendo. It's like if we put in names that most people in the general public know, it has a greater chance of success. I think that's the way of thinking of Nintendo. But I get it. I'm at the side of put people who who are not well known but who are capable and who have a better give those people a chance to shine so that they'll get better. They'll have more opportunities and be at a better standing in life compared to people who already are. Yeah, I definitely get that. Calling Ocarina of Time retro hurts. It's pretty old. It's N64, which they remade to GameCube, which I think they kind of ported to Switch. So it is pretty old. I am getting pretty old, so yeah. I don't like the Star Fox. I don't have much experience with it either. So yeah, I'm on the same boat. But if the Switch game turns out to be good, so maybe I might be on board too. We'll see. We'll see. Like if Nate the Hate is correct, which chances are is correct. So I might give it a try. But if it's coming out at the same time as Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. I'm gonna give priority to Fortune's Weave. Anyway, so okay, so one more quick story from the movie side of things. So I did kind of retweet this on X. So I did retweet this on X. It's about Ryan Gosling. So yeah, pretty base take. I wish there's more Ryan Goslings in Hollywood. Hollywood would be in a much better place if there were more people like him. It's Hollywood's job to entertain. We don't owe them. It's Hollywood's job to provide products that makes us want to see the products in the theaters, not the other way around. But because nowadays Hollywood's saying, "Oh, you're bigoted, you're sexist if you don't like our products and services." It just, it's hurting them for the longest time, for decades now. Ever since DEI became a thing, ever since they started to shove politics down our throats, ever since they started doing political commentary, ever since they, which which more often than not really out of touch, given their financial status. These are people who don't need to work for the rest of their lives. No, don't. You would think that it's better to just shut up and be happy and live your life in financial peace and stability rather than pretend that you empathize with us who have to work every day, who have to work on a 9 to 5 to get our money. And yeah, that's finally like someone gets it. Someone in Hollywood actually gets it. It's like I just I'm not gonna read this entire thing because it's pretty much the title set. We get the point already, given what Ryan Gosling says. It's like, if Hollywood has this empathetic mindset, no, it's our job to provide entertaining content for people to want to watch and support us. It's never going to be the other way around. If Hollywood as a whole had that mindset overall, I think we would have gotten really good stuff over the years rather than, making YouTube videos saying how woke or how bad or both a TV show or a movie is. It never would have gotten to this point. Granted, like a lot of channels grew because of that, but still, like I would rather have the discourse be, us debating about particular things about a good movie rather than calling out woke or terrible content. I'd rather have, I think this character should have been like this, or this event should have happened like this. Us debating about theories about a particular movie. I think that it would have gone down better overall if that was the case, had Hollywood had this kind of attitude where, it's not our obligation to watch. It's your job, to entertain as entertainers. yeah, so yeah, that's about it. I'm not gonna read this article. It's basically just regurgitating that as the underlying point. Anyway, yeah, don't sleep on the 1980s and 1990s Nintendo cartoons. I don't know. I don't know if I have the time. It's so hard to find the time nowadays, especially me wanting to make YouTube videos. Like, especially my channels right now. Right now, my personal channels are kind of dead. I haven't uploaded for the longest time, so I am gunning to upload a Monster Hunter Stories video. So I don't know if I'll be able to find the time, but hopefully at some point in the future. So it really depends if I can find the time and energy to do so. GameStop recently classified PS3 360 strike. Yeah, we're getting old, guys. We really are. You know, it's like look, I'm turning 35 this year, so it's not gonna. Yeah, it's only gonna get worse. Like, 10 years from now, we're gonna say PS4 is retro, and yeah, it's just gonna get worse. So you might as well embrace it, in my opinion. You might as well. Yeah, it's up to producer to get the consumer to buy. Yeah, it's like it's so weird that Hollywood can't seem to get that, or they've grown so arrogant to the point where it's because they're so used to getting so much money over the years that they feel like they're so privileged. Yeah, you gotta give me your money. It's like I don't know where this way of thinking came from. Is it because from the education system, or like being in an echo chamber, or growing up with a silver spoon? Maybe it's a factor of all of those, that most people in Hollywood just shit on the fan base, or shit on customers who provide them constructive feedback. But yeah, anyway, that's the end of like Hollywood stuff for today. Like, yeah, I wanted to get rid of the Hollywood stuff first. So let's move to the gaming stuff. So I want to start with yeah, I didn't want to go live on my own yesterday because I feel like I wasn't ready to talk about this. That is Crimson Desert. So yeah, I know this. I'm kind of late into the party. We're kind of late because like we didn't go live last week. So Crimson Desert, what do I feel about it? First and foremost, I know I put up the poll. Like, I kept asking you guys, should I play Crimson Desert? Should I play Crimson Desert? You guys kept telling me, yeah, I should play it. But when I watched all the reviews, I watched a lot. I watched a shit ton of reviews. I watched a lot of the positive ones and a lot of the negative ones. So based on what I know about the game, I felt like it wasn't for me. It's like it's not the game that I would perceive highly, and that doesn't mean that the game is bad. That means that the game is just, you guys know me. I like JRPGs. I like smaller games nowadays. Like, I'm with strong narratives, with with a strong focus on story. That for me, that helps me invested with the IP in general and the game overall. So that all of those wasn't Crimson Desert at all. Like, based on the reviews, like, you're gonna spend like 500 hours to finish everything in this game. So it's like for me, it's like, yeah, it's like I don't think it's a good idea that I cover this game, even though on a YouTube perspective I should have. I get that. Like, in a YouTube perspective I should have, but in terms of, for me, it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna appreciate this game. It's like I don't want, at this point in time, I don't want to play a game that I feel like just for the sake of YouTube stuff. I feel like, yeah, I think I should pass. And Phil, I think he wanted to play the game, but I don't think he had the time either. So based on the reviews of this, like, especially when Force Gaming, it's like when he said, "Oh, I'm 80 hours in, I'm just like 1/4 of the map." For me, when I heard that's like, yeah, I don't have the time. I don't think I'll be able to cover this game in the proper sense. And based on the feedback of everything, it's not gonna be a game for me. Which leads me to the talking points, which for me is fine. It's like, people are shitting this game just because the game is not for them. For me, it's like the nuance in discussion for game discussion is lost. Like, every game is not supposed to be for everyone. Like, I think we've come to the point where just because a game is like well revered and it's not from the West, it has to be, people should be praising it from the high heavens, which for me shouldn't be the case. Like, not every game is for everyone, and I think that's what made the discourse of this game so complicated. Like, if you like the game, you're gonna upset someone. If you hate the game, you're gonna upset someone. That's what's happening right now with Crimson Desert. And yeah, it's like, for me, that made me realize the discourse in when it comes to video games is lost. Like it's okay for you not to like the game, and at the same time, you can also see why some people like it. And I feel like that kind of discussion is lost on people. So yeah, so shout out to Endymion. So I'm gonna use Endymion's video. I think he breaks down the entire discussion. I think he generally liked the game, but for me, it's like I don't think it's for me. It's like I thought about it long and hard if I wanted to cover the game. For me, it's like nah, I don't think I'll do right by it. So I might as well just pass. So that's what I feel. So that's why I didn't want to talk about it last week, because like I feel like if I said that last week, more people would be upset about it. Like, oh great, you're just a hater, or great, I just listened to the IGN review and stuff like that. But I feel like people are kind of calmed down more now. So I feel like I can say what I wanted to say. So okay, so so before I forget, this is Endymion's video. So let's see what Endymion has to say with regards to the discourse. I know like some people reviewed it in bad faith and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see what's going on with Crimson Desert.
Dude, I'm having so much fun playing Crimson Desert.
Oh wait. Wait, I need to make sure. I will let's make sure that I put in the volume. Okay, let's listen to Endymion.
It's getting kind of ridiculous. I'm like 40 hours into this game so far.
Let me know if it's too fast. I set the speed at 1.25 so that we don't take too long.
The amount of stuff that I've done already is just getting insane. This game is like the epitome of a virtual onion that you just keep peeling layers
so
back.
If you like open world games with lots and lots and lots of content, like something to get lost to for a very long time, then get the game. Because like as far as I know, the controls are very bad, especially in controller. But I think their Pearl Abyss is quickly fixing it. They're fixing it very, very fast. So overall, it's like if you like big, large open world Western like games with tons of content, which for me, it's like I don't see that as a positive thing. But I know people like that. For me, I don't. So not at least not anymore. I like Skyrim, but not this big. I think it's way too big. So yeah, I don't I probably enjoy it, but not as much as a JRPG. That's all I'm saying. So if you like that kind of game, then go. I would recommend it. I think it's worth your time and money.
Reveal new things that you can do in it. My camp is growing. I'm finding cool swords in the world, man. It just keeps going, dude, in every direction. This game is scratching that Assassin's Creed itch in a way that Assassin's Creed could never do themselves. This feels like what Assassin's Creed Valhalla was trying to be, if that makes sense. Like the game's journalists, however, are not happy about this either way. Because this game was meant to fail by their words, and yet, it's not doing that. Wait, what do you mean a game is doing well without the game's industry's consent? That can't happen. If you recall, Crimson Desert stock dropped a staggering 30% when the game's journalist reviews came out for the game initially.
Yeah, okay. That part, yeah, I didn't mention that. Apparently, when the negative reviews came out, the stock dropped 30%. For me, it's like, I think it's just a product of this game receiving more hype than it was supposed to get. It's like, when it comes to financial markets, there's a lot of people who don't know what they're getting themselves into. So it's like, especially video games, like the disparity between casual investors getting into stocks, like they hardly know what's going on in the video game world, man. It's like they're just looking for a return on their money. They don't know video games. So it's like when they see like, oh no, it's just a 7/10. I thought this was gonna be a 10 out of 10 game. So it's like the truth is that doesn't reflect about the game. It's more of like a lot of financial newbies not knowing what they're getting into. And they don't know how the video games industry works. So I don't necessarily blame the game for that. It's more of like financial investors expecting it to be like 10 out of 10, or they're expecting it to be the next Expedition 33 or something like that.
People thought it was going to be Curtains for Pearl Abyss, and that the game's launch was absolutely cooked. Because the reviewers were saying that the game was bad, it was poorly optimized, and had nothing interesting to do in it. Then it actually came out. People played the game and realized, oh, wait, they were lying to us the entire time. As Pearl Abyss confirmed here even, Crimson Desert has now already crossed 3 million...
Yeah, this is really good. It's like copies sold, not wish lists, not players, copies sold. And it costs $70. $70 or more. So that's really, really good.
units sold in less than a week of release. That is kind of unusual these days, even more so because that's copies sold, not players, by the way.
There we go,
Most
there we
studios
go.
will usually say players because then they can use subscription services and such to mask the actual copies sold, which are much lower. But no, this is just 3 million sold to players, and that's great to see, and the transparency is awesome. I think how this user put it was pretty aptly placed. I cannot remember the last time a AAA game last posted a copies sold slide for their newly game release. It's always a number of players slide. Wonder why that is. 3 million in less than a week is wild. Starting to think that journalist games media isn't needed anymore. Probably never was. They're needed for basic things, I guess, like maybe just posting the release dates of games and whatnot. But the problem with a lot of games media is they can't get out of their own way or even their own egos half the time. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the stock price that went down, well, it's up again. As Eurogamer said here, the game has actually been doing so well for Pearl Abyss that all the damage that was done by the game's journalists who hated the game has effectively been reverted already. The exact number as of now is around 28 to 30% increases in stock, which is...
Oh, okay. There we go. It's kind of offset everything. So it's like, yeah, it's like, it's, I was saying there's a lot of people who don't know what they're doing when it comes to putting their money in financial markets, especially stocks. Like, you know, like just because they read something online, it's like immediately they're gonna offset, they're gonna offload their holdings, which is dumb in my opinions. Like, yeah, a lot of people lose money in stock market, so it's not a reflection of this game.
Exactly what they lost from those reviews. This happens a lot in Asian game markets, especially. Investors get spooked pretty easily, and then once things do well, they kind of just buy it back pretty much. But again, that dip wouldn't have happened had the reviewers not been as scathing as they have been and actually, played the game before they reviewed it fully. Regardless, the user reviews are instead very glowing. As you can see here on Metacritic, the game now has an 8.5 rating from players as of this video being made, which I think it should be even higher, honestly, myself. I think the game so far is likely more close to maybe a 9 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, that part I'm not sure. I don't know, chat. For those of you who are playing it right now, I don't think anyone has finished the entire thing yet, given how big the game is. Do you think it's a 9? I would give, maybe it's, for me, it's, I think this is fair. I think this is correct. I don't know, but Endymion apparently liked it so much it's a 9. So okay, maybe it is.
With myself that I do want fixed eventually. But generally speaking, I think what is here is really good either way, especially at release. One issue for me, I wish the game had transmog so that I could wear the gear that I want while looking any which way I want to. That does seem like a weird oversight to not have available day one, but it is something I hope they add, but it's not like a game-breaking issue, obviously. I also wish you could hide your helmet while still wearing it. Another odd omission considering how many systems are in the game. Also not game-breaking, of course, but right now at least you can, hide the accessories from each character's face. Like the earrings, I mean, but helmets, as of right now, you can't do that. The other major problem with the game...
I think that can easily be patched, but for me, it's like, this is the kind of game I think your character should have been customizable. I just find it weird that especially the story's not that great, as far as most reviewers said. You might as well just made it a customizable character, rather than playing multiple fixed characters. I don't know, chat, maybe the story's really good, maybe the reviewers are wrong, but according to most reviews, they're saying that it's not great. So yeah, at that point, you might as well just make the character customizable.
In which, as seen here, Forbes also spoke on this too, is that, in case you don't know, Crimson Desert has 3 fully playable characters. You have Cliff, Damien, and Unka. The problem, however, is that Damien and Unka come basically at level 1 when you get them, which your Cliff, who's the main character, will obviously be your most level character most likely. The problem here, however, is that the way that you level up in Crimson Desert is through something called Abyss artifacts. You can find these in the world. You also get them as rewards from doing puzzles or quests, and you get one every single time you also fill the experience bar to full. The issue is that all 3 characters share the same pool of artifacts to level themselves with. So if you spend everything on Cliff, you're going to have nothing for Damien and Unka, which means that if you wanted to use them, which at certain parts of the story you will be...
Okay, that's the first time I'm hearing it. Maybe I wasn't just paying attention. Yeah, that's tough. Like, why do they share EXP points? I think it should be separate. I think it should. But anyway, it is what it is.
Forced to, you basically need to respec Cliff, put all of his artifact points into, say, Damien, do her story segment, then respec her again, then give it to Unka to do his, and then respec him now, and then finally give it back to Cliff. The better solution would be that just each hero has the same pool of artifacts available to them, but they have it as their own stock, if that makes sense. So if I have 50 artifacts with Cliff, when I play as Damien, she should have 50 as well, but they're Damien's own stock, right? Cliff is left alone. This way, by leveling one hero, you can, in theory, level the other 2 as well equally. It would make it much easier to actually want to invest and use the other heroes instead of just Cliff. Because the other problem is that artifacts are also used to level your weapons and armor, and not every weapon or armor piece can be used by everybody equally. Damien and Unka also have their own skill trees or even unique weapon types and such only that they can use. For example, Damien can only use rapiers. Cliff can't use those, but Unka, if I remember correctly, is the only guy who can use heavy warhammers. Yet you wouldn't really be able to level Unka's hammer because you spent everything to keep Cliff's weapons topped up for obvious reasons because you played him the most. But if every hero had the same stock that was for them only, then it would be easier to do, if that makes sense. But besides that one glaring issue, I would say most of the
that sounds like something that can be patched. But that's more of a bigger change compared to the show helmet or not. But I feel like it's better. I agree with Endymion. I think the skill tree and points should be per character. It'll make it a lot easier and cleaner.
Game is pretty dang good, I got to admit. And again, the whole like armor and like leveling up characters and stuff, that's definitely not as common as you think. Like you only have to play them a few times from what I understand, but you're mostly playing as Cliff anyways. So it's not a massive deal, but it is something that they should fix anyways. And I'm definitely still having a lot of fun with the game. And all I really want to do is keep playing it, but real life keeps getting in the way. But I feel as if the reason why Crimson Desert is resonating the way that it is because of what it really represents. It's the existence of something like this that makes the games industry and the journalists kind of uneasy. Not because it's something Crimson failed at, but because what it's doing is, actually working. Because why they try to prop up every single online game imaginable whenever they can, Crimson Desert is instead proving that players never really stopped wanting real true single player games in the first place. And if Resident Evil Requiem wasn't enough to
I'm
prove
gonna get into that later. There's more stories coming up. I'm gonna talk about live service versus single player. But yeah, I which leads me I don't know if Endymion's gonna talk about it. But there's also this discourse surrounding like the argument, oh, this game is not holding your hand, there's no yellow paint. But I also hear the other side where, yeah, there's no yellow paint, like there's no hand holding, but apparently the puzzles are pretty obscure. Like it's to the point where it doesn't make sense, and like some of the difficulty spikes are kind of odd. Like there's this discourse going on that people are saying that they're using the excuse of no yellow paint, no hand holding to justify the spike difficulty and the obscure puzzles. So that's also an extra layer of complication with regards to criticism in the game. So I haven't played it, so I don't know who to believe. So overall, I think it's a net positive that there's no too much hand holding, but at the same time, there's another side that's saying, like, it's that argument is being used to cover up for the shortcomings when it comes to difficulties and weird puzzle mechanics.
In Desert, yeah, most definitely is. Because the bet that a lot of companies made was that games shouldn't be, these handcrafted experiences. They got to be platforms meant to extract money and intention just indefinitely. And that was kind of a mistake in my opinion, because it led to a lot of resources being shifted and priorities being changed. And while sure, to an extent, they were right, a lot of those games did well at first anyways, something underneath it all was quietly, starting to fall apart if you ask me. Because, in my opinion, the more complex the systems became for these games, the less meaningful they felt to play. Progression, most of the time, feels artificial in an always online game. It was hard to articulate, but you could feel it, You have to play the game now. You have to unlock this stuff available today because time is artificially running out for these things to disappear. And if you don't complete it and get it in the time given, you lose access to that content forever. Even though a lot of it is just useless garbage anyways, like a sticker or a spray you will never use once. Or like a nameplate even. It just kind of feels like a lot of the rewards in these sorts of games are devoid of craftsmanship outside of maybe the premium skins, I guess. But here comes Crimson Desert, right? You buy it once and that is it. You now have the game and you can do whatever you want in it. There's no time limits. There's no FOMO. You just get to play at your own pace. And that's something special, man. We need more of that, honestly. And it isn't just the scale of...
I think we're... whether Western devs and studios and publishers like it or not, given what's happening recently, which later I'm going to get into, it's inevitable. They're going to have to scale down their operations. They're going to have to go back to making single-player games where, once the game is out, the bulk of your cost has already been incurred. Not like these live service games where they have to keep spending and spending. The burn rate is insane on a monthly basis and on an annual basis. So, like, they're going to be forced to have to, be more frugal and more prudent with their spending with regards to developing games, which, it's, I think if it, in the coming years, more Western devs are gonna release more single player games, which I'll get into later after we're done with the Crimson Desert, this part. of the stream.
Crimson Desert that is important. I mean, sure, it's great how big the world really is, but it's the intention behind it that really matters. Not to mention that Crimson Desert also proves that using your own in-house engine can lead to really crazy results that are unique. Because Crimson is built on the Black Space engine. Most games these days are on.
Yeah, that's another. I'm kind of sick of the Unreal Engine looking games, and part of it is hot take Expedition 33. I'm sick of games looking that kind of sameness with photorealistic. It's like I feel a lot of devs are overly reliant on Unreal Engine. I want more devs to, make their own in-house engine so that they can make the games look more unique and stand out, which I hope they do in the coming years, because I don't want all my games to look kind of the same-ish, especially in light of DLSS, where the faces of the characters look like a video from Leonardo AI or an AI generated video. I don't want all my games to look the same.
Unreal Engine. It means that Crimson can uniquely deliver what it can. Whereas with most games using the same engine like usual, it also means they have the same limitations too. Crimson Desert does some really cool things, right? They got seamless world travel. There's like physics-driven gameplay like Breath of the Wild. And the combat is fun and it's full of insane stuff that you can do. Like, did you know that you can wield elemental powers in Crimson Desert? Because I didn't even know that until I saw it in like a YouTube video yesterday. Like, you can control fire and lightning and ice and stuff. I didn't even know that was possible. But I think the reason why the game resonates is pretty simple, because it feels like a world that actually is alive, if that makes sense. The game just feels like a challenge to the idea of what this modern AAA bloat has become. What I love about it is that it proves that depth of gameplay still matters, and you can immediately tell that this game is not built on the same engine as every other game because it looks and actually feels unique. But the problem with Crimson Desert existing is that once something like this, exists, the excuses as to why things can't exist like it quickly start to fall apart, because it's now not about what's possible, because yes, it's possible. It's right there. You can play it. You can do whatever you want in it. It's real. You then start to question, well, why isn't what Crimson's doing something that these companies are prioritizing anymore? Why can't this be more of the norm? I don't mean the sheer scope of it, but just like how it works, how intricate it feels to unravel, the depth, I mean. Like, why do so many...
Western devs said the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. It's like, I recall devs saying, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 shouldn't be the standard setter. It's really weird. Like, at that time in 2023, they had more money. They had more revenue coming in. COVID just ended. They still had a lot of money. But now that they're actually losing a lot of cash and there's a lot of layoffs recently, they're gonna have to face the music, in my opinion, in the coming years. They're gonna have to wind down their operations and actually make games that we actually want. That's more cost efficient and not really expensive.
Games oftentimes feel constrained, I guess, or incomplete even. And honestly, once that realization starts to spread, which is what you're seeing as this game continues to keep climbing up and up the charts, it then makes you wonder, were the critics just lying all along? Mostly because they were afraid of something like this being so widely adopted and loved, because it, again, goes against what they and the people they're in bed with kind of want these days. I think what a game like this ends up doing is that it's building what people want in real expectations, not in scope, mind you, but again, they want that depth. They want more polish. They want intentions behind the experiences that they're investing into. Exactly. And when a game like a Crimson Desert exists and delivers what it does for one price and that's it, I mean...
But at the same time, that's what I forgot to mention. Like, I know Crimson Desert, there's a lot of things in it. Like, you can, there's a lot of mini games. You can ride airships, I believe, and stuff like that. There's so many things you can do in this game. Like, it's crazy. I also don't want that to be the precedent for future games. Like, Crimson Desert boasts of like hundreds and hundreds of hours. So a part of me is also scared that that's the precedent that they should be following, that devs should be following. I don't think all games should be like that. I don't think it should be like, Crimson Desert is 500 hours of gameplay, so our next game has to be 600. So it's like I don't think that's a good trend either. I don't think so. Like and like example, like it takes 4 hours to I know that's the saying here, it takes a full 4 hours to cross from one side of the map to another. Oh, so our next game should be 6 hours. So it's like I don't want the big quantity driven games. Like I don't want that to be the lessons picked up from this game either. So there's also that side of me. That's why I feel that's why it's the reception of it is kind of like a mixed bag. Why there's two factions in this in the discourse surrounding the discussion of this game. At the same time, I don't want that to be the case either.
I think we're going to see the demand for this sort of game only grow larger, not less. Because a Crimson Desert, a Resident Evil, a Zelda, what have you, kind of reminds people of what gaming used to be and can be. Before everything became about metrics and systems, but, you know, just having a cool game first, that was enough. Maybe the industry believed that they could redefine what we wanted, that the engagement loops that they're trying to push for so long were like enough to replace the immersion we wanted instead. That these systems and whatnot could replace the soul of the game, but I don't really think that's going to happen. I think what Crimson Desert represents is simple, right? People just kind of always want great games, and who can blame them? The problem, however, is that the industry has kind of stopped giving them at regular intervals, I mean these games, like they used to, right? Instead, it's a reality they don't really want to confront because they've been avoiding it for so long already that maybe
they're going to have to when the money's running out, which it is. There's so many signs already this year alone that it is. They have to face the music and actually make the games that we want and stop chasing this crazy the live service trend that never, in my opinion, never was there, or at least never was sustainable, not in the long run. Yeah, I'll respond to the comments when all the comments when we're done with this one. We're done with this video.
The future of gaming doesn't belong to those who, you know, have
Is the video let me know. It could be my internet. I think it'll help if I turn off my webcam. But yeah, I am using my other ISP because like my primary ISP is video stutter on live stream, something about OBS or YouTube. Yeah, it's like I'm using my secondary ISP, right? Because my primary ISP has been crapping these past few days. So it's like I got my second ISP running just to be, at least it's more stable.
Or the most outsourcing, or who can hire the most gambling experts to find new ways to monetize your other games. But instead, the future just kind of belongs to those willing to build something that really matters. Like, I miss Skyrim, you know? I mean, okay, yeah, I've played Skyrim so many times already, and like 100% of the game 2 times over. But what I mean is that I miss having games like Skyrim come out, you know, those sorts of games. Because if you ask me, a lot of games still can't really rival a Skyrim in terms of scope and wonder. Well, we have it now, I guess, with Crimson Desert. Some may say, well, you had that with Witcher 3, but that was 11 years ago now. It took 3 years after Witcher 3 for like Zelda Breath of the Wild to hit 2. Then it took another 5 years until we got Elden Ring, and now we're 4 years later on from Elden Ring, and now we have Crimson Desert. So yeah, these sorts of games do exist, and they are getting made. They're just very few and far between, unfortunately, which makes these sorts of games even more extra special once they do release, because you don't get these very often. We haven't even gotten a proper Fallout single-player game in 11 years either, and don't say 76, okay? That's live service. You know what I mean. I can easily see Crimson Desert becoming its own series franchise, with each game building upon the world and expanding it in new and cool ways. If they can, you know, land a better told story while retaining the rest that's already in there and tightening up the opening hours, especially in a sequel, then yeah, you're going to have a Game of the Year future contender, like whenever that comes out, right? But like I said, you won't hear it from the industry types because they hate this game, man. Look at this from Kotaku. Crimson Desert.
Yeah, they hate this game, but at the same time, again, it's like, it's not about bigger. For me at least, bigger is not always better. Yeah, I get what Endymion's saying, where, you know, Witcher, Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring. Yeah, it's fine to have those games every now and then. But for me, that shouldn't be the template for all the games to follow. You know, I hope I'm getting my point across. Not all games should be like that. Like, you know, I don't want my JRPGs to be like 300 hours long. That's crazy. Okay. It's like some games are excel at this particular aspect in video games. And I think that's fine. It's having diversified games is fine. Not like the live service trend is dying because there's just a part of it is because there's too many players. So I think if we all like every game has to be like this, like the same thing will happen. A lot of games are going to die out because they're all following the same trend. So I think every game should find its own way and excel in a particular aspect, not following who's doing it best or who's making the most money.
As pretty rocks, but after 12 hours playing it, I don't want to go on. This is how they open the article. I don't like Crimson Desert. At times, I think I actually hate it. After spending about a dozen hours with the newly released open-world RPG, I'm both impressed by its nearly photorealistic world and extremely uninterested in slogging through the content that resides inside of it, but it has some nice-looking rocks. Look, I'm going to save you the time, but the entire article can pretty much be condensed to this journalist held down a single button the entire time to fight. They didn't want to engage with any
There's this argument going on that this is not an RPG, but based on what I'm seeing, I'm inclined to believe that it is. Maybe RPG light mechanics, but it is an RPG. So because like I've been seeing that argument too, that this game is not an RPG, or developers are saying it's not an RPG. They don't consider it to be an RPG. But by what I've saw in the gameplay and the reviews, I think it is. Despite anyway, yeah. There's a lot of definitions with RPG nowadays, but I think it is.
systems or learn anything, but thinks that the rocks and the water looks nice, but they do it in like a condescending way, of course. I mean, it's Kotaku after all, what do you expect? But yeah, the game is clearly not for them. Meanwhile, where I am currently in the game myself, I stumbled into a military campaign where an entire region of the map was just suddenly flung into like full-blown war. And there's hundreds of soldiers all fighting one another from each side as I'm just like running through multiple burning villages, just slaughtering dudes left and right with my magical two-hand sword. Like I found this sword that can launch golden magical balls that home in and target enemies. It's really cool. I found it like way up north by the Steel Mountains on the map, and the sword's called the Darkbringer, I believe it's called. And this sword's like, you find it in the mouth of like a skeletal remain of like a giant titan. It's awesome, dude. And it's also, unsurprisingly, very good at deleting hordes of enemies at once too. I also got a new type of arrow, which when I shoot it at something within the radius of my allies that are manning the cannons, they will then shoot and then rain fire down on my enemies wherever I shoot the arrow. Like you can even launch the cannonballs at big towers and more, just blowing them into pieces and removing the enemy formations that way too. Anyways, I'm 2 in-game days so far with this war campaign, all right? My cliff has ended so many lives and turned many children into orphans, probably in the process. Dude, so much slaughter, it's ridiculous. There's also these big war machines that the enemy is now using that look like big dome turtle things that shoot fire and bombs. So naturally, I'm just raining cannon fire on those two to wipe them out as well, and all the dudes around them too. It just kind of feels like I'm in a Braveheart movie meets like 300 with King Leonidas or something. Again,
yeah, it's like it does so many things that it's great. Don't get me right, it's great. Like if people are having fun enjoying it, then good. I'm not gonna criticize people for that. They're having fun, but it's just like I'm worried that the lesson taken away is that for game companies that they should have all these features too in their video game, which I don't think should be the case. Like I know this more like a sandbox, make your own fun kind of game because of the so many things they do. But again, it's its own thing. The lesson here is like have a clear identity of what your game wants to be in order to be fun and resonate with your audience, not necessarily have all these features too. That's for me, that should be the takeaway.
I didn't even know this game had massive war campaigns, but surprise, hey, it does, I guess. Kotaku wouldn't know that, though, because, they stopped playing the game after 12 hours. They probably would have been more interested if Cliff was non-binary, but the only thing Cliff cares about is war, money, and making things go boom, which is what I like to do in games too, by the way, so hey, that works out for me beautifully. But yeah, I just don't see a connection between what the journalist thinks and what the players at all think as well, man. Like, this is so much the epitome of a game that is built for players, not people who drink soy unironically while crying about politics online hoping that somebody cares. IGN, by the way, is also trying to rewrite history concerning Crimson Desert. Look at this. They're claiming that Crimson Desert needs its own Cyberpunk 2077 reinvention moment, which makes absolutely no sense at all.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. Cyberpunk 2077, it was horrible. It was horribly bad at launch compared to what it is now. So it's gonna come. But to compare this game to Cyberpunk 2077, yeah, it's not perfect. It's not bug free, but yeah, that's a bit of a stretch from IGN. Yeah, there's this weird thing that goes unmentioned with regards to IGN, the game spots of when it comes to the game reviewers that I watch IGN and GameSpot's JRPG reviews. The ones running JRPG reviews, they're very good. They're very thorough, very articulate, very fair. And for some reason, the mainstream games of these journalists, that's where all the bad eggs are. Like if I watch the Octopath Traveler review of IGN, the what other review? The Dragon Quest, the Monster Hunter Stories reviews of IGN, they're really good. They're really well articulated. No woke identity politics preaching, none of the BS biased review. Very thorough, very articulate in the way they review their games. Like I think those people should be the one running the mainstream games. Those guys are like sitting quietly in the corner, properly reviewing the game, properly playing the game, and properly reviewing the games. Those guys, I think, are more deserving of reviewing the mainstream games compared to these guys.
Crimson Desert is in no way disastrous or even close to how Cyberpunk launched in 2020. When Cyberpunk launched originally, it was an embarrassment that ruined CD Projekt Red's reputation when that released. The game was rightfully attacked and it was pretty much annihilated by reviews and everything, right? It ran like garbage at release, it looked even worse, and it wasn't until a good year and then some later did that Cyberpunk then started to actually become the game that it was always meant to be. Crimson Desert, however, is not that at all. Like, look at how IGN words their opener here, saying that Crimson Desert had a rocky launch with bad controls, bad difficulty spikes and more. Yet within 2 days, almost everything they complained about was fixed already. How you can compare this to Cyberpunk at release is it's honestly just
it
pure
took a long
copium to me.
time.
Like these
It took a
journalists
really
are trying
long
to
time
paint
for
this
Cyberpunk.
game as if it launched as a broken mess like most Western games, when it didn't at all. The only time in the game for me so far where frames dropped was during this one boss fight with a guy called the Crow Caller, which, by the way, getting to that guy was absolutely insane. You had to climb this gigantic tower, and then the platform at the top of the tower, like the roof, like kind of like transforms off the tower, and then this platform just floats into the sky for minutes at a time. And then you eventually just go into the sky, and there's this massive installation just floating there, and then you have to turn on all of these like PowerPoint things and connect these cables, and then eventually by doing all of that, you can then fly up even higher above the map, and then that's where you fight the boss. Absolutely insane, dude. But even then, by the way, the game, it never crashed once for me. In fact, the game hasn't crashed for me even once on the PS5 Pro. Like, IGN tries to complain, saying that the game doesn't have enough fast travel points or like a storage box, but they do. They added all of that and more within 2 days of launch, not 2 months or a year plus, like other Western studios often take to do the same thing. IGN then says, as you can see there, that with enough fixes...
And remember, Cyberpunk issued refunds for the game. So Crimson Desert never did that. The only refunds that this game had was when people found out about AI stuff or AI art, which is, it's the future. AI is gonna be more and more involved in everything that we do, and it's only gonna get worse. So that's my take on it. And yeah, so that's the only mass refunds that I saw for this game. But again, it's like there people who are strongly against AI. I get it. It has some I'm not completely defending AI. There's some things that they what do you call this? It's not being used correctly, but this, like, if that were the case for this game, they're kind of backtracking on that. So yeah, that's the only refunds that I'm getting this game. But for Cyberpunk's case, which the framing of IGN is like it's bad. It's like Cyberpunk had to willingly issue refunds back during its launch because of how bad it was. This game was nowhere near close to that.
The Crimson Desert could be like a good game by summer this year.
Who are you talking to?
What do you mean by this summer? The game works perfectly fine as it is right now. What are you talking about? There's nothing game-breakingly bad about it like your typical Western releases. Like, this is what I'm talking about, man. These journalists are trying to rewrite history right now because their hit pieces didn't work for this game the first time. They said that Crimson Desert sucked, so the stock then dropped. People finally played it for themselves, realized that they loved it. It sold 3 million copies, and then the stock flies all the way back up, so all their damage was undone. Now, apparently, Crimson Desert is like Cyberpunk at release, despite there being no credible evidence confirming that whatsoever. These are the people that are tasked with being honest in games, by the way. If you believe the journalists, you would think that Crimson Desert runs at like 2 frames per second and crashes every single minute, when in reality, it runs at a 60 FPS stable with all the bells and whistles and doesn't crash once, even on PS5 Pro. These people are just...
And another thing, I watched the video review of IGN, so I kind of agree with Asmongold on it, where they weren't really... They reviewed it in such a way where they were complaining about the experience that they had with Pearl Abyss, where the guy had to play the game again. There was a patch that came in that corrupted his save, so he had to play it again. So it's like, for us as the consumers or people buying the game, we don't care about that stuff, man. We don't care what you went through. I think it's like a natural part of getting to play the game early. There's gonna be bugs that you experience more than us when we get the game. So it's part of the job, and that shouldn't be the factor. That shouldn't be a factor of evaluating the game. It's like the part where you should be reviewing is the iteration on what we will get as consumers on day one, not what you went through. Like, you had to patch the game and you had to repeat the game. Yeah, that's why IGN got a lot of criticism, because they reviewed that part, which you shouldn't be.
Lying, and I'm kind of sick of it, dude. Like, here, you want my recommendation? Maybe IGN and other places like them could work on their hiring processes, because they seem to just be hiring anybody over there. If this is
whoever's reviewing your JRPGs, IGN, promote them to the mainstream games. They do a really good job reviewing your JRPGs. Yeah, I know people. I'm probably the few who watch the JRPG reviews of IGN. They're actually really, really good. So I think those people who are in charge of those are more deserving to review games than whoever's doing the mainstream games division.
passes for journalism these days, which is honestly pathetic. It's just a bunch of corporates bootlicking shills that can't for the life of them even tell you if a game is good or not, unless it fits their checklists or ideologies to a T. If Crimson Desert was made by a Western developer, especially a AAA one, I guarantee you it would have had even higher reviews than it did, because these people just prefer those sorts of games over ones that are made in the East. It is what it is. But these people, these IGNs and whatnot, they're really only in it to like ruin the games that you like, man. It's honestly sad to see. So you should just cut through the noise, play the games that you actually like, and go listen to someone who maybe actually plays the games over an IGN. Like, just do that instead. These people never cared about it, and that's clearer every single day. Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching. Subscribe if you'd like to. But Crimson Desert is like Cyberpunk at launch. You people are delusional. You have like lost your credibility years ago, I know, and still you keep just digging the grave even deeper. What are you doing? No wonder games journalism is dying the way that it is. But if this is what they want to spew, what do you expect, right? But unreal. Anyways, see you next time.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm sending the link again here. So yeah, it's basically, it's never meant to be, a game is not meant to be for everyone. So if you like, yeah, I'm not shitting on the game, but the game is for me, it's not for me. After watching a lot of reviews and seeing what people had to say about the game, what they like about the game, it's just that I'm not inclined to play a highly quantity driven game right now. I might try it in the future when it gets on discount and when I have more free time. But right now it's not in my priorities. That's why it's like, it's like, while the discussion was really hot last week, it's like I feel like I wasn't ready to talk about it yet until like, the hype kind of died down a little bit and people are kind of more open to what I have to say. But anyway, yeah, that's it. Crimson Desert, like, I think generally speaking, it's a good game, especially given all its like massive amount of features. And yeah, I might try it in the future, but just not now. Maybe in a year or two, maybe. Okay, let's see what the comments has to say. Okay, normally watch. Okay. Okay, let's start here. With melodic method. Okay. Just like the suits running the AAA studios, all trying to make a successful live service game, and that's a very difficult thing to do. Yeah, we'll get into that in very shortly. Actually, that's the next story. Yeah, it's like that time has already come. That time has gone. It's very clear now more than ever that live service is not sustainable anymore, like at all. Like, yeah, it's like it's time to wind back, make smaller games, more targeted. You can you can still make money in this industry, but you need, now more than ever, you have to clearly define who your target or audience is, and you have to make your projects much more sustainable, not this endless feeding of the machine, thinking that it's going to be an infinite money glitch. It's just not. It's not going to work that way anymore. Businesses chase trends. If one live service game does well, suddenly everyone wants to make money. Yeah, that's true. Which some companies don't, or at least some companies pivoted, and some companies don't do it at all, and it's giving them massive dividends, which I will show shortly. Nah, it's an 8. Yeah, that's for me. That's like a 7 or an 8. It's not. I don't think it's a 9 out of 10 game, honestly, despite how massive it is in scope and in production value. Yeah, I heard the story was kind of meh, and the controls were pretty bad too. Yeah, that's what I heard. So it's like, it's features that I'm not happy. It's features that I don't want to hear, but I get why people like those games. I mean, I like Skyrim, I like Fallout, but it's not the game I want to play right now at this point in time. For people who don't need story and just want to run around mugging mooks and bosses and leveling, it's heaven. The story seems to be, yeah, exactly. It's like it's such a content mill type of game. Not I don't mean that in a condescending way, but if you're the type who just wants to jump in, like do whatever you see in the game world and keep doing it for a long time, then I can see it being a good game. And I think it's a good game because of that. His name is Damien Weird. Well, it's from a Korean studio, so there's gonna be some things that are lost in translation along the way. So they'll probably get better as they make more games. I haven't played any of the other characters and don't care to until they make me. Yeah, I heard it takes like dozens and dozens of hours to unlock the next character. So you're probably not there yet, Super Bludgeon. So yeah, you'll probably get to them eventually. they are rolling out patches at a decent pace. It still feels like the devs are using the player base as beta. Yeah, that's the reality with these games that are especially massive in scope, that are MMO like. Like it's gonna happen. It really is. But good on them for them to release it really, really fast. But then again, this is Korea. And in Asia, it's a really a toxic, crazy work culture. So yeah, that's it comes at the expense of them having to work 24/7, I believe. No handholding, get good script. Yeah, I think like that's the problem with the discourse of get good. Like I think there's some valid criticism with regards to the jankiness on unnecessarily difficult. Like right now, it's like it's being eroded by people saying, "Oh, you just gotta get good. Oh, you just suck." Like there's if there's a valid criticism about spike difficulty, it gets lost because of what's happening right now with the West games being way too accessible, way too handholdy. In fact, there's a side that it's actually valid that yeah, there's something wrong about the design of the difficulty in this particular point in the game, which I hope that gets rectified in the coming years. $200 million games doing the industry. Yeah, it's same thing with movies and TV shows. Like, if you can wind down the cost now more than ever, given the disposable income and purchasing power of people is getting lower and lower, it wouldn't hurt to scale down your game. The graphics nowadays, they're okay already. I'm not really looking for a high graphics that go beyond what we're seeing already today. I think I prioritize better game performance, better gameplay, more features, more gameplay features than bigger worlds and better graphics. Custom built engines lead to high production costs. It makes more sense to use common assets. But my problem with that is like, I feel like a lot of devs don't do enough to distinguish themselves from the Unreal Engine look. If they can make it look like if they can make it look in such a way that you won't know that it's made by Unreal Engine, that's fine with me. But the thing is, I see a lot of devs develop in such a way that it's an Unreal Engine game. Like when I see a first instance, like, oh, it's an Unreal Engine photorealistic game. That's it. Like if they can make it visually distinct, that doesn't make it look like an Unreal Engine game, then yeah, that's fine. Then I'm all for it. Yeah, it is. I hear such mixed reviews on this game, Crimson Desert. Yeah, it is the kind of game that you need to do hard research if it's for you. Like I kept mentioning in the chat earlier, like, is it for me? I don't think so, because I'm someone who likes story and narratives, not in this game. I want a more linear experience, but more packed with content and more more meaningful content. That's not this game. So it's like, for me, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna steer clear for now. Maybe I'll wait for the fixes and more optimizations. 4 hours to cross the map. That's what I've heard from the reviews. Like it literally takes 4 hours to cross from one end to the other. So that's I'm hearing it from reviews on YouTube. So that's my basis. I haven't played the game, so I can't really say. Yeah, so if it's stuttering really bad, let me know so that I'll try to make. Yeah, I'll probably turn off my webcam or something. But if it's okay, then yeah, it should be fine. No bias overview. The game story is there. I don't think it's ass, but it's definitely not good. The exploration is amazing. Combat, just need to get used to control. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. It's like the story's kind of meh and could be better. That's the best feedback I about the story. And yeah, it's a game where no hand holding. You have to get used to it in order to fully appreciate it. That's what I've heard as well. Hi, Junebug. I'm split on this game. I have yet to play it, but with the reviews of it is wild. From what I know, it's not an actual RPG, which confused everyone. It's a sandbox style. Yeah, that's what I get to. It's a sandbox game with some RPG elements, with some light RPG elements. So yeah, for me, that's okay. It's like that's fine, especially given how open world it is. I don't think they can go super deep with the RPG mechanics, which is fine. It's like, there's always a market. If there's a hardcore RPG fan base, there's other games for them to play. The definition of RPG is very loose now. Yeah, that's true. Like the line of the definition of an RPG is kind of it's getting blurry and blurrier as time passes. I agree. I'm 70 hours in and I discovered a laser beam helmet. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a gorilla in there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's just so many things this game does Like I know generally speaking that's a good thing, but for me, it's like I like if I'm gonna play an action RPG, I'm not expecting. I don't want to play a game of chess or something. I'm not really looking to play poker. That's for me. It's like it's like if it's. I'd rather a game set out to do what it does well rather than being like eat all you can buffet than doing it just okay. At least that's how I want my games to be right now. But I get the appeal of having so many features in a game. When people say X 100 hours, I think that's if you want to do everything in game, not to get to the. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely the case. Like, I the reviews I watched were saying like, oh, at first I wanted to just do the main story, but there's just so many things that the game world led me to do that I end up doing so many side quests. At least that's the reviews I'm seeing right now. So I think that's the appeal of Crimson Desert. It's not the main story. It's not MSQ. It's the game world and so many things to do. So yeah. So when I heard that, it's like yeah, I'll hold off. It's not for me. It's not necessarily bad, but it's not for me. At least not at this point in time. Yeah. What? Well, this isn't. Yeah. It's pretty subjective, but for me, it's an RPG. At least it has some elements of an RPG, like equipment, skill points. Like I feel those are elements of an RPG. Dialogue, quests. At least that's for me. But then again, other genres also do that already. So yeah, it's genres are becoming more blurrier as time passes. The skill system reminds me of Neo. Yeah, I played a little bit of Neo 1, but yeah, I think it kind of does with the point system. Does follow, I think, some of the elements of a Souls game when it comes to the point system. I'll wait for a sale for this game, or I'm just gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a sale too. I'll probably just wait for a sale. Because yeah, I don't think I'm gonna fully enjoy this game, to be honest. The story style of this game is basically like Dragon's Dogma, which is all gameplay and low. Yeah, people are. There's also a discourse online, people saying that Dragon's Dogma 2 is the superior game compared to this. So yeah, I can't really I can't really have a say because like I haven't played both games. I miss X Play. Yeah, those days. Those days where gaming actually meant something and it accommodated the majority, which are males, which nowadays Western games kind of forgot. But did Cyberpunk ever really reach the highs it could have otherwise? I feel like it just got way too overhyped, especially the goodwill CD Projekt was at the time with The Witcher 3. People had so much faith in CD Projekt, and then they really believed in that hype so much, and then they kind of overdid it. Like they overdid it in much worse than Crimson Desert. Because I feel like Crimson Desert was way too hyped. Not that I'm saying the game is bad, but it got hyped up way too much that even people who wouldn't like this game got the marketing that it was going to be really, really good. But Cyberpunk got marketed in a really hyperbolic level that it never should have. Rocky launch, 250 concurrent players on Steam. Yeah, it's weird. Like, it only works one way for the other side. Like, we shouldn't be using Steam DB if it doesn't support their narrative. Yeah, it's yeah. There's a reason why we don't trust games journalists anymore, or at least most of them. Like and subscribe. Yeah, thank you, Wayfair. Appreciate it. I played Cyberpunk 2077 9 months after. Oh, it's Rotax Hippie on Rumble. I think it's much better on the PS5 or on PC on medium compared to the PS4. I heard it doesn't run well on the PS4. But I like the game. I finished the main story and the expansion. I like the game, but it's not. I wouldn't put it as like one of my all-time favorites. I wouldn't put it like I like it more than The Witcher 3, but it's still a good game now. It's a good game right now. But like yeah, I think you'll have a better experience on the PS5 or on PC if you have access to that. The turns who get their on these in a bundle over AI. Yeah, exactly. It's like if like I want to tell those people like you have no idea how deeply AI integrated this in my current workflow. Like it makes my work so much easier and so much faster at the same with the same level of quality. That will take me hours upon hours to do manually. So yeah, I'm pro AI generally speaking. Yeah, I don't like the fact that you example, you make a YouTube video that's example like the one I talked about earlier, you copied Gary's voice. That's a bridge too far. Don't do that. But in your if you're preparing spreadsheets or generating a generic image for you to edit, I think it's fine. I think it's okay. I think it makes it better. Good night, Big Z. I think you're gone already. But yeah, have a good night. IGN's article proves that they have a vendetta against this game. Yeah, the mainstream IGN games journalists, I think they should be fired. I think the ones that should replace them are the JRPG ones. Give the JRPG reviewers in the IGN a chance. Yeah, if there's a particular JRPG you're considering getting, try checking out IGN's JRPG reviews. I believe that the journalists there, they're much more credible, and they were really thorough in their review, not like the mainstream ones who spew garbage. Yeah, I feel the same. Massive open world games that move slow aren't really my sphere. People exactly. It's yeah. When I say I don't like it, that doesn't mean the game sucks. It's just it's not for me. But I can see you like it, and I'm happy for you. I like to keep reiterating that because someone's gonna say, "Oh, you just don't like video games," or "I'm just like an IGN journalist." Yeah. It is very time consuming. Yeah, which is look, video games in general are time consuming, but I don't want it done. For me, I want it done in such a way that it's more immersive, kind of like a JRPG story, more than do this task repeatedly, which is I know Crimson Desert is. Isn't WoW even petering? That game used to be a titan. I know it doesn't make it what it used to. Yeah, definitely. It's been around for the longest time, and at the same time, it's being overrun by DEI hires too. I've seen the latest trailers of the latest expansion packs. You see more feminine characters, more rainbow colors, more light aesthetics compared to what it once was from the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. I feel like it's fallen so far off. I'm not a WoW player per se. I'm not a hardcore WoW player, but you can definitely see the difference between the trailers now of the expansions compared to the trailers back then. It's vastly different. Making movies used to be cheap. Making video games used to be cheap. Neither is true anymore. That is a problem. But there are ways for me, there are ways to not make it as expensive as they're making it out to be. You can. I don't think it has to be 200 million, 500 million. I think that's a ridiculous amount. I do notice the way Japan articulates their development costs. Oh, we spent a shit ton of money on this. We spent 100 million, but to people on the West, that's just below their average. You can make it work. You can. It's just that people in the West don't. They still believe that if we make it work for a live service game, it's going to be an infinite money glitch. They still believe in that. But I think they're going to reach the point this year and in the next that's not. They're gonna learn that lesson the hard way. That it's not the case. I spent so much time improving my camp. There's so many systems that feel the need to set up before I can actually run around. Yeah, I forgot. There's also a feature where you can build your own base too. So it's this game's the game has everything, but at the same time, I don't want that to be the standard setter. I don't want every game to have everything. For me, that's a net negative for the games industry. I want my games to be diverse. There's a game that's massive in production cost and in features, but I also want that smaller game where it's focused on my JRPGs, stuff like that. Not enough babes. Well, at least mods can fix that. I imagine mods are gonna fix that, if not already. I haven't looked at the mods of Crimson Desert, but I can imagine there are already at this point in time. Mass open world games are always going to have bugs like that at launch. Yeah, absolutely. If there's just you need to have thousands upon thousands of QA, which doesn't make sense in a financial perspective. That's part of the problem with the scope being so big. Even Rockstar can't squash all the bugs. Yeah, GTA 6 is not going to be bug free. It's not, despite the billions spent on it already. It's not going to be a bug. It's not going to be a clean bug free game. Now you can reuse engines, reuse game engines. RE engine has been around for yeah. It's just that I'm okay with proprietary engines being reused and being updated. It's just that I don't want the trend of all the game devs relying on one particular engine. That's all I want. It's like, I want visuals to be distinct for mini games, not all of them looking like Expedition 33 kind of visuals. I feel like, that's good. I'm gonna feel like that's gonna feel mundane at some point. Yeah, I've seen plenty of bad review saying the game is bad. I've seen reviews saying the game is good. So yeah, you really need to do your hard research and really assess yourself if you want to what do you call this? If you feel that you as an individual will like the game. Yeah, an MMORPG isn't going to be for all people. Yeah, for sure. Some like RPG, but not the yeah. I'm in that camp. Like for me, the most I will like is Skyrim type of games. Any bigger than that, I feel like it's too much. I don't understand the offline MMO comparison. Either the meat and bones of MMOs are PvP and raiding, and you can't do that solo. I think originally Crimson Desert was supposed to be a MMO, if I'm not mistaken, but that late into the development cycle decided, oh, let's just make it single player instead. So that's why it feels. I think that's why it was so massive and a lot of features because it was supposed to be an MMO, kind of like a sequel to Black Desert, but instead they decided to make it single player, which is why I believe the story was done last minute, which is why it's bare bones. So yeah. You're reading the chat now. Yeah, I whenever I'm doing video, reacting to a video, because like I don't want the video to stretch out so long. So what I do is I let the video play, video commentary. Then when I'm done with the video, I'll check the comments. Waiting for a sales the right to go. Yeah. For me, it's like I'm gonna wait for it like 30, 40 bucks. I feel like that's the price point that's gonna be worth it for me. Last gen Cyberpunk stopped getting updated a long time ago. Yeah, that's what I've been told. That's what I've been told in my personal Discord. One of my followers there said, yeah, there's a huge difference between PS4 Cyberpunk and PS5 Cyberpunk. Wow, it's been around for 22 years now. That's pretty. Yeah, it is, and it's still going. To be fair, it's still going. The brand prestige of being the top profitable MMO, it's still there. So in fairness, like that's still an achievement on its own. Like, they could have easily fumbled the bag and shut down the game, but it's still running and people are still willing to pay for it. So yeah. Alone and Gay again. It keeps leaving you on the lurch. Yeah. Well, Phil's has plans within the next year to move to Nevada. So I might as well give him accommodate. And for me, it's like I see it in such a way that it's I always at the back of my mind, I always think, I should do these more often. I should live stream more often on my own and make more commentary videos. Cause like in a YouTube growth perspective, I should be doing that. I actually should. So it's like maybe this kind of it's like, the invisible hand guiding me that I should do this more often, which on the back of my mind, I always do. It's like, in my personal channel, like when Phil does his live streams on his own channels, I should be doing that more actually. So on top of making videos, I should be live streaming more and, be more up talking about these latest news in video games. So I consider this as kind of like my practice, to be honest, to go back to doing that stuff. So yeah. Make no mistake, video games and movies can be cheaper, and the goal is to do so. Yeah, they're gonna have to in this next topic we're gonna talk about. They have to. They absolutely have to. The game does feel a bit overstuffed. That's me just hearing it. I feel that way already. Depending how you look at it, there's a lot of value in that, or it feels unfocused in a jack of all trades and master of none kind of way. Yeah, like it depends who you're talking to. To some people, that's a good thing. They feel that's the value that they get to do so many things for so many hours. For me, it's like I'm more of a quality over quantity kind of guy when it comes to single player games. So I'll probably get it eventually, but just not now. I feel like I have so many games in my backlog. There's incoming JRPGs I want to play, so I'll get it somewhere down the line. Black Desert was great until you get the PvP level. Yeah, I never played Black Desert. It's like for me, it's such a massive investment in time to be able to play MMOs. So yeah, well, if if Black Desert made enough money to make Crimson Desert, then I'm assuming the game is really good. I'm close to 30 hours and I'm still waiting for the game to get its hooks me. Yeah, that's a lot of time for you to put in. It's like I heard people Jake Baldino, if I'm not mistaken, the guy from Game Ranks said you need at least 8 hours, but you're already in hour 30. So I don't know if you're willing to play a game for 30 hours, then I'm inclined to believe you like the game to a certain extent. Maybe not the best game in the world. It doesn't have to be, but if you're willing to clock in 30 hours to play a game, then you probably like it to some extent, even if you don't realize it yet. Maybe that's the case. You just don't realize that you like it yet. Do you have daylight savings? We do not. We do not. It's yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I know I was intentionally an hour late today because like I needed more time to consolidate all the stuff I wanted to talk about today. But I know I was supposed to go live like an hour earlier. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how you guys put up with it, but I kind of have to adjust to it with one of my clients because like one of my clients is in the US. But yeah, it's annoying. It is. It's like it's much easier to stay fixed, in my opinion, to just one. You don't have to keep moving an hour every couple of months, every several months. If you got hooked yet, if you have not got hooked yet after 30 hours, it won't, because nothing besides later game mechanics will do it. Yeah, I feel like by 30 hours, you should already have a fundamental understanding of the game loop. But at the same time, if you're willing to play for that long, that means you liked it. Like, if you really hate the game, you wouldn't, like, not even 10 hours. You won't clock in 10 hours. At least that's for me. I hate MMO. So yeah, as far as I know, even especially mobile MMOs, there's even an autoplay for you already. So it's really just the dopamine hit, literally just the dopamine hit of making your numbers go higher or buying the in-game items for your numbers to go higher. But hey, I think it's done a lot of favors for Pearl Abyss. That's why they were able to make, Crimson Desert. Anyway, okay, I'm caught up with the comments. Okay, next story. For me, this is the biggest story of the week. Even though I feel like, yeah, a lot of people talked about it, but I feel like it's not being talked about enough. At least not to the degree of Crimson Desert. And that is the Fortnite layoffs. So this week, it's just a few days ago, a couple of days ago, apparently another 1,000 employees got laid off from developing Fortnite, which is, for me, that's shocking because, for me, Fortnite has always been the golden child, that chose the Anakin, the Anakin Skywalker of live service games, the chosen one, who, the shining beacon, the example, the live service game that all companies want to have that recurring cash flow, to be sustainable, to be extremely profitable. And it's the big game that set that live service trend. And it's like, it's a shocker for me that they've been losing money. Apparently they've been losing. All this while I've been thinking they make billions and billions a month, but apparently they've been losing money for a couple of months now. And it's like, yeah, that's for a game like Fortnite, for that to be happening. So I believe Endymion made a video about this too. Like, if it's happening to the #1 live service game, so what's the financial impact on the ones below it? Like it's the same thing with Battlefield 6. It's the same thing with High Guard. It's now gone, the dead game. It's the same thing with Marathon. It's the same thing with Concord, and it's the same with many of the failed live service games. It's the same with Square Enix's Avengers game. It's the same with Babylon's. So many, a lot of live service games kind of fell off. So it's like, if Fortnite is losing money, what does that say about the model in general? What does that say with, it wouldn't surprise me at this point if Apex Legends wasn't doing that well, if Valorant wasn't doing that well, maybe even Counter-Strike. But I think Counter-Strike is still okay. But yeah, what does that say about the trend in going all in with this live service, or investing in general in live service? I think it's a bad idea, which is why I kept saying in the Crimson Desert video earlier that, I think this is the point where game companies are forced to, you gotta jump ship on this live service chasing. Like it's gonna lead to nowhere. It's just gonna lead to further losses. I think we're at that point that we kept saying this for the longest time. We've been saying this for several years that this is not sustainable. The big players already captured the majority of the market. It's too saturated, but they don't want to listen. They kept insisting that, oh, we'll hit the jackpot. We'll hit the jackpot at some point. But now with Fortnite, the number one game, the game that will immediately come to people's minds when you say live service, it's actually gonna, I think this is the point where game companies will need to start to take a look at. You know what? Yeah, people aren't willing to keep paying money. They're not willing to buy that Fortnite skin anymore. They're not willing to buy that piece of cosmetic anymore to keep the game running. So I think we should go back to making our games smaller and much more sustainable and properly and adequately target, that particular gamer you want to accommodate, which is us. Like Kim Kardashian in your video game isn't gonna do wonders. People who are fans of Kim Kardashian don't play video games. Sorry, they're not the video game demographic. So yeah, it's crazy to me that like this layoff together with 500 million of identified cost savings. So even then, this is the shocking part. It's the first part. Like the downturn in Fortnite engagement that started in 2025. So it started last year. Not this year. It started last year. That they're spending more than they're making. So they've been losing money for a year now, over almost a year now. Like, and the layoff is not even counted with the $500 million spend. So that's for me, that's crazy. That's crazy spending. I expected Fortnite to be making a shitload of money, like even up to now. But the fact that they've been losing money since 2025, like, yeah, it's like for me, this is the ultimate wake up call. It's like if companies still are trying to chase this live service trend, and they're still going all in, spending this amount of money, spending this amount of money trying to chase, then I'm sorry, I think you deserve to shut down. You do. You have really poor business acumen at that point. Not even just in a game development standpoint, in a business acumen in general standpoint. So yeah, it's like I'm not, since it's a thing now, I should note that the layoffs aren't related to AI. Well, but nah, I don't believe this. You are gonna incorporate AI to a certain degree if you are bleeding 500 million. I don't know if this per annum or per month, but that's a lot of money to be bleeding out. So you will incorporate AI to some point to save money and to be more efficient. You just are, if you're gonna lose that much money. Yeah. So if the golden goose, if the golden child of live service is losing money, then it wouldn't surprise me if everyone else below it is losing money too. So yeah. So I think this is the point where we're gonna see more single player games, which I'm all in for. I am 100% all in for. So yeah. So I'm gonna put a different spin on this a little bit. This is gonna be a little bit self-indulgent for me. So to kind of prove my point that we as a hardcore gamer collective, we want more smaller sized single player games. I can prove it with the coming articles. So first is, I know this is pretty kind of out there articles, but as a JRPG content creator, I just want to prove a point. So first is first is Square. It's like despite their revenue declining, this is a pretty new article just in February. So they still were able to generate an operating income of 39%. So an increase because of their back catalog. Let me see where it is. Because Square Enix has been, for those unaware, they've been overhauling the way they develop games. Because back in 2020 to 2022 to 2023, they've been churning out so many games, but in terms of quality, they were kind of subpar. So given that their revenues weren't doing that well, so they decided to pivot for the next couple of years they decided to do remasters only or very, very few games because they wanted to overhaul the way they do games. They want to release lesser games but more quality. So so what they're doing now is like they're kind of backtracking on the AAA blockbuster type of games. They're making instead making more games like Octopath Traveler, Dragon Quest, HD 2D, which I think it's doing very well for them. I like Octopath Traveler very much, and they've been remaking games on a smaller scale, and they stopped being exclusive to PlayStation. They're prioritizing multi-platform now, especially the Switch. So yeah, so although it's because the decline in revenue is because of what do you call this, the lack of games, because they're busy developing games. They're letting it cook for them to be good. I expect them to release more better games in 2027 onwards, because 2027 is the start of the year where they overhauled the way they operate. So yeah, so even if their revenues are down, their operating income is 39%. So for me, that shows that people are looking for smaller games. You know, me as a JRPG YouTuber, like I want smaller scale games with emphasis on good storytelling, with linear story, and not too open world. So if that's not proof enough that we want smaller games, here's another article by Atlas. So Atlas is the developers of Persona, the Persona games, and more recently Metaphor. So Atlas again, they raised the salaries of all their employees. So Atlas tends to do this on an annual basis now. So new employees at the entry level positions, so get a monthly raise to 300k yen. So, which is about 15%. So that's crazy. It's like you wouldn't be doing that, in my opinion, if you were losing money. If you were, if you were bleeding 500 million on your video game, no way on earth are you gonna do this. You're not gonna raise salaries of everyone across the board by 15%. It's not happening. So the fact that Atlas managed to do this, so take in mind this is an article from March 17th, so very, very recent. So before someone accuses me, oh great, that's an old article. So it's a very, very new article. So that shows me that they're doing very well for them to be able to do this. And then finally, yeah, definitely, self-indulging here. Neon Falcon increased their income by a whopping 670%. So that is crazy. That is really crazy. So this article came out Feb 13, 2026. So because of my game of the year for last year, Trails in the Sky first chapter. So to me, what this tells me is like, it's not because of necessarily just because of economic downturn, just because the West is losing 500 million in losses for it's because they're not accommodating to the people they actually should be targeting, and that development is way too expensive. You really need to wind down your development costs, make it sustainable, make it make it small scale, make it single player, and to make your money back. That this infinite money perspective of live service game, it should stop. I think it should, especially for Sony, where they're recovering from that, which I'll get into later, and we're bearing the brunt of the cost of Sony's mistakes. So that's another topic. But yeah, that I just wanted to prove my point with these three articles: Square, Atlas. I know they're all JRPG companies, but they're doing really, really well, and they're doing quite well despite being a much smaller game that's more targeted for people like me. Their finances are good. They're doing really, really well, which compared to the much bigger competitors who are bleeding really, really hard right now. Anyway, so yeah, let me read the comments before I move to the video. Okay. Yeah, okay. Autoplay for MMO. Yeah, it's for particularly for mobile MMOs. There's an autoplay button, which is for me is weird. Why even play the game at that point if there's an autoplay? Probably being replaced by 100% Epic is gonna replace people with AI. If you're losing 500M, you have to find ways to cut costs while at the same time continue to keep the lights on. So AI definitely the forefront of that. How much profit does Fortnite make as opposed to revenue? Yeah, according to the article, they're losing. They are losing they are losing 500M according to my, because like the way they said it's like we're spending significantly more than we're making. So net loss. That's definitely a net loss. How are they, yeah, exactly. How are they losing money? It's like I would have thought this whole time they would have been making so much money. So, but apparently that, you know, that that train has crashed a long time ago. So I hope that's a lesson that the other companies pick up. What does that mean for League of Legends? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on the Riot side. I'm not sure how League of Legends and Valorant is doing. But if they were offloading so many companies, if Tencent is offloading all their smaller companies, all the JRPG companies, I would say that it's not doing so well either to sustain new projects. So there's that too. It's like I think it's not generating mass amounts of revenue for them to take more risks. That's why they're winding down on their single player indie game ventures. Well, actually start getting games. Like, yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. Despite the brutal, I feel bad for for employees losing their jobs. I do, but it's a product of really bad decision making by the higher ups, thinking that the live service trend will go on forever. Especially we're still dealing with the repercussions of over investment during COVID, thinking that people will play games forever, even after COVID is finished, after the quarantine's finished, which is not true. No, Kim K doesn't. They play crap like Candy Crush and don't understand those aren't the same demographic as the people playing for it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Epic spent too much money on getting all these expensive celebrities and all those expensive events for them to run. Like, they probably made good money, but not enough for it to be a net profit. That's probably what happened. So again, you should be winding down and properly targeting your demographic to be sustainable, to have sustainable video games. Hypnotic pointed out that they're losing money because of the free games for Epic Launcher that no one uses, and Fortnite can't subsidize it anymore. Yeah, that's true. It's like I think Tim Sweeney has been blowing the money too incorrectly. It's like, yeah, I go to Epic Games. Like I bought a few games, a few cheap games, very, very cheap games, like $20, $10, $15. Not the on-release games. I buy those on Steam. Like whenever I see a good deal on Epic, I sometimes barely buy them on an Epic Game Store. So otherwise, I go there, I get the free game, then that's it. Which I'm pretty sure 98 to 99% of other people do. Yeah, so I think like, yeah, EGS hasn't really done anything to make people want to stay in that platform because Steam is clearly the dominant platform. It has most of the features. Most people are there already. It has more games. Actually, Epic. There's a lot of JRPGs that are not in Epic Game Store. I think I actually think the JRPG companies don't want to be listed at Epic Game Store. I think they perceive Epic Game Store to be inferior when it comes to branding because I hardly see there's fewer JRPGs in Epic Game Store. I'm not sure why. Blowing a bunch of money on licenses like Telltale still. Yep. And I think for a time it worked in the early years of Fortnite up until the mid stages. But right now, I think it's not worth it anymore. I think they're blowing more money than they are making. So yeah. We doesn't buy enough skins. Yeah, we're not buying Beardo skin and not enough people buying Beardo skins. Yeah, they I don't know. It depends how much they spend on putting, but again, it's like they've been doing this for years already with regards to giving away free games. So yeah, I think it's better if they just stop doing that. I agree. I think it's better if, but then again, I don't know what Epic can do at this point to compete with Steam. They have nothing apart from that. But then if I go in there just to collect and not to stay in your platform and buy games, then what's the point? but Disney invested $1 billion. All went to DEI BS and shitty shows. I'm not up to date anymore with regards to the chain of power in Disney. Iger's about to retire and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm kind of burnt out with Disney. And it's like whenever something new about Disney comes out, it's like I'm not enthusiastic about it anymore. I'm not really excited anymore. It's like when Phil brings it up, then we'll talk about it. But in terms of me being proactive in looking for those stories, not anymore. Then whining and crying about Steam being a monopoly and trying to get a lawsuit started makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's true. I haven't been up to date with that either. I know Steam has a lot of lawsuits going on right now, but I can imagine Epic playing a hand on it just to try to break their momentum, which is for me stupid. Just offer something people want, which you don't have. You really don't. Epic Games, it's really inferior compared to Steam. No reason for you to prefer Epic Game Store over Steam. Square Enix basically destroyed Final Fantasy 15, taking too long to make. Yeah, that's another article too that came out recently where the average demographic of Final Fantasy is 35 years old, which is crazy. Which is people around my age. Like, it's like I would expect it to be a lot younger. But the thing is, the younger generations don't play JRPGs as much. They don't appreciate Final Fantasy anymore because, again, yeah, they take way too long. They take way too long to develop video games, which, yeah, again, which further reinforces my reasoning where you need to scale your game smaller, make it more sustainable, cost less, takes less time to develop, and stuff like that. People are not really in the market for like super groundbreaking graphics anymore, or breaking the boundaries of visual aesthetics anymore. They just want good gameplay more than anything else. Yeah, most I stopped even looking to see what free games they have. And last thing I played there was Metro Exodus. Yeah, it's like, yeah, me personally, it's like, it's like only if it's like a very I know it's expensive AAA game that they're giving away, then that's the only time I'll log in. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother anymore if it's a game that I don't really know. And hi, last relic. Yeah, doing good. Hi, Rabnet. No Phil tonight. Yeah, he has to go to he has a wedding to attend to with his cousin. But I think it's his wedding it's a second wedding with Harambe. And good night, Mr. Milktokes. Yeah, have a good sleep. Okay. Steam has been around for so long. Yeah, it's been they've had time to not only iron out all the bugs, but they have added in meaningful ways. The only thing that will pose a threat for Steam, in my opinion, is if Gabe Newell steps down and then someone shitty takes his place. That's the only threat I see with Steam with regards to if someone very greedy takes over. I think that's gonna ruin Steam too as a platform. For me, that's the biggest threat of Steam right now. When Lord Gaben gets too old and he has to retire, and whoever takes his place, has a different mindset from Gabe, I think that's when Steam is about to get ruined. But otherwise, Steam will maintain its monopoly. Okay, so yeah, so that's for me. For me, this is the biggest story of the week, the Fortnite story. So that's basically my take. But let's take a look at. Shout out to Legendary Drops. He made a video of this too. So yeah, let's see what he has to say about the Fortnite situation. So maybe he raised some points that I didn't either. But yeah, it's like this. If this is not the wake up call that AAA studios need to reconsider chasing the trend that'll lead to a dead end, then I don't know what will. Then I think these companies deserve to shut down if they don't pivot to smaller scale games. But anyway, let's see what Legendary Drops has to say.
I can't believe it's actually happening.
Wait, I've been speaking for so long. Yeah, if these headphones, if there's no audio, it's gonna shut itself off. Okay, anyway. So here's Legendary Drops with his take on the Fortnite situation.
Fortnite has fallen. The mythical dragon that the games industry has been chasing for the better part of a decade.
It's a little fast, but let me know if it's too fast. But it's at 1.25. Oh, no, it's 1.5. My bad. 1.25. There we go.
The success that they have been trying to emulate pretty much across the entire games industry is in so much trouble that their CEO came out and flat out said, we are losing players, we are losing money, we need to lay off 1,000 people, and we still need an additional $500 million in cost savings. Good God. I don't think people understand just how valuable it is for the games industry to realize that this game is mortal, that it bleeds just like everything else. And the problems
like I said, it's the golden child of live service. Like whenever we say what's the most successful / profitable live service game, it's top of mind is always Fortnite. And all these companies wanted a piece of the pie, which it's gone. The pie is fully eaten, you know. You know what I mean?
Epic is having, the problems that Fortnite is having is going to send a shockwave across the industry. Now, to be fair, the problems that they're going through, the loss of players that Fortnite is seeing, well, it's a lot. Believe me, you guys are going to be pretty shocked by this. It's not the only part of their problem. The issues that they're suffering from are the same ones that are basically plaguing all of the Western games industry, where they have too many employees. They are spending way too much money. They're not paying attention to the audience that they already have. And because of that, they put themselves into a weakened position where even just the slightest change in temperature is a crisis to these guys. So today, we're going to be talking about how much trouble Fortnite and Epic are in right now, what this actually means for the games industry, and also how some analysts are saying that really it's Eastern games at fault. You know, sometimes...
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Which matches with the articles I showed earlier. I showed like JRPGs companies doing really, really well right now, despite the economic downturn, despite all these AAA games failing, despite the shutdowns, despite the layoffs. So yeah, of course, gaslight the East, you know.
Sometimes it pays to be right. But before that, a bit of a confessional. Today's video is sponsored by Helix Mattress, and I have been insanely excited to talk about this, mostly because I'm a terrible sleeper. Historically, I've always had a problem with it. I run hot, but since switching, I've been sleeping way deeper and waking up feeling actually rested instead of just
sponsoring
tremendous enough. Thank you to Helix for sponsoring today's video, and also thank you to Helix for fixing my sleep. I never thought I'd ever be around to be able to make this video. Fortnite has been the games industry's golden child for nearly a decade now.
I said the exact same thing. The exact same term. Okay, that's funny. Anyway.
Largely responsible for the live service boom, for the rise of battle royales, and honestly, I think it makes perfect sense. Why? Because since launch, Fortnite has reportedly made over $42 billion. It's pulled in over 650 million registered players and still has around 110 active players, just reported in 2026.
That's crazy. Despite I'm drinking water in the meantime. That's why I kept my webcam off. But it's crazy that despite this many players playing, they're bleeding 500M. Like, yeah, that's I don't know. That's nutty. Like, it goes to show this business model for video games isn't working anymore. We have to go back to basics. You know, when the single player game, when the game launches, just have some funds allotted for post game support, and that's it. You know, grab your profit and go for the next project. There's no such thing as infinite money glitch. It just isn't.
It earns more than GTA 5 and Minecraft combined, and it averages around 14 million peak concurrent players day to day. To put that into perspective, that's basically like half of the existing player base on Steam at a given time, all piling into one game at once. Fortnite has launched careers for content creators. It helped make one of the biggest streams in gaming history possible, with over 600,000 people turning in to watch Drake and Ninja play back in 2021. It blurred the lines between gaming and pop culture with crossovers in damn near every corner of media, from celebrities to movies to other games as well. It pioneered the virtual concerts as well, with Travis Scott pulling in over 12 million players and opening the door to even more events after that throughout the years. Now, I've never really brought this up, and some of you guys are probably going to be surprised by this, but while I have a lot of criticisms for Epic as a company, I have always held a lot of respect for Fortnite, because as a platform, they just kept pioneering. They kept doing things that were experimental. They just kept evolving. They were never afraid of trying something new, whether that meant new modes or huge map changes or just full-on overhauls to the game itself. It became this game that was maybe not made for everybody, but anybody could play it. And it was a huge reason that Sony and other platforms finally gave in on crossplay. It lowered the hardware barrier by proving a massive multiplayer game could run on nearly any piece of hardware. And while I'm not exactly thrilled with how much they have normalized live service, they avoided pay to win right from the start. They always kept it to monetization on cosmetics only. And they also set a standard on how much free content a game should offer players when it's a free-to-play game. But the sad truth of the matter is that the games industry just never...
Even then, like, I think at some point, like, I know Fortnite has a young demographic, but I think that's the problem too, where most of their players, most of their former fan base, I think they grew up, you know, when they were playing this game a lot when they were kids, they grew up, like, they started working already. making their own money. Like they're not spending that money on in-game cosmetics anymore. I think they grew up already. So they stopped playing Fortnite. They stopped buying the skins. So in the new generation, I think has less disposable income or less of an allowance from their parents. I think that's a huge factor too. That's why their revenues are declining for this game. You know, it's like, and plus there's much more distractions now more than ever. There's TikTok videos, YouTube shorts, Instagram reels, whatever. There's so much more competition now outside of video games that are free too, where you don't have to pay anything to get entertained. All you need is your smartphone and Wi-Fi for entertainment, compared to like buying skins in Fortnite or buying video games in general. So there's that to consider too. That's why now more than ever you have to take care of your customers. So which is I think where the Western games industry is failing to do hard. And instead trying to continue this live service trend, which is it's very clear if this game is collapsing beneath it, then it's not surprising if the others are too.
Learned the right lessons from Fortnite. Investors and executives just saw the money that they were making and they just spent billions of dollars chasing their profits instead of trying to understand what made it work. A game this influential, this dominant was just treated like it was something that was untouchable, a machine that would just keep printing money forever.
Exactly.
So these guys convinced themselves that this was the model that they needed to follow, the safest bet for the business, the success that every studio should try to copy. And now that illusion is finally starting to crack.
Yes.
That was only just a couple weeks ago that Epic announced a roughly 15% increase to V-Bucks, the Fortnite in-game currency. The explanation they gave was that the cost of running Fortnite has gone up and that they needed help raising money to pay the bill.
You know, maybe you should stop all those celebrity endorsement or featuring. You know, maybe you should stop doing that and focus on making a good game or making a new game. making smaller games. I don't know. This for companies to think that this will last forever, for me it doesn't make sense.
Bills. At the time, this just kind of felt like vague posting, but then just 2 weeks later, Epic would announce that they were laying off 1,000 employees and trying to cut another $500 million in operating costs because far fewer players are playing Fortnite. I had to do a double take on this because I thought this was Ubisoft or something like that. The New York Times reported on this in an article titled, Epic Games Lays Off 1,000 Employees Citing Fortnite Slump. They write, the video game company Epic Games is laying off more than 1,000 employees, it said on Tuesday, citing a drop in the amount of time that people are spending playing Fortnite. The downturn in Fortnite engagement that started in 2025 means that we're spending significantly more than we are making. And we have to make major cuts to keep the company funded. Tim Sweet.
It's like all this time I thought Fortnite was always profitable. Like I had no idea that it started bleeding since 2025. So it's like the fact that he didn't even mention like a later month. I'm inclined to believe that it's the start of 2025. So they've been bleeding for over a year now. That's crazy.
The company's chief executive wrote in a blog post, this layoff, together with over $500 million of identified cost savings in contracting, marketing, and closing some open roles, puts us in a more stable place. The cut represents about 20% of the workforce at Epic Games, a company spokeswoman said. It was the second time in recent years that the company, which is based in North Carolina, had announced major job cuts. In 2023, Epic Games laid off about 830 employees, or about 16% of its workforce, citing lower profit margins for Fortnite. I'm sorry.
So in 2023, they were still making money, but not enough money. Okay. So yeah, it's like, you know, it's at this point the AAA industry at large should have realized already, but you know, now we gotta take our bag. We gotta get that recurring revenue. We just gotta, yeah, you know, a part of me, like, you get what you deserve. I'm sorry.
We're here again, Sweeney wrote in his blog post. Some of the challenges Epic Games is facing are problems for the wider video game industry. Sweeney wrote, slower growth, weaker spending, a drop in sales for new video game consoles compared to the previous generation of consoles, and games competing for time against other increasingly engaging forms of entertainment. Despite Fortnite remaining one of the most successful games in the world, we've had challenges delivering consistent Fortnite magic with every season. We're only in the early stages of returning to mobile and optimizing Fortnite for the world's billions of smartphones, Sweeney wrote. Now, I'm not sure what console sales have to do with less people playing Fortnite, a game that you could quite literally play on just about any.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking about the same thing. Like consoles have, you know, there's Fortnite, you can play it literally everywhere, if I'm not mistaken. So the correlation between consoles is, I don't think it's that high. Like, you know, I wouldn't buy an Xbox or a Switch or a PlayStation 5 to play Fortnite. Yeah, anyway.
a single device, but he's not wrong about the game struggling to keep up with that Fortnite magic. There was a bump back with that Star Wars crossover they had with the AI Darth Vader that everybody was trying to get to say increasingly deranged shit, but outside of moments like that, the seasonal content just hasn't had the same pull or even the same baseline level of quality. Chapter 7 had a long list of issues: frequent crashes, control problems, movement problems, invisible players, a map design that made it harder to navigate, so people really couldn't see any of the new points of interest that they put into it. And that drop in quality has shown up pretty quick. Circana's Matt Piscatella reported that PlayStation users, who make up 35% of active players, and Xbox users, who make up 31%, saw their playtime fall from 21 hours and 19 hours in 2025 to 16 hours and 15 hours respectively. That is a massive drop, and it reflects the game not only losing time, but also attention and momentum. So what's behind all of this? Well, funny you ask, because it seems like the titan that helped set the trend for live service games has now become the trend chaser themselves. Fortnite has lost a lot of attention to Roblox, and in response to this, Epic has shifted their entire focus and strategy towards user-generated content instead of their own content, which makes their own content suffer as a result of it. Now, creators can go in and they can make their own game.
Isn't that like kind of cannibalizing your own content if you're going to be like a Roblox? And yeah, it's really, it's like already it's been really stiff competition. And the others that are just coming in or still making games to compete, like, yeah, it's really not such a I don't know why for these people it's such a mystery why High Guard shut down, why Marathon isn't doing as good, why Concord shut down. It's like, fake it till you make it, and they probably won't if they continue to try.
Games, and they can monetize those games through cosmetic revenue sharing, something that Tim Sweeney has said has already grown into a $400 million economy. The problem is that those creator earnings are tied directly to where that player is spending their time, whether that's in the core game or in a user-generated experience or a mix of both. So while, yes, it is creating revenue, it's also cutting directly into Fortnite's own ecosystem and their own money. This is essentially money that these guys would have been making on their own, but now they're just giving a cut to these creators to hopefully try to grow into something like Roblox. Now, while losing players and playtime is obviously going to hurt this company, this is still not the real root of their problems. The problem that they have is actually the one that's eating the rest of the industry alive right now, where they were successful, but they just did not build themselves to stay successful. They built themselves to overextend. I mean, even after cutting 1,000 employees, Epic is still a company with over 4,000 developers split across Unreal Engine and Fortnite, a game that under no circumstances should require that much overhead to be able to sustain itself. Now, on top of that,
that's, I get it. Fortnite's like, bringing in the billions upon billions, but if it's that many, do you really need that many developers for 3,000, 4,000 to be able to keep the game running? Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think that's kind of overkill. And yeah, the moment that the revenue starts coming in, that overhead cost is going to eat them really, really, really fast. So that's the risk too, compared to like the small scale games that I've been talking about. Like, I didn't mention Neon Falcon, the one that generated 670% profit from Trails in the Sky first chapter. They only had like 66 employees. Okay, they only had 66 employees, and now I think because of that success, because of Trails in the Sky, I think they're up to like 80 or 85. So yeah, you can keep your operation small and be very, very profitable. I think that's how that should be the model that the games industry should be following in the not so distant future.
Epic has also torched billions of dollars in their lawsuits with Apple and Google, something that I view as an objectively good deed to society. I will give them that, because both of these companies were and largely still are running effective monopolies on their storefronts. But this is a company that is spending increasingly more money, upwards of $4.2 billion a year now, to run a single game, a single engine, and a single storefront. And if I had to guess which probably cost them the most, well, it's probably their war with Steam. For years now, Epic has tried and failed to compete with Steam, and Sweeney can go online and he can cry about fairness all he wants, but he is the one that is funding exclusives. He is the one funding free games. He is the one trying to corner a market by cornering its players, by backing a platform whose main strategy has been to give away free games while still missing some of the most basic features that people actually use on Steam. They have basically just been handing out free money to developers and free games to players, and neither one of those has translated into any kind of loyalty from their storefront. From 2019 to 2024, Epic Game Store grew by 173%, but their third-party revenue only grew by 1.6%. People would show up for the free games and then leave. They just do not want to spend money there. Epic really is no different than the rest of the games industry, and these are the people that everybody's been trying to...
Wait, let me just open my Steam versus my Epic Game Store. Like, I'm a JRPG aficionado. I get JRPGs on day one. That's the genre I'm willing to pay full price. Look, I don't see any JRPGs here at all. Like, let's see it. let's okay. Let me set aside that first. Let's do a compare and contrast with entire screen. There we go. So here is, there's, it's so barren with, there is absolutely no JRPGs here, or is there? Okay, let's see. Final Fantasy. Let's try Final Fantasy. Like, okay, Square is here, but I think only Square though. I think only Square. So what about Persona? Yeah, see, it's only Square. Oh, there is no. It's the website. It's only Square that's in here. You know, so no Trails in the Sky. Like, I don't know why they only one. Yeah, and it's the spin-off Smash series. Whereas compared to Steam, I have everything here. Okay, that's a weird top search. Yeah, it's like everything I want is right here. It's curated for me. The games that I could potentially want is over here. Where you get none of that. You get none of that over here. I get, like, when I open the game store, it's like games that I'm not interested in at all. Like these, Resident Evil, Crimson Desert, I can get in Steam. So why would I go out of my way to get it in a separate platform compared to the platform I'm already used to? So it's like, yeah, again, it's like there's nothing here. There's no incentive for me to invest in your platform unless it's like really, really cheap. It's like it's super, super cheap, or like it's not effective on Steam. That, like, the cheap bargain bin games that I'm not really looking to get invested to. Says I just want to play a weekend game. That's the only time I'll put money for Steam, and even then, most people don't even think that way. So, yeah, it's like, for me, it's like I would just scrap. Wait, did I set the volume? No, I don't think so. I think Epic should just scrap the Epic Game Store and just focus on making good games. I think that's the good smaller scale games, and I think that would be the best way to move forward. And then list them on Steam. But that's just me. What do I know? I'm just a YouTuber.
To follow. These are the same problems that's been eating away at everybody. They took their eye off the ball. They stopped focusing on the community and the success that they already had. They stopped making other games. They started chasing somebody else's bag, whether that was Roblox or Steam. Doesn't really matter. Now you got this company that's chasing two dragons at the exact same time, and they're not going to catch either one of them. They're burning tons of cash, and they should have just stayed focused on protecting what they already built. But now here they are, falling apart at the first sign of trouble.
Exactly.
I am shocked more people aren't talking about this. This is such an important
exactly. I would have thought more people were talking about this. It's like, I think the bigger story is still like, I get it's Black Snape and Crimson Desert, but this is a really big story in my opinion. Like, this has so much repercussions especially in the Western gaming industry as a whole. Like, this is the breaking point. It's all gonna crash down in the live service angle anyway. Live service space.
Development. This is such a massive deal. I don't think people understand just how valuable of a lesson this is for the rest of the industry. I mean, for years now, we've had executives and investors talk about Fortnite like it's some golden goose, like it's a cheat code for the games industry. If they just copied it, if they just did what they did, if they just monetized it and built it the way that they built their game, then they would be able to make so much money that they would become immune to their own problems. They would just be able to spend past their mistakes because there's always going to be more money on the other side. Fortnite floundering, it losing relevance right now, this was always going to happen. This is just a reality for every game that will ever come out because, well, things just lose relevance over time. Less people become interested in it. It's not really the fault of the game in some cases, though I definitely think it's actually the fault of their game right now. But, them losing money, them losing relevance right now, it shows the industry that...
for single player games, eventually they're going to die out at a certain point, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think, it's such a negative perception for these executives that you can't make money forever from these people. Like, no, it's like, just make a single player game. You're going to make a lot of money, and then, save that income for a rainy day if there's a business downturn. But now you have more money to make better single player games and then make more money. It's like, that's That's been the the cornerstone of video games ever since its inception, ever since it became commercialized. And the fact that they thought that that would change just because live service models existed, it's crazy. And now we're seeing the consequences of that way of thinking. They're learning this the really, really hard way. Even though we've been telling them for years that we want, better, smaller games that don't, milk us dry with monetization.
Live service, no matter how successful, cannot make up for bad spending, for lack of quality, for ignoring the audience that you already have. This is one of the biggest games in the world, proving that they can't even get away with it. These companies do not know how to protect their audiences. Either that or they're just not interested in it. They're way too busy trying to chase somebody else's. And, now you have one of the biggest games in the entire world that just got caught doing the exact same thing. That should be a warning. Like there's no other way to cut that. The question is whether or not this is something that the industry will hear, whether or not this is something that they can recover from, whether or not, let's say it does convince them, whether they're able to go back on this. According to one analyst, they're already out of time. In the last half of that New York Times article, they pivoted to a market analyst where they write, Juice Van Duren, a market analyst and professor at New York University, said that Fortnite must compete for attention not only with popular games like Roblox, but also with social media companies like TikTok and short-form videos on YouTube and other platforms. Its problems, he says, are part of a broader shift in the industry, which is growing more in China than it is in the United States. We're witnessing in real time the decline of American cultural dominance in gaming, Van Duren said. One of these landmarks, like Fortnite, is starting.
Oh yeah. Well, apart from live service, there's other factors like Sweet Baby Inc., DEI. You kind of butchered your best franchises too. So a lot of combinations that cause the downfall, deterioration of quality for Western games.
To feel the burn as the consumer entertainment industry is slowly moving from west to east in its financial gravity point. Oh man, I don't think I have ever felt more vindicated. I am outclassing a New York University professor. How about that, guys? Talk about a step up in the world. I've been screaming about this for the better part of 2 years on YouTube. And this is really getting to the heart of the two biggest problems for the Western games industry. First, that they can't hold on to the audiences that they already have. And second, more and more of those audiences are starting to drift east. Now, I've talked about this in other videos, but this situation has only gotten worse year after year. Honestly, I don't even know if I should really even call it a problem at this point, because us players have definitely been benefiting from a lot of this competition in a huge way. But Eastern publishers have slowly but surely been chipping away at the player bases of these giant Western companies for years now. And it's gotten to the point where the foundation is starting to crack and these guys are falling through. Now, I'm going to give you guys a couple of examples because it shows just how much things have changed in just a relatively short amount of time. If I asked you guys, who do you think the king of open world RPGs are? I would guess that most of you guys would probably pipe up with From Software just because of Elden Ring. Hell, people who don't even play their games would probably assume it's them.
Yeah, for me, once upon a time, it's Bethesda and CD Projekt Red with Witcher 3. But I don't really, I'm not really that fully excited for their games. Witcher 4 will probably be good, but I think that's still a ways off. And Bethesda games, Bethesda really fell off. I couldn't get into Starfield, and the discourse with that game is it's just not great.
Then for me, at least right behind that, it would be stuff like Neo 2 and 3 and now Crimson Desert, which just kind of came out of nowhere and seems to just get better and better the more that you play it. But rewind that clock about 10 years, and the first name that comes to mind out of anybody's mouth is going to be Bethesda. They were once the defining studio in the industry. Now they're a company that takes 12 years to release a game that is so far off the mark that the only thing people can offer these guys is skepticism or a bunch of videos making fun of them on YouTube. Now, the funny thing is that I don't even think that Starfield is the main problem here. The real problem is that it took them 12 years to make that shitty game.
Yeah,
in that same time that it took Bethesda to make one game, an entirely new generation of players has grown up. A whole new...
Once upon a time, like back in the PS3 360 era, when Bethesda showed Oblivion, when Bethesda showed Fallout 3, it's like I was really amazed. Like, holy shit, this looks really good. This looks amazing. That's how I got into open world games, because of Bethesda. Like, I did not know how to play open world games until I played the Bethesda games. But look how far the mighty have fallen simply because of trend chasing and this, DEI investments. Like, it really did so much damage to the Western games industry.
Customer base came in barely knowing these guys other than just being the studio that keeps re-releasing Skyrim. And in that same stretch of time, we got Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring. We got The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077. We got Neo 1, 2, and 3. We have a long list of RPGs that came in, took mind share, took attention, and built fandoms of their own. And if you zoom out across the entire industry, outside of maybe first-person shooters and sports games, the Western industry has damn near surrendered every single genre to Eastern studios. They didn't just lose relevance. These guys gave it away years ago. They stopped innovating. They kept making the same thing. They took forever to be able to make their games, and they abandoned genres outright. And every year they did that, more player interest just consolidated somewhere else. Now China is entering into the picture in a way big way. And all this is doing is just making things worse for the West. Now you have this audience with an enormous scale. They have low labor costs and a market that honestly seems a lot more interested in just focusing on gameplay rather than all of the extra baggage that Western publishers just keep piling onto their games. And that is a serious threat to these companies that are already moving way too slow and spending way too much money. I mean, guys, just look at the most beloved games.
The downside, though, is like when he said low labor cost, I don't necessarily see that as a good thing. It really depends. You know, Asia's like China, Japan, they're notorious for getting overworked. So that's a problem. I think despite the good games, the good final products, like, you know, they should fix that. Like, you shouldn't work your people to the bone to that degree, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, that's for me. That's another subject, but I feel that's a problem that needs to be addressed.
Year so far. You got Neo 3, Resident Evil 9, Crimson Desert, Pokemon Pokopia, Mugenics, Slay the Spire 2, Monster Hunter Stories. 2 of those games are Western. They're both indie games. The rest are all Eastern. These guys are so cooked. Now, what makes matters even worse is that much of this industry's growth has been coming from Chinese players, people who by and large just do not care about Western games, largely because they probably can't even run them. Go look at their Steam reviews. Half of them are just about performance. But when something does hit with that audience, it explodes. Black Myth Wukong sold over 10 million copies in just 3 days. Slay the Spire 2 sold 3 million copies in 3 days, and 43% of those sales came from China. And if you want to see where the center of gravity is shifting, go look at the most played games in China right now. Counter-Strike, Dota 2, PUBG. That is the top 3 played games on Steam. I don't think that people are taking this seriously. This is not just about sales. This isn't about missing a quarter or having a disappointing launch. These guys are losing the habit. They are losing the default position that they used to have for entire genres. That's the part that people are not fully processing here.
Yeah, I think so too, which is why I feel like, for me, this is the biggest story of the week. And, you know, I think it's just not registering to a lot of people how much of a revelation this is with regards to the future of Western games, and especially those really heavily invested in the live service space. Like, if one of the biggest if not the biggest live service game in the world is falling apart, you know, what does that say about, you know, the smaller ones? Like, I know even Battlefield 6, despite doing record numbers in terms of copies sold, they still laid off people because, like, it's not making enough money. You know, for me, it's like it's collapsing right before our eyes, and I think like not enough people are talking about it.
Here, stop looking at you first. When your name stops carrying the same weight, when you have new generations of players that are growing up to be excited about somebody else's game instead of your own, you're not fixing that with a trailer, a patch, or a live service game. You are irrelevant. Western publishers have now spent years trying to engineer success from the outside in. More money, more developers, more management, more systems, more monetization, more market research, more trend chasing, more how do we capture this audience? More how do we increase our engagement? Everything is built around extracting a bigger result instead of just creating a stronger product. So what comes out on the other side is just going to feel hollow again and again. Expensive, polished, maybe technically impressive, sure, but ultimately hollow because you guys do not care about the product itself. You can feel when a game is built by people that are trying to build something that players love, and you can feel when something is built by people that are trying to secure a return. Meanwhile, a lot of these games that are actually pulling players right now understand a much simpler truth. Just make a good game, make a fun game, make something with a strong identity, a clear fantasy. Momentum really matters right now. Make something that people are going to be immediately excited to talk about. That's what you want to do.
Like,
not every single Eastern game is...
You know, carefully target your audience and quadruple down on that target audience. You know, that's like, for me, that's why I stick to JRPGs, because like they do that really, really well. And I've shown you guys the numbers. They're doing well for themselves despite the economy, despite the West faltering really hard. So that's all you need to do in this space. You know, just make a video game that's catered to your paying audience that really resonates with what they want with your video game, and you'll hit the numbers.
Doing this. Not every indie game is doing this, but enough of these guys are doing it that it's becoming impossible to ignore. Players want a game that feels...
Okay, this is Crimson Desert, McCracken. If you're asking for this one, this is Crimson Desert.
Like they know what they are, rather than these games that come out that are still trying to figure out who they're being made for. They want games that commit. They want games that are confident in themselves. And in the West, for a long time now, that's just not been the case. That's why Fortnite stumbling matters so much right now. This was the untouchable one. This was the golden goose that every single executive treated like it was the blueprint. Everybody wanted one of these games. And now that even that is cracking, even that Fortnite is now proving that you can't outrun weak direction, overspending, and a drifting audience forever, that should be the lesson. These guys need to learn from it. You cannot fix this industry by chasing the next dragon. You can only fix it by remembering why players showed up. Epic is essentially just doing the exact same thing as every single other game publisher right now. They're just chasing everybody else's tails. They're running out of ideas. Either that, or they are just so fixated on somebody else's money, on somebody else's audience, that they just can't get it off their mind. So
it's probably both. It's like, like the creativity drought is there, and at the same time they want that recurring income. I think it's both. But you gotta get your head out of your ass if you want to continue to keep the lights on at this point. If like the top dog in the industry is dying off, you gotta make smaller scale projects. You gotta be more creative. You gotta really, really target that demographic that you want as your paying loyal customer. Because like I'm not gonna stop playing JRPGs anytime soon. Like, maybe in the future I'll make more YouTube videos that's just more like this, that talks more about this stuff, but I'm not gonna stop playing JRPGs anytime. I'm not gonna stop paying for those, because I know when I buy a JRPG, chances are it's the worst case scenario, it's okay. I know I've talked about JRPGs that I think are just okay, or I'm disappointed, but it's not terrible. It's not like something I feel like I got ripped off. So I will continue to be playing and enjoying JRPGs, and that's not gonna change anytime soon.
The only thing that they focus on is, well, user-generated content, retention, metrics, whatever it is. We have to think about the attention economy. No, you don't. You need to think about trying to make a better game. This is what I mean about these guys being focused on trying to extract a bigger result rather than just trying to make a better product. Funny thing is, better products sell. When you look across the industry and you look at a lot of these games that are just absolutely crushing it right now and also crushing our wallet as a result of it, the reason why these games are doing so well is because that is their only fixation. They only care about trying to make the best game that they probably can. They're not worried about trying to reach for somebody else's audience or somebody else's money. No, these guys realize that is a byproduct. You reach that goal by getting to it through the audience that you have and through the success that you find. It's all about just making a better product with no detours. The reason why a lot of these Eastern games have been doing so well over the past couple of years is I think it's because these guys just don't have the time to be able to worry about anything else. A lot of these companies that are coming in are either fresh to the industry or they're breaking into new genres or new markets. So what ends up happening is they don't really care about things like retention or anything like that. The only thing that they care about is whether or not they can get you to show up. They'll figure out everything else after the fact. So that's what they're building these games for. They're building these games so you at least show up. And I think that's kind of one of the most important lessons of all, is that a lot of these companies
identify your core target audience and don't make the money you're willing to put in for a video game, that has to be set in stone, and it shouldn't be 100 million, honestly. Like, that's like the only time it should reach that much is just like if you're like a flagship studio, you're like a AAA game studio. But other than that, it's like, and even then I feel like 100 million is kind of overkill. Like I think it's too much money. Like, even half of that's like, it's like, man, that's pretty expensive for a AAA video game. But anyway, it's like, Western game devs, they blow too much money, target the wrong people, prioritize the wrong things, and worry way too much about monetization. Yeah.
He's got away from building games that people show up for. Kind of, need us to be there first before you start trying to take our money, right? I don't know, man. I don't know if any of these guys are going to be able to learn from this. It's like a two-sided thing. Like, one, are they actually ever going to be able to learn from any of these issues? And then two, is there actually enough time for a lot of these guys to be able to do so? I think, after all the layoffs that we've seen over the past couple of years, I think that there's going to be something more drastic that's going to hit probably soon. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I don't know who it's all going to hit.
It wouldn't surprise me anymore if it's like, if Fortnite bared the brunt. It wouldn't surprise me if it's Apex Legends or Valorant or League of Legends. The big leagues. It wouldn't surprise me anymore if a game as big as Fortnite was hit by this. It's not like, they were the number one when it comes to live service income, and they got hit this hard. It wouldn't surprise me if the others did too at this point.
Basically, every single one of these companies, they've been taking so many financial losses, massive financial losses for a while, that it's too much to ignore. It's too much for their shareholders to ignore. And you're just going to see this mass displacement of talent. You're going to see people just all over the place. A ton of indie studios, probably some of these Eastern studios are also going to pick up some of these guys as well. It's not like there aren't talented developers at some of these Western companies. The problem is they just have horrible leadership. literally some of the worst, most misguided leadership in the entire industry. So I don't know, man. Live service is definitely not the answer. That's not to say that live service games can't be good or that you can't make one. The problem is that when you think it's the answer to all of your problems, you need to have a better plan than that.
I would say even if it is, let's say you launched a live service today, like let's say it's kind of like Arc Raiders. It was really well received, or Helldivers too. Like you're gonna experience some success, sure, but you have to come to terms with the fact that it will decline eventually, and you're gonna have to cut back on like the expenses. Like it's gonna be trickier and trickier for the revenue to be greater than the expenses. So I think that's what's happening with Fortnite too, on top of people tuning out. Like, you can only keep our game running for so long. Which is why I think it's much more single player games, like, one time play, like when the development's finished, it's pretty much done. The after sales and the maintenance costs are very minimal. I still think that's the more sustainable model, so that at least when the games kind of sunset, or people are not really interested with the game anymore, at least all the expenses have already been incurred. It's not like you're continuing to keep spending on a dying game. So I think even if you do a successful live service game now, I wouldn't be surprised if they cannot sustain it for a year. I think that's what happened with Battlefield 6, actually. They were good for a couple of months, but then they couldn't keep the ball rolling. They couldn't, keep the lights on for a long time, or at least for the time that they intended it to be.
A lot of these guys don't. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of what's going on here. Are you celebrating the fall of a giant? I am, kind of, a little bit.
Me too.
Share it on social media. Share it with your friends. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace.
Okay. Thank you. That's legendary drops video. Okay. Here's the video. So yeah, shout out to Legendary Drops, making really good gaming videos. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty much the same talking points as me. I'm not sure if I missed something that you said, but yeah, let's see, where did I stop? Okay. Easter games are at fault because they're the only ones not chasing online live service. Yeah, that's true, right? Because like all the games I like from them are basically single player, hardly any multiplayer. Yeah, just keep making good games. It's really that simple, man. We've been telling them this for decades, and they refuse to listen. Now we gotta make all that money. We gotta make all that Fortnite money. It's the future, and it can keep our business afloat. It's just not true. Not true at all. Which Asian games have been proving time and time again. When are they going to blame the toxic fans for the failure of the live service games? Well, yeah, High Guard already did that, and I imagine Marathon might be doing that too. I don't know I don't fully know the discourse regarding Marathon, but yeah, they'll continue to blame everyone else, but except themselves. Simply stated, Eastern Studios are to blame because they dare to be creative when they think up the new games to make. Exactly. So it's like just focus on providing what people want, because the same lessons that Hollywood doesn't want to learn. The same thing what Ryan Gosling said. It's not our obligation to buy and consume their game. It's them to provide us a product that we deem worthy of our money. And yeah, I think this year and the next, we're gonna see a lot of these stories. Again, I keep reiterating, if Fortnite, the golden child, the supposed king of this live service industry, is falling apart, then the other ones will follow. Second place, or the second place game, third place game, whatever it may be, it's gonna follow. They've been blaming us already. Yes, they have been. Twerking AI cat girls. Yep, that's eating the market share of live service games. Absolutely. They updated Crimson Desert again to add things people. They updated Crimson Desert again to add things people. Yeah, they work really fast. You gotta salute Pearl Abyss for working really fast to make changes and improvements. But a part of me also thinks, I think they're working, around the clock. I think they're working 24/7, which is not good either. servers are probably more expensive too because of yeah, that's true. That's a hidden cost too of maintenance because of it's more expensive to get the parts to get the machines up running to maintain servers. Which is a funny snake eating its own tail situation. Yeah, exactly. And the funny part is they still don't realize it until they have to face the fact that they're about to shut down or they're insolvent. Does it have to go that far for them to realize it? Okay. Typo. I have an S9 Plus now. It's like 6 years old, and I play on it on my phone. Yeah, Also, the smartphone dilemma too. Like there's like you're only buying the latest smartphone right now to flex. It's not like in the early days of the smartphone where it's worth it to upgrade every 2 to 3 years. Right now, it's like you can have a phone for 5 to 6 years and it'll still be fine. Like the smartphones have also reached their saturation point. Just bring the P's and you'll draw in the Roblox color. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Roblox excels in that, and like the team behind, the people running the game approve of that. Just like YouTube forcing down shorts in every user's throat. Yeah, YT is the place for longer content. They are so dumb. Yeah, it's like I have an extension on desktop that removes the shorts, and like whenever it pops up in my YouTube mobile, I say not interested in shorts, not interested in shorts. So I get most of the long form content videos. Steam by definition is not a monopoly. It's not. It's just that they provide the best service. Like it's just that no other marketplace can compete. Like everything we want as gamers, it's already there. So no point with the other platforms. I'm guessing Sweeney was grabbing user info to sell, besides trying to get people to buy games. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but she does get a lot of users for sure. She does get a lot of data. Don't put all your egos in one. Yeah, precisely. Epic bet too much on what do you call this? Fortnite, in my opinion. Like, you could have used that money to diversify to other games, in-house studios, well curated, developed games like Gears of War and stuff like that, but they didn't. Tim Sweeney chose the wrong things to invest those proceeds to, and now they're paying the price. Steam UI is much better. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I have lots of games on Epic, not played a single one yet. All of them. See, I imagine a lot of people do this. I do. A lot of people are doing that. Good night, melodic method. Yeah, have a good rest. Kitty sitting on the like let his kitty run around. But I mean, if it's for a while, it's fine. The cat will go off eventually. Bethesda's always been shadowed by Black Isle and I'm not sure what is BI, but Black Isle, yeah, that's an old dev team. But yeah, it's like since their IPs were from I forgot the name of the Fallout dev. I think it's Black Isle. I think it is. But yeah, and OG Elder Scrolls didn't used to be open world, so Bethesda's also kind of even back then kind of relied on old IP. But hey, they really became the pioneers of open world RPGs once upon a time. Now, not anymore. This is probably you're boring. The as meme. If Starfield came out years after Fallout 4, people would have liked it a lot more. Yeah, that's true. So people expected a lot more already at that point when Starfield came out. The wages for game devs in the West isn't exactly high to begin with, unless you're making your own stuff and get lucky. Yeah. I know, especially compared to regular software programmers or software engineering. Like if you're getting into programming in college or studying programming, you might as well go to software engineering instead of developing games. That's another hurdle of the games industry. Like it's harder and you get paid less. So why would you go that route unless you really, really want to make a game? Bethesda used to be my favorite. I started noticing problems with Fallout 4. Yeah, same. I used to really like Bethesda too. Back in the Fallout 3 New Vegas, even though it's Obsidian and Skyrim days. But really, ever since after Skyrim, they really couldn't hold themselves to the same standard ever since. And even then, you have to work yourself to death. I think Stardew Valley is a damn near a masterpiece just because it was a single dev. but he hated that game by the time he was done with it. Yeah, I can imagine it's an insane grind. Game dev is look. I considered taking the route of game dev, but like when I found out how the daily crunch, the notorious crunch, and the pay and the volatility of the industry, it's like, nah, I'll just enjoy playing games, not make them. Gotcha's outliving live service whether they like it or not. Yeah. Particularly, like, yeah, it's because like DEI is a contributing factor why Western game devs can't go the gacha service route, because like gacha thrives on the attractiveness of the female characters, and that means very, very anti-DEI designs. So they shot themselves on the foot too on that with regards to aesthetics being the source of your revenue as a model. So they can't do gacha not because they can't do the gameplay. It's because they can't make the attractive characters. So yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, okay. I answered. It's kind of like Dynasty Wars or yeah, it kind of looks that way, but it plays very, very differently for sure. So I did cover Dynasty Warriors Origins in this channel and in my personal channels. And yeah, hi Lightsaber, if you are still there. I think you still are. But hello, yeah. Yeah, your target audience can't be for everyone. Yeah, that's exactly. Which is what live service tried to do. And arguably, which is Crimson Desert trying to do, which yeah, it didn't, which I don't think that should be the lesson learned from the games industry. They shouldn't try to add up all these features. Some games can do that, but I don't think all games should be doing that. I think these game studios money laundering. Yeah, I agree. The same with Hollywood and movies. I think it's more rampant with Hollywood though, compared to a video game studio. I'm more inclined to believe it if it's a video game studio over a Hollywood movie. Yeah, like having DLC to buy when the game hasn't fully released it. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy business practices occurred ever since DLC became a thing. Fortnite Battle Royale needs more than one map. Oh, I never knew Fortnite had only one map for Battle Royale, so that's new to me. Yeah, you would think with all the money, well, the money Epic used to make, that it would be more than one map. A good story game can be played at any time. New players can experience the same game as people who bought it at launch. Yeah, that too. Like, and it's like for me, it's like whenever I buy a new game, which I know from one of my favorite dev teams, and it's from my favorite genres. I'm already on board. Half the battle for them, for me to convince you to buy their game, they've already won. So it's like compared to like a live service game, which I know you have to commit so much time and so much energy that which I don't have anymore. Especially when I make YouTube videos, when I go live, like right now, I don't have the time or the patience to play those kinds of games. I recently picked up Inquisitor Mart. Yeah, I have that game. It's a fun hack and slash. And actually going out their way to make sure people can still play all the seasons when they sunset. Yep. I have that game. I bought it for my Xbox like a couple of years ago. So yeah, it's like fun game. And you can buy it for cheap nowadays. Like you can buy the ultimate edition for like 10 to $20. So yeah. And hey, Mars Monkey, how are you doing? I'm ashamed of my industry going proprietary. Do you mean electronics engineer? The corporatist ran. Do you mean your company in particular, or your industry? Yeah, monopolizing is never a good thing for the consumer. That's how I see it. But again, I don't have the full picture, so I'm not familiar with electronics engineering. So, but that's usually a bad thing when companies try to monopolize. It's usually inferior services, and people have no choice but to avail of yours. When I worked for Intel, things ran great. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another issue with, speaking of Crimson Desert, I believe they didn't want the Intel Arc GPUs. They didn't want to work on the Intel Arc GPU. I don't know why. I don't know why. What's the technicality because of that? But yeah, that's pretty weird. Like they don't. I don't know who's mainly at fault in that situation where they didn't support Intel Arc graphics GPUs. Bethesda always had buggy games and usually good games. Yeah, that level of acceptance for Bethesda to develop buggy games kind of stopped after Skyrim, when it was the gameplay wasn't even that good anymore. So ultimately, it's because gameplay is not great which is why Bethesda kind of declined. I went to school for game design. I have friends that graduated. I've been living with roommates for 10 years because wages suck. Yeah, that's, when I found out like the wages were crap and, you know, you can just get Thanos snapped out of your jobs. Like, nah, I'm just gonna, I think I'll stick to enjoying games, not making them. We took consumer obligation in consideration. Yeah, like I think it's gonna even be less so if it's gonna be more monopolized, which sucks. It really does. One of them worked on Fallout 4 funny and yeah, that's a relatively successful game, and even then, it's so yeah. Like despite the success of games, it's like the rank and file still don't get compensated. Nikkei, they even made girls who are a bit chubby and they're a hit. Yeah, exactly. It's like the West like confined themselves because of the DEI standards that they set themselves in. They put themselves in a cage unnecessarily. Like if High Guard were full of like hot chicks, like full of Scarlet, but even more attractive, it might have had a chance. And if it didn't cost that much money, I believe it cost them hundreds of millions. Like that's an absurd amount of money. So if it costed them a lot less and they just gooner baited that game with full of attractive characters, it might have had a chance. High Guard might have had a chance. No, they want us to build weapons, probably because of recent events, I suppose. They want to ramp up their military because of what's been happening recently. But anyway, that's outside my scope. I'm not a political commentator. Each season, yeah, that's not good. I think they should be. They're like 3,000 to 4,000 devs. You would think that they'd be able to make more than one map. As a JRPG fan, if the story's good enough, you'll finish that damn game. If you hate the combat by the end, yeah. It depends. It depends. Like I reviewed recently in this channel, Tales of Berseria. I couldn't power through the combat. I really didn't like the combat, and it's very clear to me that they skimped on the rendering of the cutscenes. In exchange for skits. So I couldn't finish Tales of Berseria, but I might pick it up again. But like it depends. I was able to finish Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, but the gameplay for me, I feel like it was too padded out. And Code Vein 2, like I felt like the mechanics of some bosses were too cheap for me to finish the story. But I am making a video for Monster Hunter Stories 3, the full video. I did a preview video here. So yeah, but my thoughts of the final game are still the same. I like the game. I finished the game already yesterday, and I finished many of the optional quests. So I think I'll be prepping the video. It'll be ready by, if not this weekend, probably the next. So yeah, I strongly recommend if you're looking for a turn-based JRPG, I would go for Monster Hunter Stories 3. Then yeah, I'm still waiting for Adventures of Elliot, which is coming out this June. So yeah, if you're looking for a JRPG right now, I would go for Monster Hunter Stories 3. As far as High Guard goes, they did the Gooner bait thing with Marvel Rivals. I never thought that the game could be successful, but here we are. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the East, they're not confined to the BlackRock standards, so they're at liberty to put attractive characters, and the West can't do that because they're hypocritical if they do. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Okay, so let's see. I have one more big story, which I'm pretty sure you guys already know. Anyway, so yeah, I think it should be finished in an hour tops. So okay, next story, which leads up to the big one, is Marathon. So yeah, so according earlier this week, apparently it's been revealed that they only sold. Oops, let me take that out. 1.2 million copies. So yeah, and most of it, 70% was on Steam. So let me compute how many in PS5. That's a times 0.3. So not even okay. Let's give it the benefit of that. 400K copies on PS. That's not really a lot considering how much they spent on this game. How much Sony spent acquiring Bungie, 3.6 billion, I believe. And then, this game went through legal scrutiny last year by plagiarizing the artist. And ironically, the biggest criticism for this game is the art style, which is not good for a lot of people. That's crazy that it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Marathon. Like, again, this further solidifies that live service games are coming to an end. Let's see, Marathon, Steam players. Yeah, it's like they never broke their peak concurrent of 88K. It's like I said when we first talked about it here, I expected it to be at least minimum 200 to 250K if they want. If I feel for it to be convincing for me that they are profitable, which they are not. And yeah, I don't know. It's either Sony will shut them down too, or they're gonna get Sony's gonna do a massive takeover, which I'm not even sure if it will help considering Sony went all in on the live service trend. And yeah, it's like I'm not interested in getting into this game. It's like it's over. I'm not seeing any rebound anytime soon. And I don't think they have prepped any major content to be released this year. So yeah, that's all which leads me to the next story. It's like this is like intermediary story to the big one for this week, which is because of the Concords, the marathons, all these disasters for live service games, we're now facing the brunt with another price increase, which is, oh my god, this is freaking ridiculous, man. Another price increase for the PS5. So yeah, it wasn't that long ago that they announced a price increase for this thing. I can't remember when, but I think it was September last year. They announced a price increase. So a whopping $100 increase, if I'm not mistaken, and a $150 increase for the PS5 Pro. That's ridiculous, man. It's like I remember me getting my PS5. I got mine for like $500 back around after COVID, after the scalping ended. Like the inflated prices kind of died down. So that's when I bought mine. So I managed to buy mine for like 500. the vanilla PS5. I bought it for like 500. And the thing is, it came with an extra controller, and it came with Horizon Forbidden West back when it was full price. So the fact that it's like 650 now, like 3 to 4 years later, and it's like, and it doesn't even come with a game. It doesn't even come with an extra controller. That's crazy. It's like, it's to the point right now that I'm thinking like, you know what? Maybe it's a good idea to buy another unit, and somewhere down the line, it might actually increase, and you can sell it at a higher price. Like, it's to the point that I'm thinking of it that way. It's like as an investment vehicle. It's like, what? Maybe we can do a price arbitrage here. Maybe it's going to increase again. Maybe I can make money out of buying a unit or two. But it's more practical to just put it in other stuff. I'm just kidding, but I'm jokingly thinking at the back of my mind that that's a possibility nowadays. Like, your consoles appreciate rather than depreciate. Like back in, it's ridiculous. Back in the day, it's like, oh, I'm gonna wait 3 to 4 years later so I can buy the console like 3/4 the price or half the price. Now it's like it's going up, it's going higher, and like if the PS Pro is like $900, like what's the price of the PS6, which they're planning to launch or introduce next year or 2 years from now? It's wild. It's insane. Like, yeah, it's really not sustainable. I don't see how this can be a sustainable business model. I think like I legit question if PS6 will be the final generation for consoles. Like, it's we're not gonna be seeing it next iteration of next iteration because like people don't really care about graphics as much anymore. And even if they do, let's say like, oh, we have this groundbreaking new technology. How much are companies going to spend in terms of money and time to develop a game? 15 years, 20 years, which is not practical. Like 6 to 8 is already bad enough as it is to develop a new game. So if you're gonna make a game with better graphics, bigger worlds, like they're gonna need more time to make that. And it's not in an overhead point of view and in a and how long it takes to develop, it's not practical anymore. So it's legit questionable if consoles will continue to be able to be sustainable in the foreseeable future. I think like PS6 will be the final one. Like I don't think the console model is gonna be sustainable. I think like moving forward, it's gonna be more focused on optimized software or maybe fine tuning the AI tech. Not really about the new hardware anymore. Anyway, yeah, that's all I kind of have to say about this model. And like, and another thing that Sony's doing to offset the cost that the losses that they've been incurring for these live service endeavors, like for the Jim Ryan / Herman Host endeavor, is the dynamic pricing. So apparently there's been an update in the story, and it sucks. You know, this is not exactly illegal. I believe like groceries or retailers do this depending on the loyalty of the customer. It's like, oh, hey, buy this new item for this price. This offer is valid for you only. So I don't necessarily think that this is illegal, but it sucks. I get it that it sucks that it's, you know, you're giving people preferential treatment or you're giving unfair treatment to people who spend more. But yeah, it's getting like crazy when it comes to the disparity of some people, what people get. Let's see here. So some people get, Stellar Blade for like $40 here. And then for someone else, it's like 21. Like, wow, that's pretty much double. Crazy. Double. Double the amount that you're discounting for another person. For me, it's like, that like Sony is that desperate to increase their profit margins as much as optimally as possible that they're resorting to doing this now. And yeah, it's even affecting YouTubers who cover discounts on PlayStation. I believe his name is Game Cross on YouTube, where his channel is all about discounts on the PlayStation Store. So his channel is getting sabotaged because, like, you know, people are saying, "Hey, that's not the price in my account," or it's like stuff like that. So apart from unfair pricing, so yeah, overall bad service, increased prices, not looking good for Team Sony. That's why it's like, as much as you want to hate on Nintendo, they're the only ones that's kind of thriving right now in the gaming sphere compared to Sony and Nintendo. Yeah, pretty scummy. Okay, let's, before I do the final video, let's read the comments. Where did I stop? Okay. Have I played Bravely Default Remaster? Is it any good? I want to play it, but I don't want to deal with 2 screens on an emulator. Yeah, that's the thing. That's a weird thing with Square Enix. They shadow drop their biggest games. They just drop it on Steam. Hey, it's on Steam now. It's like what? Like, I think that should have been something that should have been had its own trailer, that should have been announced by media outlets. You know, they just shadow drop it to PC like 2 weeks ago. I bought it, and I like it. I like it so far. Yeah, I'm actually thinking of making like a simpler, more commentary video, like JRPGs that I'm playing that I will probably never make a full video on. Like, that's one of the games. Bravely Default. What else I have in my list? Let me check. But yeah, I recommend it. Like, you can get it for cheap. For me, you can get it for like $20. So right now I'm playing Ease 10 Proud Nordics. I probably won't make a video on that because like I already reviewed Ease 10 Nordics. So I won't make a full video for Proud Nordics. But I am thinking of making like JRPGs that I'm playing in the backlog. So I'm playing that. I am playing Bravely Default Flying Fairy. It's now on Steam. It's no longer a Switch 2 exclusive. So I'm also playing Tokyo Xanadu. Yeah, because like Kyoto Xanadu is gonna come out in a couple of months. And I also have a Taylor Ryza, the first one. So yeah, those are games that I like that I won't be able to make a full-on video anymore. But yeah, answering your question, I think yeah, for $20, I think Bravely Default being able to play it on your PC, good deal. Yeah, so you don't have to rely on emulators. Because ugly feminist developed games, yeah, that's true. They need to be fired. They really do. Because like, unless you really show passion and competency for the IP of the game you're working on. I'm not getting a PS5. Yeah, it's a hard sell at this point. What games are just exclusively on PS5? Like Demon Souls and Astrobot. That's it. I can't think of anything else. Everything else are on PC. So why even bother? Yeah, with that marathon sales ratio, I would say the PS5 isn't doing so hot. The price increases are well. Yeah. It's like passing it on to us for the cost of your mistakes. And given this economy, given what's going on with the world right now, not terrible decision. But a part of me, I don't know the full spectrum of the supply chain. Like, it's like it wouldn't surprise me if Xbox and Nintendo did the same thing. In fact, I'm anticipating it. I think that's what happened last year. One did it, the other two did also. So it wouldn't surprise me at this point if they did it again for this year. Yeah, I got a Series S for $250 with 2 brand new controllers during COVID. The prices are insane. Yeah. I like, it's crazy that like I feel I regret getting mine. It's like, it's like the Game Pass games anyway also apply on PC for me anyway, and I have a better PC now. So there's nothing in the Series S that's exclusive to it. But apart from playing 360 games, that's about it. But that's beside the point. But yeah, crazy that even a Series S is getting more expensive, which is for me, it's like, it's already a shitty console with very little value proposition, and you're making it more expensive. Yeah. I still a brand new hard drive in the PS4. I'm good. Yeah, PS4 is still a good deal, actually. You can still get, especially if you skip that generation and you missed a lot of the games, you can buy the games for like $10, $5, and you'll have a good time. So if PS4 is still a good budget alternative. Got Lies of Peace. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, you can Lies of Peace often on sale, and it's a good game. Yeah, this will be the first generation that will end with higher prices than launched. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, crazy times, crazy. And what's up, Hollow Ninja? And bought an HP gaming laptop with a Ryzen 7 Pro with 4070 for 900. Yeah, good deal. That's a very good deal. Yeah. Good on you, Hertz Donut, to be able to buy. That's why I like the moment I got the opportunity in December, which is why I couldn't make videos around the September to December time. I got busy. Like I took the opportunity to what do you call this? When I had the money to to upgrade before the prices increase rapidly. It's not I took that chance. My PC right now, this new PC that I've got, it's now 40 to 50% higher if I want a PC that's an equivalent model right now, which is crazy. There's no reason to own a console really anymore. I think after the PS6, it's basically going to be like the Macs that were TVs. Just no reason to have a dedicated game system. Yeah, I think so too. It's also at the same time because that's an excuse for these tech companies to go to the subscription route, to the cloud subscription route, kind of like what ChatGPT is to play games, which is what they're gunning for. I'm pretty sure eventually. When PCs cost the same as consoles, what's the point? PC can do way more. Yeah, and the thing is, I keep mentioning here in this podcast where, I'm a freelancer, so I make my gaming PC is also my work PC. So I recently recouped the cost of the entire cost of these PC. So this PC right now is making me more money than I paid for it, which a console cannot do. So that's always my best argument on why you should get a PC over a console. You can use a PC to make money. It's not hard to get a skill, to get a job that you need to make money. Imagine if Nintendo responded by dropping the price of Switch 2. I don't think so. Nintendo is like, especially they just raised the price too. Nintendo's like Nintendo wants their money. We all know that. Especially on the legal front, if they have that opportunity. Nintendo's conditioned an entire generation of consumers that don't think about their games and just need next thing. But I think the overall quality, especially if you compare them to what PlayStation and what Xbox has been churning out, sure, they may not be the best when it comes to innovation or breaking boundaries, but it's still a competent game overall. I still have high hopes for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Like, do I think it'll be better than Three Houses? I don't think so. But will it still be a solid game in its own right? I do. So yeah, I am excited for overall for like, and I think Nintendo's overall like, even if it's not the best game, it's still a good game. And at the end of the day, that's what people want nowadays. And it's clearly showing in their numbers that people want that, as opposed to Sony chasing live service and Xbox doing whatever it is they're doing. Thanks for the recommendation, Brady Default. I love the first 10 hours or so. Don't want to restart it. Yeah, that's what, like, I learned that the hard way. Bravely Default is it's insanely grindy. I couldn't, like, the first boss, I got massacred hard. It's like, oh, you really need to grind in this game. Like, you don't go around to not grinding at all. So yeah, I have to give that caveat if I'm recommending Bravely Default. You have to pause the story to grind. So, because like most modern JRPGs don't do that anymore. It's like as long as you fight the enemies along the way and you do a little bit of grinding, you'll be fine for modern JRPGs. I'm talking about main story. I'm not talking about optional bosses or post game content. I'm talking about MSQ JRPG stories. You'll be fine doing that nowadays. But for Bravely Default, you have to stop first and do some significant grinding. So caveat for those who want to get into Bravely Default. That's fantastic music. Square in general excels in music. Well, same with Atlas, same with Falcom. So yeah. Square and Falcom excels in fantasy and classic JRPG soundtrack. Atlas excels in modern pop music, like the Persona series. So yeah, that's how I categorize those three when it comes to OST. I'm a huge Bravely Default fan. I own all three games. I got the remaster for Switch 2 day one. Yeah, I was flip-flopping for the longest time if I wanted Bravely Default for Switch 2. Then Square Enix Shadow dropped. Oh, it's now on Steam. So okay, I'll grab it on Steam. And it's cheaper on Steam too. I got mine for $20. So no brainer. I didn't have a PC when I got the Series S, but have since navigated back to PC. It just plays YouTube. Yeah, that's the thing. My biggest regret right now when it comes to hardware purchases is my 360. It's literally just collecting dust. It's the only. I'm playing my PS5 from time to time. I'm playing my Switch 2 from time to time. But this Xbox, it's not. It's collecting dust. Like, yeah, it's because I got an Xbox because like I didn't upgrade my PC yet at the time, and like I couldn't within my good reason to upgrade my PC yet at the time. Now that I can, I'm in a better financial position. I could upgrade the PC. Like, it's just collecting dust right now. Because like I thought of it as a Game Pass machine, but now that my PC can handle it, and like because like the Xbox Game Pass here in the Philippines, like PC Game Pass is the same as Xbox Ultimate, which is weird because like maybe because Philippines is such a small market, Microsoft doesn't give a crap. So PC Game Pass is like the same as Ultimate, which is like $6. So no point for me to open my Xbox at all. Some people have a Nintendo console and PC. I plan to go that. Yeah, like unless you really want to play Astrobot and Demon Souls Remake, which I don't think so. That's such a small demographic. Like that's the best scenario. Like you can play pretty much all the games already at that point. Like only get an Xbox. Like people time even say get an Xbox One so you can play Xbox 360 games backwards compatible. and runs better. That's it. People recommend Xbox hardware in that capacity. Anything else is kind of useless. Consumer con went more towards Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. Look at Pokemon Pokopia. Make the Switch unit sales run out. Like, but even then, like to add on to this, I think also a part of me thinks that the games industry for all three, for Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, they're so desperate right now to optimize their margins because Nintendo. I didn't put this in my articles, but Nintendo this week also announced that they'll be reducing the price of digital Nintendo games. So, for me, it's like for the longest time, ever since digital distribution of video games got introduced, since the PS3 360 era, they could have done that already, right? That was one of the strongest arguments back when digital distribution of video games became a thing. Like, oh, look at the bright side. They're gonna sell it at a discounted price compared to physical, which never happened at all. But how desperate they had to be that Nintendo of all companies decided, you know what, to possibly generate more sales, let's discount our digital games compared to our physical counterparts. Like they could have done that immediately when that became a thing, but they chose not to because of greed. But how desperate do you have to be to close in sales to implement that now when no one was really asking for it? Like people just accepted that digital and physical were relatively the same without any discount. I mean, without any, not counting sales. So the fact that they proactively did that, I imagine Microsoft and Sony are gonna kinda have to follow since Nintendo did it. So they, peer pressure. No, our competitor did it. We're gonna have to do it too. So imagine how desperate they are that they proactively discounted the digital versions of the games. So I think it's just overall really tough times right now when it comes to in the games industry. Yeah, just wanted to chime in now that you mentioned about sales. See, I don't agree with the Steam Machine Rabnet. It's like it's not given like the rising costs of parts right now. I don't think it's gonna be less than 1,000. Like 1,000's even a stretch in my opinion. So if you're gonna spend that much money, you might as well get a PC, a mid PC, or an average PC at $1,000 because it's not hard to find sources of income for you to utilize that PC as a source of income. Like, like I said, this PC I have right now, this new PC, I already recouped I recouped the cost. I already made the money I spent, I already made up. So moving forward, I'm making more money with this hardware I'm getting for a long, and it's gonna stay that way for a long, long time. So you might as well get a PC doing that and then, upgrade eventually when you make more money. With an emulator on Bravely Default, you also can't really do the town stuff. Yeah, that's like I get the novelty of emulation, but the reason why it's like you miss out on the features, you have compatibility compatibility issues stuff. That's why I was never the big emulator guy. I only got into emulation back when I was a hardcore Fire Emblem streamer, when I had to stream the Fire Emblem 3DS, the 3DS games. But I stopped completely ever since I stopped doing Fire Emblem content, when I became more of a general gaming content creator. Now that I'm employed, I can say for a new computer that's competent in game. Yeah, it's like, it's like if you have a decent paying job and you're not really big on the expenses, or not a lot of people are dependent on you, it's not, honestly, it's not tough to be able to save up for a gaming console or a PC, provided your job pays you quite well. So there's that too. If you go AMD, you can get with 16 gigs of RAM on Linux too. Yeah, I'm more of an NVIDIA fan. I know it's cheap to go AMD, but I think there's more issues with AMD. I'm not sure. I'm not really acquainted with AMD and Radeon products, but I'd rather stick to what I know. So mine's still like Intel i7 14th gen, and what do you call this? And NVIDIA, which is, yeah. I'll be sticking with this PC for probably a decade, for better part of a decade, my opinion. Anyway, so okay, final React video before we end today's stream. Okay, this is still about the PS5 increase. So shout out to Hypnotic for this video. But I like Hypnotic starting intros now. Him using AI too. Game Stoop. Game Stoop. And whatever this label is, which is funny. And here's this video. So let's see what Hypnotic has to say about the PS5 increase.
Enjoy your PlayStation 5.
Oh wait, I've been blabbering for so long. Okay.
Pro, that will be $900. $900 freaking dollars. What the hell? Yeah, man, it's that bastard orange man. Now give me money.
Well, guys, they did it again. Sony is here.
It's so easy to make those video clips now. It's crazy.
In the same place that they were last year, raising the prices of all of their products. You know, Sony raised the price of PS5 in many regions back in 2022, and they cited inflation, currency pressure, and overall rising rates as to the reason why they did it. Then in 2023, Sony decided to raise the price of the 12-month PlayStation Plus prices globally, and then in 2025, it raised the PS5 prices again in the United States and selected other markets, of course.
Yeah, it's like this is the third or the fourth time now. It's nutty. Yeah.
And then now today, on March 27, 2026, Sony has announced yet another round of price increases that are going to be effective on April 2nd of 2026 for all of their products. It's absolutely insane what's happening here, and it's another example of how this particular console generation is absolutely cooked. I want to remind everybody that it's not just Sony doing this, but it is Sony raising the price yet again, which means that other manufacturers, other studios, other companies are going to follow suit, and it's only a matter of time. In today's video, we're going to be breaking down the price increase for Sony's latest announcement, and not only that, we're going to look at their history of overall perceived greed compared to absolutely everybody else and see exactly what is going on in today's insane market that we call this console generation. So stick around, guys, and let's have some fun. Guys, of course, if you are new here, please consider hitting that subscribe button. I would obviously greatly appreciate it. And you have to comment down below. Otherwise, your view is not going to count on this video. Well, I'm just going to be sad if you don't do that. So please comment and let me know, what do you think about the ridiculous nature that we call the gaming industry in 2026? So ultimately, Sony keeps asking customers to pay more. Many players feel like they're just getting less certainty overall, less goodwill from the company, and less stability from the people that are actually making the video games. Now, that doesn't automatically make the company perceived to be greedy, but then everything else they do kind of follows suit. And that makes you wonder, are they being greedy? Like, what's actually going on here? So Sony raised their prices again. March 27, 2026, today, at the time of filming this video, they announced another round of increases that are going to go into effect on April 2nd of this year. In the US specifically, the PlayStation 5 is going to go to $649.99. The PlayStation 5 Digital is going to go to $599.99. And the PlayStation 5 Pro, the pinnacle of the PlayStation performance, ladies and gentlemen, is going to raise to $800.
Yeah, if the PS5 was 900, like this is basically 1,000 already at this point. If you count taxes, if you count, like I imagine people who avidly use their PS5 Pros or PS5s are gonna subscribe to PSN on an annual basis. I don't. I only buy, I buy physical, then play the games, and that's it. I don't subscribe to PSN. But if you're an avid user of PS5s, like your expense is pretty much $1,000. That's crazy. And it's like, how much will the PS6 be if it's here at this point in 2026? It's at this 900. Like, and we expect the PS6 to be revealed in next 2 years. A console's gonna cost over 1,000. That's nuts.
$99.99. Yes, that is correct. Excuse me, what? You're watching this video and you just heard me say that the PlayStation 5 Pro is going to cost you $900. And not only that, the PlayStation Portal, by the way, is also rising in price to about $249.99. Now, from a customer's point of view, that looks like the company is repeatedly testing just how much more it can charge for the literal same exact product. We have never seen this before, guys. I mean, we are living in a world where the consoles, as they get older, are getting more expensive. We used to live in a world where as the console generation got older, the price would go down. Now it seems like, just like Netflix, the price keeps going up every year. It damn near feels like we have a subscription model going on when it comes to the PlayStation consoles and all the other consoles on top of that as well. This is the most insane thing that I think I've ever seen. And the fact that there are people out there that are advocating for this just makes it even crazier to me. I understand trying to be a fanboy of a certain product or whatever. I totally get that. But you are literally advocating.
Yeah, I think it's just like really a global supply chain issue overall. Like with what AI is doing to RAM, I think it's the same. It's literally just the same thing for them. And look, I'm fully expecting already Nintendo and Xbox to follow suit. I really do. Like if they see, oh, so our competitor already do it, it's gonna be, when we increase hours, I think people are gonna understand. And I think, given what's going on with the AI chips, with the geopolitics, I think so the supply chain keeps getting fucked. That's what I feel. It's like, a part of it's like I kind of feel apathetic already at this point. Like, yeah, it's like at this point, if you want a console hardware, just get it already. I think it's only gonna get worse.
For the insane price increase year after year of the same hardware that just continues to get worse and worse as time goes on. The current generation of consoles can't even hold a candle to what modern PCs can do, even at the mid-tier level. It's unbelievable. And yet they are continuing to say, hey, we need more money for this. It's ridiculous. The funniest thing of all this is I specifically remember when I was covering the issue that was going on with RAM price increases, I had a lot of Sony boys that were out there on social media for some reason saying how this was not going to affect them. They were basically saying that PC gaming is cooked because it's not going to affect consoles. It only somehow affects PCs, even though consoles also.
Yeah. Again, like I know it's not easy for people to say, but for me, I will always advocate for PC, even though they're a little bit more expensive, or maybe if you get the cheap ones, they're not as strong as consoles. But it's like I'm a person who was able to get a source of livelihood full time without using my degree on it at all. So like for me, it's like I'm convinced you can use a PC to make money. You don't need a college degree. Like my degree has nothing to do with my job right now. It's like I do video editing, I do a little bit of social media management, images, graphics design, but I graduated in finance. So it's, like you can have we live in a time right now where we're so connected to the internet. You can use your PC to make money in multiple ways. So you don't need a college degree. You don't need that expensive ass education to be able to make money using your PC. So I will always advocate for PC. Once if you're able to do it, like you can use your PC to get the other consoles.
Utilize RAM. I never quite understood that argument, but here we are. And now with this price increase, a lot of them are awfully quiet. But I guarantee you they are going to defend this, and they are going to say, well, it's necessary. PlayStation has to make their money somehow, some way, because this company clearly isn't making all the money in the world. Now, in terms of overall Sony, it's amazing how they are raising the prices of their consoles, and yet they're firing people left and right. In February 2024, Sony announced that it was cutting about 900 PlayStation jobs, which was roughly 8% of the division, while also closing the London studio and reducing staff at multiple teams, including Insomniac, Naughty Dog, Guerrilla Games, Firesprite. Sony said these decisions were supposedly necessary because of the fundamental industry changes and the need to reevaluate how it operates. But to fans and developers, the optics were honestly not great. Higher prices for customers at the same time workers were losing their jobs? What exactly is happening here? And then not only after the 2024 layoffs, Sony also shut down multiple studios, including Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios, which we already know Firewalk Studios deserved it for that disaster known as Concord, but they did that in October of 2024. In Sony's own explanation, Concord didn't hit their targets, so the game was permanently sunset and Firewalk was closed. Neon Koi was also closed as Sony refocused its approach. To many observers, that reinforces the idea that leadership can just overall pursue risky strategies, miss badly, and then the developers end up paying the price. It's kind of similar to what's happening right now with Epic Games. Epic Games just announced they're laying off 1,000 people, and yet nobody wants to confront the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Tim Sweeney spent the last 8 years that Epic Games was available and doing everything he possibly could to ensure that he did not compete with Steam in any meaningful way whatsoever that was valued by the consumer. And now, 1,000+ developers have to.
He should have made more studios and made more games. He could have gotten smaller IPs that hit the home run. So it's not only just Fortnite they're dependent on when it comes to their revenue. Anyway,
to pay the price for the CEO's mishap, and we all know he's not going to pay the price. He's going to continue making millions upon millions of dollars while the developers all get fired because of their stupid business practices. Speaking of stupid business practices, going back to Sony, in 2024, Sony's explanation for restructuring was that delivering social and online experiences plus launching on PC and mobile requires a different approach and resources. Now, while this does sound rational in the grand scheme of things, as a broader strategy, it leads to expensive misses like Concord and then studio closures as they continue to focus on live service misfires that misfire often. They canceled 8 out of 12 live service video games that they had planned over the last couple of years, and it goes to show that the ones that do release almost never perform great. Everybody knows Helldivers 2 is highly successful, mainly because of the PC platform, ironically, and Marathon right now is currently not doing that great. Marathon is considered a massive financial flop, even though it has captured whatever player base it's going to capture. It's right now, at the time of filming this video, about 40,000 concurrent players, and they're staying at that number relatively easily. So that's going to be their player base for a little while until people either get bored or they make enough money from microtransactions. Regardless, that's where we are with Sony. They're focused on live service.
What surprised me is like I said before, I'll give Marathon 6 months. So I think they're gonna get in deep trouble after that. It's like either mass layoffs or completely just discard the game. I'm not sure it's shutting down Bungie entirely since they spent 3.6 billion, but yeah, it's not looking great for the game.
Video games have cost them so much money to the point where now not only are they raising the prices of the consoles, but they're also firing people at the same time, proving that they'll come up with any excuse other than taking accountability as to why all of this is happening. I really just find it sickening that we are in a current time where there's consoles that are going up in price every year. I really do think that's insane. And then Sony had the audacity to put the PlayStation last year during the holiday season on sale for the exact same price that it was prior to the price increase last year. So they literally just sold the console back to you at the previous MSRP that it was available at and claimed that that was somehow a sale. It's just mind-blowing to me. Now, the worst thing is that a lot of people are saying, okay, well, you constantly are raising the price in order to join this ecosystem of PlayStation, but what exactly are you offering that could even be considered PlayStation 5 only exclusive, right? Because we know that PlayStation is not really doing the exclusive game anymore, and if they do, it's a timed exclusive. There's only a few video games that are truthfully PS5 only, and that's Astro's Playroom, Astrobot, Demon Souls, right? And even Ratchet and Clank, I believe, is available on PC now. So these video games, they have
Ratchet and Clank's also on PC, but I think, to be fair, they plan on returning to console only. I think Ghost of Yotei and the other newer Sony titles, because it's not because factor is they get less sales on PC, but I think the bigger reason why is they don't want the next Xbox or Xbox hardware to be able to play these Sony games that are on PC. So I think that's the biggest reason why they're reverting back to putting them back on PS5 on PlayStation only hardware. And again, I keep regurgitating in this podcast where I need to have a reason to be able to buy your hardware. There has to be something in there that's only there. Otherwise, why would I? I already have a good PC.
Any exclusives to say, yep, I'm going to spend $900 on overall inferior technology, you are damn near getting to the $1,000 price mark. And while I know that the PS5 Pro is impressive for what the price of the actual console is, at the end of the day, once you start going to the $1,000 price point, now you start exploring the idea of potentially having an open-ended gaming experience by getting a mid-tier PC, which will play just as good as the PS5 Pro, if not much better, and allow you to do literally anything else you could want to possibly do as a gamer. You'll be opened up to the biggest platform in gaming, which is Steam, in terms of the biggest gaming library, and you open yourself up to video games that you probably never even heard of before. So it gets to a point where people start making that decision in their mind and saying, okay, well, is it really worth it to join this platform for almost $1,000? It's absolutely insane, man. What are you going to do? Spend $1,000 so you can play Ghost of Yotei and Sorrow? So I just highly doubt there's that many people that want to do that. Now, keep in mind, guys, it's not just Sony that's doing this, and I am very concerned that Xbox is absolutely going to follow suit. We already know that's going to happen, okay? Microsoft has raised their prices before on their consoles, and sometimes
I'm part of the outlier when it comes to this kind of thing. You guys know I like JRPGs. So first off, all of the literally all of the JRPGs are on PC now. So I have no reason to get a PlayStation. And the only reason why I'm getting PS5 games physical right now is because I want the physical version of JRPGs that I really, really like. So I'm planning on getting a physical version of Persona 4, a physical version of what's the other? Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, and a physical version of Trails in the Sky second chapter. But I also do plan on getting them on Steam, or on the eShop. So that's like I'm part of the extreme outlier who wants physical for the sake of having a physical copy. But for the typical other gamers, they're not gonna think that way. they're gonna be more cost efficient compared to me. So yeah, I am like a very, very small demographic on why I would still want a console and hard copies.
It makes me wonder, why did they even do that, right? As everybody is aware, Xbox is the worst selling console by a long shot. It's not even close. The Nintendo Switch 2 and PlayStation 5 outsell Xbox by a large margin. Xbox is not even barely looked at in Japan for that matter, let alone the other two consoles that are loved in Japan, especially the Switch 2. In the United States, Xbox is the lowest selling console by a massive margin. And the fact that they had the audacity to raise prices and then blame market conditions as if you were not going to ever question that is insane to me. It seems like these companies have figured out a way to convince their fan bases that these price increases are necessary. And the funny thing is, Xbox raised the prices of their consoles, and meanwhile, they're not even making that many new consoles because they have so many consoles sitting on the store shelves that are not even being purchased. So in all actuality,
let me show you guys what's going on in the Xbox situation here in the Philippines. Okay, let's remove this for now. This has been going on for years. Wait, can I log out first? Okay, there we go. What's like Xbox gave up in Asia basically for a long time, for a very, very long time. I'm actually kind of lucky. I still managed to snag the Series S before it eventually this happened. Yeah, this has been going on for years. Okay, years. I'm not exaggerating when I say years. It's been probably for the past 3 to 4 years. So here, Data Bliss is like our equivalent of like GameStop. Okay, so it's like they're like the top retailer here when it comes to video games. So yeah, you cannot get a hard. If you guys look at this, it's all sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. So it's been sold out for the longest time. Like you'll only have access to the latest Xbox hardware, the Series S and X. You have to look in secondhand markets. You cannot find them in retailers anymore. It's year. I'm not talking about months. Okay, we're talking about years. It's like Microsoft just gave up. Like that's how, or the retailers themselves don't want to accept Xboxes anymore. I mean that's how bad it is when it comes to Xbox here in Asia. Yeah, it's like I have never seen this like back in stock or buy. It's always been sold out for literally years already at this point. Anyway, yeah, it's really a doom and gloom for the console hardware space. Okay, let's get back to the video.
They're going to blame tariffs. They're going to blame all this cost, rising costs and all that. But the truth is that the Xbox consoles, most of them that are being sold at the increased price are already on the shelves, unaffected by tariffs and unaffected by the rising cost of anything because they're already built. They're available in box, ready to be purchased. Like I can understand if you are a popular console like PlayStation, perhaps you got to keep making them because they keep selling. But Xbox doesn't have that same excuse, and yet they still wanted to cash in anyway. So no, I don't believe these manufacturers when they say that this is because of market conditions and all that nonsense, because at the end of the day, they supposedly had a supply of all the RAM and everything they need for the next year or two, and yet that didn't go anywhere. They're still raising prices anyway. Even Nintendo did this. They raised the price of their original Switch after telling people, hey, if the Switch 2 is too expensive for you, you could just go buy the Switch 1 and it's going to be a lot cheaper.
Okay, about the stuff he just said, about the RAM prices that Sony secured. Maybe they weren't able to secure that as they initially thought. Maybe a part of me thinks that maybe the RAM supplier thought, oh, we couldn't supply this, or we decided to prioritize our production to the AI companies who's paying us more or something like that. And like the last thing that Hypnotic said when it comes to, oh, if you can't afford the Switch 2, it's like go get the Switch 1. It's like I don't know why people are get upset with that line of thinking. It's like, what else do you how else do you want them to respond? You know what I mean? It's like, how do you want the PR to respond when like, oh, you can't get the Switch 2, then okay, we have the more affordable option, which is the Switch 1. It's like, it's the same thing with a car salesman. It's like, oh, you can't afford this model of a car, then okay, you can get this model. It's just, for me, it's the same thing. I don't get why people get upset with that. Like, when they say, "Oh, I can't afford the latest model," then go for the cheaper alternative. And so it's yeah. That's because like that's one of the biggest criticisms with Doug Bowser back when he was still president of Nintendo America. It's like, what did you want him to say? What did you want him to say? When it's like, if people tell you that they can't afford your latest hardware, he can't say, "Oh, okay, we'll discount it for you. Oh, yeah, I see the error fireways. We're gonna discount it." No, okay.
Then they raise the price to the point where it's not a lot cheaper. It's only barely cheaper, but they do offer a little more stability in terms of a brand and what they offer. So more people are going to be willing to put up with that nonsense when it comes to Nintendo. We do know Nintendo fans are just insane. So this is the bigger problem, right? This is where everything kind of connects together in this story, right? Because you have a situation where prices are going up, overall output is going down. There are fewer games. There are canceled projects left and right. There are studios shutting down, and that creates a perception problem from a customer standpoint. Even if Sony has all the reasons in the world, even if inflation is real, even if development costs are rising, the consumer experience is feeling overall worse. You're paying more and you're getting less consistency. So where does this leave PlayStation? Where does this leave anybody, right? They're still the dominant IP in terms of the console war, right? Now, granted, Nintendo definitely is more popular, I guess, from a normie standpoint, but realistically, the PlayStation 5 is the top-selling console right now by a long shot, but that's only because the Nintendo Switch 2 is brand new, so you really got to compare it to the original Switch. But regardless, PlayStation is still fairly dominant, right? They do have massive IPs, even though I feel like they're hyper underutilized. They still have big IPs under their belt, but what's the direction, right? It's clearly shifting. The direction has shifted.
I hope we see more like, Spyro the Dragon, Sly Cooper, those IPs that have been sitting there for decades. I think now is the time for Sony to be tapping on those and make new games again for those, and make smaller scale projects for them to be able to sustain this. Because like this live service thing that really hurt them, especially this generation. I think that's the first steps for them to be able to recuperate the cost and to garner more goodwill and more reasons for you to get the console. Like I would go with that route. Like, dig up the IPs that people love and make, better iterations of them, with up-to-date visuals, and just stay faithful to the core gameplay of those IPs. And then, yeah, that's how I would do it if I were Sony, rather than keep chasing this live service trend that, even Fortnite is losing money now. So why would you chase a dead end business model?
It completely to the point where not everybody is happy about it, because for the first time in a long time, it feels like PlayStation is just testing how much players are willing to tolerate. I have a perfect example of this. PlayStation has just recently rolled out their dynamic pricing, which is impacting the US right now, to the point where you could have two different people with two different PlayStation accounts living under the same roof, and they will have different prices on the PlayStation Store for the same product. It's crazy. This is diabolical. When you have different pricing based off your purchasing habits, where you have a video game, let's say that's on sale for $39.99, and then somebody else has it on sale for $32.99 or $27.99. That is crazy. It's very clear that PlayStation is testing the waters to see what they can get away with it and how much they can get away with. And it's clear that most people just seem to be falling for it. I think at this point, once the consoles reach the $1,000 price point, which I'm not sure if these consoles are actually going to reach the $1,000 price point. And here's why I think that's the case. The reason why is because I think that they are raising the prices of these consoles so that you guys are not sticker shocked at the price that they are going to ask you for the next generation PlayStation. Once they release the PlayStation 6, I would not be surprised if the PlayStation 6 Pro.
That's a good argument. Market conditioning, where, give it to them, give us that shock value right now, so that when they introduce the next generation, you're gonna think, oh, it's only $50, oh, it's only $100 more expensive. That's a good argument. I'll accept that.
Ends up being about $1,500. I guarantee you the PlayStation 5 is going to be probably $1,000 at the digital and $1,200 for a disc version, if they even have a disc version. And then eventually the Pro will be $1,500, give or take. Those are going to be my guesses. So I think they're going to reserve the 4-digit price for the next generation console. I don't think they're going to want to do it for the current generation console. It doesn't mean that they're not going to increase the price again. I do think they're going to, but they're going to keep the PlayStation 5 Pro at $999. I don't think they're actually going to make it $1,000. It's all about perception. Perception's reality for a lot of people. So all this leads to, guys, it's just higher prices, fewer guarantees overall, more uncertainty. And the real question is, how far can they push it? How far are you going to allow companies like PlayStation to continue to sell you the nonsense and the BS about the reason why they have to increase their prices when we all know it's not true? When we all know the fact that they're doing this year after year as if they're Netflix, it just shows that there is a different agenda in mind right now, and they're slowly but surely testing the waters to see what they could get away with in the future. If they get you to accept $900 as a PS5 Pro, or in the future next year when they raise prices again and they raise the PS5 Pro to $999, if they can get you to accept that, then you will most likely accept a $1,200 plus PlayStation 6. And it's the same thing for Xbox. We already know Xbox Helix, the upcoming PC hybrid Xbox, is trying to be a Steam machine. We know that they're going to be in the 4-digit number easily. They're already telling you that this is going to be a very expensive console because of what it supposedly offers. So if you have consoles that are reaching these price points, when do you sit there and say, why am I going to continue doing this, right? Especially when these consoles charge you to play online. If you can play on the PC platform, not only are you going to have access to Steam, which will give you the cheapest prices for video games on average, but you're also not going to have to pay to play online. Only until the day comes where Steam charges you to play online, then we can have this conversation. But otherwise, the PC platform has always been open and free for the most part. And you can have so many things that you could do on this platform and not have to pay online in order to do it. So when does it end? When do people say no? When do people say this is enough, right? I really want to ask console gamers, what are their thoughts on this? Because me personally, I'm a PC gamer. I'm completely out of this, right? Even though I see the business practices and I just look at it like this is the most stupid thing I've ever seen. But at the end of the day, I'm really curious, what do the console players think? If you're a PlayStation gamer, are you okay with this price increase again? If you're a PlayStation gamer, are you okay with it?
I imagine those dedicated to console only, they're at the turning point. Like, you know what? I think it's time for me to just dive into PC. Like, it's not like, yeah, the advantage of console back in the day used to be, cheaper, more accessible. You don't have to tinker with the settings to play the game optimally and stuff like that. And you just plug it and you play. That's it. But if it's gonna be equal in price, and I can argue their games are more expensive because for me, especially here in the Philippines, where you said, what do you call this? We have regional pricing for Steam, so our games are it goes down even more. So over time, I say, even if let's say you get a PC that's more expensive than the console, you're gonna save over time with regards to buying games because you're getting games cheaper on Steam compared to PlayStation and Nintendo and Xbox. So yeah.
The fact that they're probably going to end up raising the prices of PlayStation Plus again as well to mimic and match what they're doing with the consoles. We all know that's going to happen, by the way. I haven't even brought that up in this video, but if you're watching this and thinking they're not going to raise the price, PlayStation Plus again, you're wrong, because they're absolutely going to do it. They did it before and they're going to do it again, and it's only going to keep going higher and higher. So when does it end, right? When does it stop? Do you see the value of this even at the current price point that they're pitching at you? Or do you think that this is becoming the breaking point? Is $1,000 the breaking point? Is $1,500 the breaking point? Are you just going to pass it off as inflation? Let me know in the comments down below, guys. Thank you so much for watching this video. I greatly appreciate the support. And of course, comment so that your view counts and I can get to see your thoughts. Like the video, and I will see every single one of you on the next video. Hypnotic out.
Okay, yeah. Here's the link again for Hypnotic's video. Yeah, so yeah, pretty much the same talking points as me too. So yeah, all the videos have the same talking points as me. All right. So where did I stop in the comments? Still getting on Windows 10 because 11 is shit. I wouldn't know because like I don't know the intricacies anymore between that, but either way, I know Microsoft is locking people to a corner. You have to get 11 or else and stuff like that. But I think it's fine. It's like I have no issues with my Windows 11 right now. I think it runs fine. My laptop's incapable of upgrading to 11. Oh wow, that must be a really old laptop then. Okay. Mine can, but I refuse to enable secure boot. Yeah, I did have to tinker. I forgot for which game. I had to tinker mine for that one. Steam machine will be like 1K to 1. It's not worth it at that point. Just get a PC. Even if it's just like a mid-range PC, you're better. You're far better off than a Steam machine. John Tron memes go. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Hypnotic has a lot of memes in his videos. But yeah, just get a PC. Just get a PC at that point. I will always be an advocate for that. I just got it's all I know it's also on PC, so it's like literally 2 games, Demon's Souls and Astro Boy, which are not those are not like a must play games. They're great games, but they're not a must play. I built my computer for the price of Series X and plays at 2x the frame rate. Yeah, back in the day, right? back in before the AI bubble, before the AI tried to scoop up all the RAM. Series S will be nice to mod someday. That's the origins I picked up when I did. Yeah, it's like for me the only value proposition is right now. Like I just remembered, I have like the original Nier, not replicant, the original Nier on it. So that's the only value proposition left to play those obscure games. That's the only like value I have left for my Xbox right now. There had any interest in Xbox? Funny, since I grew up with Microsoft computer. Yeah, that's fine. It's like, you know, at first back when I couldn't afford, like I couldn't. It's hard. It's much harder to save up for this PC I have right now. I wanted Xbox for the Game Pass subscription games, and lo and behold, I found out that the PC Game Pass is the equivalent of the Ultimate Game Pass here, and I got a better PC now. So, yeah, it's collecting dust, figuratively and literally. Yeah, none of these companies are your friend. Nintendo isn't your friend. They're here to make money and get the economy model. Yeah, all of them are here to make money. It's never, you were never, it was never for you. I only ever had an Xbox because I was kind of forced into it. Friends all had it, and I went through 5 PS2, so I never wanted another Sony console. Oh wow, yeah, my PS2 never had that kind of failure, right? But yeah. Sorry for that experience, but yeah, I imagine that was the first Xbox and Xbox 360 days. Those were the best days of Xbox. After that, like it just went downhill. And I was like, yeah, PS2 is the best, especially with JRPGs. Insane amount of JRPGs in that platform. If you wait for sales too, I got like $130 worth of games last week for $12. Exactly. Games are way cheaper on PC. Yeah, because like Sony, Microsoft, you don't have that intermediary wanting to have their cut. So that's why Valve can price their games really, really low. Plus because of their global presence, they can do regional pricing too. So it's even lower for me because of that. I got into the Nintendo when I was around 10. Yeah, I also had like my Game Boy Color, GBA, played the first Pokemon. But I like to think I'm more deeper into Nintendo IP ever since I got into Fire Emblem. Not really Pokemon, not really Mario, not really Zelda. It's Fire Emblem that got me into Nintendo. It sucks because the PS2 is fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic games, but I hate the hardware. The disk drives fail pretty reliably. Yeah, it's only during the PS3 days when it started to become more stable. Still going. I'm about to wrap up, Drew. I'm about to wrap up. My PS4 disk drive was on the fritz. Replaced. Oh, okay. My PS4, my OG PS4 is still running fine. Just that I'm not using it now because I have a PS5, but it's still running fine. Back when I bought it in 2014, 2015. So yeah. Yes, PS4 is a lot more straightforward because to work on it's basically a flat PC motherboard with this drive sitting on. Yeah. Yeah, I like the PS4 overall. I think I'm inclined to believe it's the most stable hardware. And I like the controller. The DualSense I do not like because like it got the sticks got really sticky really fast because of the hot weather here compared to the usual. I miss Oblivion, my 360. It was Gaming Revolution. Yeah. It's like that's my first ever Bethesda game. Then I eventually got it for PC, which is smart. It runs better and looks better on a PC compared to the 360. It's the extending disc tray on the fat PS, so they just wear out and the lasers go. Yeah, I eventually got the slim PS2, the super slim PS2. The gears that drive the caddy are driven by rubber bands that just wear out. Yeah. The fat PS2. Yeah, I can see it. Fat PS2 still alive. Yeah, if you're lucky enough, it can still keep going depending on the quality build. I think the slim is just fine. If I remember correctly, the only risk is that the middle, where you insert the disc, that can. I remember my PS1 that breaks really easily. Back in when I had my PS1, the disc holder, maybe that's the right term. It breaks really easily back in the PS1. Anyway, yeah. So that was Hypnotic. Okay, I'll wrap it up with a game that I'm actually a game. I'll wrap it up with a game I'm kinda interested in. So I did get early access on Steam. I mean, not early access. I did get playtest access. So if you guys are interested in this game, it's also available on Steam, and you can request playtest access, which I do have. I am starting to record my footage, but I'm not sure if I want to make a video out of it. But yeah, it's a Metroidvania Genshin like aesthetic. It's called /0. I'll end the stream with this, so might as well end it with some good stuff. So here's a trailer for it. So I'm kind of digging it so far. So it's Metroidvania roguelike, Genshin like aesthetic. So I'll end the stream with this. So this is /0, available on PS5, and you can also grab it on Steam.
Heroes arrived unnoticed until it was too late.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Time began to crumble. Watch among the fractured timelines. Fight until your last breath. And repeat.
You can play it on Steam if you want. I got a free playtest. So
one false timeline after another. Until the Lord of the Void stands before us. Then end this. As time hackers, this is our destiny.
I still haven't played this character. I got the other one. I got the girl.
I'll be here.
Like you can play as both of them.
Until you see the truth.
Yeah, I'm playing as this character, but you can interchange them. And it's their first game when I checked on Steam, their profile. This is their first ever game.
PlayStation.
So yeah, there we go. So that's a game. I don't know when it'll come out. Probably 2027. But you can play test it now. They're trying to look for feedback on the game. So yeah. So at least I want to end it with some good game, or a game with good potential. At least in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, chat. Okay, I think that concludes the stream for this week. So Phil should be back, assuming he doesn't have any other obligations or family events that he has to attend to. So yeah, so thank you guys so much. So yeah, I still make it to 4 hours despite saying that I don't think I will. But yeah, that's about it. And yeah, okay, so on my end, I will be, what do you call this? I will be making the Monster Hunter Stories video this week. Hopefully I can finish it this week. If not, latest the week after. So I do recommend the game, and it's really good. It's really good. I did enjoy it. And yeah, I'll break it down in my video. So yeah, so thank you everyone for staying, for those that stuck around until the end. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye. Take care.